Hey everybody, anybody up for a break tonight? Late night break of this 11 box 87 to 91 baseball mixer. 20 spots left. $20 a spot. Thought I'd come on and see if anyone was up for doing a late night break. Well, we got a couple people in here. See if anybody's over on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube. It's gonna be a fun break. Take a stroll down memory lane here of the late 80s, early 90s. Hey guys, there we go. All right, we got 4 of us in here, 5 including me. This 11 box 87 to 91 baseball break should be a lot of fun. $20 a spot. There's 20 left. Everybody grab 2-3 spots maybe, and let's break this tonight or this morning. Alright guys, who's up for the 11 box retro break? Grab some spots. Break this and get it out in the mail within 2 days to you. I've also got on-demand football and baseball repacks and some baseball mystery bags if anyone wants to just do one of those while we're waiting for the break to fill, or a break to fill. You can grab those at my online store, BreakingBadSportsCards.com, and you can buy an NFL repack or MLB repack or those MLB mystery bags. And I'll go ahead and break them live, and those I'll get shipped out to you tomorrow, well today. And those are guaranteed double your money on those repacks. I've just got so many cards in my shop, and I like to give you guys a deal on stuff, and helps me get rid of these tons of cards that I have. But there's no base cards in those repacks. Everything, you're gonna get at least 2 autos and a relic in every single repack. Some you'll get 3 or 4 autos and maybe 3 relics. Lots and lots of rookies and prospects, short prints, numbered cards. The only time you'll see a base card if it's somebody like Trout or Ohtani or somebody like that, but there's no common base in any of those repacks. Really like to do this 11 box retro break though. I think that'd be a lot of fun, guys. Somebody get us started here and grab some spots. 10, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, actually 9. 9 back. I want to see 9. Stay. Alright, let's see if we can't fill up this 11 box 8791 mixer there. See if I can't get this to fit all on one screen here. Have to move this over a bit. Alright, that's better. Alright, let's, well, actually I can make more room here too. Move this over here. That's better. Alright. Hey, come on guys, we can fill this 11 box or grab some spots. Or grab a repack and I'll, while we're waiting, we'll do some repack. Guaranteed to double your money. Some of these are 3 and 4 times. And I did one in MLB and one in NFL where it was 5 times your investment box. So this is a great bang for your buck in those repacks and the mystery bags. Rod and Sean, Steve, Justin, you guys are up late. Let's fill this mixer up. Come on, let's do this 11 box mixer. Alright, nobody's grabbed any spots yet. Come on, guys. Yeah, we did that 90-91 NBA hoops last night. Broke that. Hit some of the Jordans, just unfortunately they weren't perfect 10 material. You hit the Melendez brothers. Had a base Jordan, had a Jordan Jordan team checklist. What else did we have? Oh, we had the Jordan Magic Johnson. Had hit the Gary Payton. Hit all almost all the top 15 most valuable cards out of that one box. So I think we hit about 11 of the 15. A couple of them had possibilities of PSA 10s, but that was about it. Everything had just like a slight off-center. That was the big issue. The cards were in pretty darn good shape, but the centering was off on a lot of them. And then Sean from Phoenix won the 1964 Mantle raffle we did. We got that 79, not 78. That 79 Ozzie Smith rookie card raffle. There's 8 spots left in that. Yeah, if you guys want to break something, I'll stay on and we can do something. You know, grab some of these repacks or whatever. I'll stay on as long as you guys want to do something. I thought there'd be a lot more people on breakers this time of night. It's not that late. It's only like, what, 1:30 in LA? Oh, if anyone's ghosting that was in that break last night, your cards are shipping today. I got everything sorted and waiting for the mailman. Yeah, I just posted something on Facebook. So, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, tweeted, and so far we got 3 of you guys hanging out. We need more. Or you guys need to make a move. Oh man, I've been waiting forever. Finally, Topps decided they were gonna send my. If you were in Project 70 last year and you bought every single one of the artist cards for that artist, and you bought each one of their cards that they released during Project 70, each artist did 20 cards. So Brittany Palmer, I bought 5 of every one of her cards, and you get a poster of her gold stamped limited edition thing. So I got 5 of those finally coming. It only took Topps 6 months from the end of that to send out the bonus posters. Can't believe it took them that long. So actually it'll be almost 8 months from the time that Project 70 stopped for them to get the posters out to everybody. So what do you think, guys? You want to do something? Anybody want to do a repack, NFL or baseball box? Those mystery bags, when I was breaking, before I opened my shop, those things sold like crazy. These are leftovers from the 8th series we did of those. We did 8 complete series of those mystery bags. And we did baseball, basketball, and football. Those were very popular. Hopefully once we get rolling again, we'll start doing more of those. Yeah, alright, a couple people from Facebook might be coming in. start sorting some cards. While we're waiting, get some stuff posted up on eBay maybe. Guys, I got a lot of sealed boxes of wax if you guys are interested in doing personals of that. I got some boxes of wax you might be interested in. Like 89 to 91, 88 to 91 stuff. Baseball. Meantime, I'm gonna look through some cards. Start with this. Yeah, grab a stack here and see what we got. Post. Nice Correa Chrome refractor. Miggy refractor. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Blake Snell. Yeah, let's I wonder if I can link Audible to my Alexa. I think so. See if I can figure it out. Alright, open Alexa app, click play. Access music and books. Oh, okay, cool, alright. What do we want to listen to? With the wit and wisdom of Yogi Berra.
The vice president. He became one of America's most lovable characters. His face, beautifully ugly, guaranteed him instant recognition. It was a natural for television commercials. Yogi Berra is one of those sissies who uses his wife's hairspray, said the voice, and there was Yogi Berra shooting a spray onto his black hair. It didn't help his looks, although it sure helped his bank account. When he uttered something funny, it was usually accidental, but people never believed that. He became the master of the malaprop, the father of the faux pas. He spoke and people laughed, and he didn't even know what they were laughing at, so he laughed too. Funny guy, that Yogi, that face, that build, that voice, that name, those remarks. What a scream. He never went beyond the 8th grade in school, yet he has a native intelligence, an innate wisdom, and a wonderfully simple way of cutting through all the falderall and getting to the heart of a matter. When he says something that seems funny, it really isn't funny at all. It is why. He expresses himself simply and naturally. The first time he said something funny, accidentally of course, people laughed. They laughed not with him, but at him. Soon everybody was telling Yogi Berra stories, real ones. And when there were no more real ones to tell, they made up stories and attributed them to Berra. And everybody laughed, even Yogi. He was a foil for their jokes, just as there have been foils for years. He was Lou Costello and Harpo Marx, and Stan Laurel and Jerry Lewis, playing the buffoon to someone else's straight man. The stories they made up about him didn't hurt Yogi. In fact, they helped him. They helped him become more lovable, more recognized, more in demand for commercials. They laughed at him, and Yogi laughed all the way to the bank. One Yogi Berra story even hit me personally. I can vouch for its veracity. I was a young reporter for the New York World Telegram and Sun. I had covered the Yankees for a year, and many people called me by my last name. They had since I was a kid. It was short, catchy, easy to remember. Yogi Berra had his life story ghostwritten, and there was this big autograph party at one of New York's large department stores. My editor thought it might be a good idea for me to go over and do a piece on the autograph party. My reward for showing up was a copy of the book. Naturally, I had to have it autographed. Would you mind signing it, Yogi? I asked. Sure, he said, taking my pen and opening the book. He began writing, too peppy. Then he paused. Hey, what's your last name? I laughed, Yogi laughed, then he wrote, best wishes, Yogi Berra. Well, it seemed funny then. I've told the story many times. It always got a laugh, not a real big laugh, more of a bemused smile, usually followed by the comment, that's Yogi for you. He can't go anywhere without being recognized. There was a cartoon character on television named Yogi Bear, an obvious steal. The bear is a big, hulking animal with a gruff voice, a kind of innocent, bumbling creature. I suppose if Yogi Berra were an animal, he would be a bear, big, bumbling, and lovable. There was a kid on a Little League team in Saddle River, New Jersey. He was a catcher, and the other kids called him Yogi. It's an endearing nickname, a tribute to his ability as a catcher. I suppose there must be thousands of kid catchers on Little League diamonds and sandlots all over the country called Yogi. My daughter once had a soft, furry, lovable cat. The cat's name was Yogi. It was not meant to be insulting. A child does not give a pet cat an insulting name. There are lots of stories in this book that are attributed to Yogi Berra. Some of them are true, many of them aren't. I must admit I don't know for certain which are true and which are apocryphal. The years have made it difficult to separate truth from fiction. I consider Yogi Berra a friend of mine. I hope he feels the same about me. I know this, he hasn't a malicious bone in his body. I never heard him say a bad word about anyone, and I never heard anyone say a bad word about him. I want Yogi Berra to know that the stories repeated here are not meant to demean or ridicule him. I have never known him intentionally to hurt anyone. I would never intentionally hurt him. Chapter 1, Pal Joey. I remember the first time I went to Yogi's house in Montclair, Joe Garagiola recalled with a smile. I didn't know the first thing about New Jersey, and I knew even less about Montclair. Naturally, I got lost. I made it to the town all right, but I must have taken the wrong turn because I couldn't find the street I was looking for. So I stopped to call Yogi for directions. I was near some big building, the Museum of Science, the sign said. But for some reason, the people of Montclair called it the library. When I told somebody my problem and asked where I was, he replied, "Just say you're at the library. Your friend will know where you are. Everybody in Montclair knows the library." So I called. "Hey, Yog," I said, "I'm lost." "Where are you?" he said. "Some guy says to tell you I'm at the library." "Oh," he said, "you ain't too far, just a couple of blocks. Only don't go that way, come this way." They were like bookends, like reflections in a looking glass. Joe Garagiola and Yogi Berra were so much alike as kids, it was almost as if they were the same person. They grew up in St. Louis in a section called The Hill. It was also called Dago Hill, a little patch of land not far from the heart of town. It sat there atop a hill like an island of privacy in a sea of activity that was the metropolis of St. Louis. The hill was like a city within a city, inhabited in the main by Italian immigrants and their families living in neat one-family brick houses. It was not necessary to leave the hill to subsist. Right there were the essentials of life: homes, churches, Italian groceries, bakeries, shoemakers, barbers, fruit and vegetable markets, and taverns. In that respect, it was not unlike any first or second generation Italian neighborhood in any large metropolitan city in the United States of its time. The time was soon after the Depression. In another time, it might have been called a ghetto, and the people who lived there might have been considered poor enough to qualify for welfare. But the people of the hill were too proud to accept charity, and the young ones never thought of themselves as poor. As long as there was food on the table and a pair of shoes to wear to church on Sunday, and games to play like stoopball and softball, how could they be poor? "How long have I known Yogi?" Joe Garagiola asked. "I can't remember not knowing him." The Garagiolas lived at 5446 Elizabeth Avenue on the hill, in a small one-family brick house. Directly across the street, at 5447 Elizabeth Avenue, in an identical house, lived the Berras, Pietro and Paulina. They had come to St. Louis from the little town of Malvaglio in the north of Italy, near Milan. The Berras had 4 sons and 1 daughter. They named the youngest son Lawrence Peter. They called him Lordy. Lordy Berra was 8 months older than Joey Garagiola. As kids, they were practically inseparable. Their families were practically inseparable. Papa Berra and Papa Garagiola worked together baking clay at the kilns of the Laclede Christie Clay Products Company. Their 2 oldest boys worked together at Ruggieri's restaurant, still a landmark on the hill. Yogi was Joey's best man when he married Audrey. Joe was Yogi's best man when he married Carmen. The Garagiolas had a boy, the Berras had a boy. The Garagiolas had another boy, the Berras had another boy. The Berras had a third boy, the Garagiolas had a girl. Our lives, says Joe, are parallel. What are the odds that two kids born to Italian immigrant parents living across the street from one another in a small St. Louis neighborhood would at one time make up 1/8 of the starting catchers in the major leagues? How coincidental is it that both of them not only would play the same position, but would throw right-handed and bat left-handed, and that they would wind up living and raising families in the New York area, Berra in Montclair, New Jersey, Garagiola in Scarsdale, New York, and that both would be eminently successful in their careers, Joe Garagiola in television, Yogi Berra as manager of the New York Mets. And yet the boys who grew up with them on the Hill would not have been surprised that Joey and Lordy would earn their living in sports. It was sports that consumed them during their entire young lives, occupying their every waking moments, keeping them off the streets or on the streets, playing their little games tirelessly and endlessly. They played softball without mitts and football with rolled up newspapers or bundles of rags tied in a knot. They played when and where they could, improvising their makeshift games, but on the Hill, summer was the best of times. School was out and the whole day was available for playing their games. The boys would get up early and have their breakfast of bread and coffee laced with sugar and lightened with evaporated milk. And then the truck from Laclede Christie would come. Their fathers would pile on and go off to work, and the moment the truck was out of sight, the boys on the Hill would begin their summer games. They played all day, usually without stopping for lunch. Then at 4:30, the whistle blew at the Blackmer Post Pipe Company. That was a signal for the game to end, no matter if the score was tied and there were 2 outs and the bases loaded in the last of the 9th inning. At 5 p.m. sharp, the truck from Laclede Christie pulled up at Elizabeth Avenue and unloaded a group of hungry fathers. The 4:30 whistle gave a boy just enough time to get home, pick up a metal beer bucket, dash down to Fassy's Tavern, have the bucket filled with cold draft beer, and get it home and on the table before Pop walked in the door. And heaven help you if the beer was not on the table when Pop walked in the door. There were times when he got older that Lordy missed the dinner completely. He was too busy playing baseball, which was then, as it is now, his great love. One historic summer afternoon, Lordy Berra became Yogi for all time. It happens in any era, in any city, to a great many kids. A group goes to a movie, enjoys it, singles out a particularly interesting character with a strange name, pins one of their group with the name, and sometimes it sticks. Yogi stuck. Lordy Berra's movie was a travelogue about India, featuring a Hindu faker called a yogi, who sat there with his arms folded and his knees crossed, and a look of solemnity and sadness on his face. It occurred to one of their gang, Jack McGuire, that the Indian faker, the yogi, looked like Lordy Berra in one of his contemplative moods. From that day to this, Lordy Berra has been Yogi to millions of Americans, to his friends, even to his wife. The name was not meant to be insulting. If anything, it was endearing. Something kids did then as they do now. Their own private thing. It is out of such things that people have dubbed Moose or Rocky or Butch or Doc. Lawrence Peter Berra, called Lordy by his family, became Yogi. As a kid, Yogi wasn't a town dummy, nothing like that, points out Garagiola, adding that his friend did have one idiosyncrasy. He ate the strangest things. One of his favorites for lunch was to take a loaf of Italian bread, split it in half, put bananas on the bread, then smear mustard on the bananas. Johnny Colombo would watch Yogi eating his bananas and mustard sandwich, and it would make him so sick to his stomach that he couldn't eat his own lunch, and Yogi would wind up with Johnny's cheese sandwich in addition to his own banana sandwich. Thinking back over the years, Garagiola's remembrances of his pal Yogi are that he was a likable guy. I guess we had our share of fights like all kids do, but nothing major, nothing that I can remember now. I just remember that Yogi was a likable guy and the best athlete in the neighborhood. It wasn't an award or a prize he won, but as Garagiola points out, kids always determine who the best player is by themselves. They have the judgment of a super scout and a foolproof way of showing who they think is best. He is always the first one picked when sides are chosen for their games. Yogi Berra was always the first one picked in any sport, always the one you wanted with you, not against you. He was the best at baseball, the best at football, even the best at pitching horseshoes. When the kids of the Hill played football, touch football, Yogi would always switch sides when it was fourth down so that he could be on the side of the team with the ball. He was the best kicker in the neighborhood, a skill he developed playing soccer. He could kick the ball farther and straighter than anybody else, so he became the punting specialist on fourth down for both sides. In the huddle, he would always call the plays for his side. Garagiola remembers one incident that occurred in Tower Grove Park where the kids of the hill often went to play. It was, says Joe, just like a scene from a Class B movie. On this day, we were playing on one end of the field and the Southwest High School football team was working out on the other end. Well, a football got loose and came to our end, and Yogi picked it up and kicked it back, a tremendous kick. He was wearing sneakers and he must have kicked that football 50 yards. So the coach came over and wanted to know who kicked the ball. We told him it was Yogi. Right there, the coach asked him to come to Southwest High to play football. Yogi said he couldn't because he had to go to work, but the coach was persistent. Just come to school 3 days a week, he said. But high school was a luxury the Burrows couldn't afford. Yogi had to go to work as soon as possible, which was after he left Wade School, a vocational school, after the 8th grade. He worked at a variety of jobs. He loaded and unloaded cases of soda on a Pepsi-Cola truck, and later his brother Mike helped him get a job as a tack puller with the Johansson Shoe Company. In the process of putting soles on women's shoes, the sole was cemented to the frame and tacks were put in to keep the soles adhering to the frames while the cement was drying. When the cement was dry, the tacks would have to be pulled out of the soles. That was Yogi's job, and his pay depended on how many pairs of shoes he completed. He was good for about $35 a week. As a means of supplementing his income and just because he enjoyed it, Yogi played sandlot baseball for $5 or $10 a game. And when the local Irish American club staged weekly boxing shows, Yogi Berra became one of its more prominent attractions. He estimates he fought 14 times at the club at $5 per fight and was never defeated. But it was baseball at which he excelled, and it was baseball that coursed through his veins. He was determined to be a baseball player just like his hero, Ducky Medwick. We followed baseball on the radio, says Joe Garagiola, when we were lucky enough to find somebody with a radio. Or we followed it with bubblegum cards. Like all kids, we had our individual heroes. Yogi's was Joe Medwick. Occasionally, we would get to see the Cardinals play through the Knothole Gang program. They put us in left field right near Medwick, and that's how he came to be Yogi's favorite player. That's why I can't figure out why Yogi and I began batting left-handed. We're both right-handed in everything else we do. Usually kids will imitate their heroes, hit like they hit. If Yogi imitated anybody, it would have been Medwick, and he hit right-handed. When Garagiola talks of his friend, it almost borders on hero worship. Here is the big television star, the sophisticated urbane raconteur who is as glib as they come, who can make small talk with presidents, kings, and pontiffs. Yet Joe Garagiola sometimes gives the impression that Yogi Berra was all he ever wanted to be. It is understandable. What Yogi Berra did, he did naturally, his gift of natural ability emanating from a far greater power. Yogi Berra is what many men would like to be, a famous and gifted athlete. When Joe Garagiola talks of Yogi Berra's ability as a baseball player, it is with reverence and awe and with the understanding of one who has been there but has fallen short. Yet he speaks without envy, never that, for no man can be more pleased with another's success than Joe Garagiola is with the success of Yogi Berra. Because he's such a pleasant guy, Garagiola explains, not spoiled, not vain, just a basic, simple, humble man. There's a lot going on inside him. I just wish he could say it better, because he has so much to say. He could also say some other things about people who have hurt him, but he won't do it. He's such a decent guy, and let me tell you something else. Yogi is no dope. If he tells you something, he may not be able to explain it as well as somebody else, but you can go to the bank on it. Among so many other things he is, Yogi Berra is the world's greatest sports fan. He can tell you what's going on in any sport at any time. He can identify the best interior lineman in college football, and he can name the 6 best defensemen in the National Hockey League. Once, while I was still working in St. Louis, Garagiola remembers, I had to come to New York for something. So I called Yogi and asked him if we could get together for dinner. We met in the city, had dinner, then he said, "Hey, come with me. I'm going to the Garden. There's a college kid playing there I want to see." I went with him, and that night we saw Oscar Robertson set a Madison Square Garden scoring record. Oscar was only a sophomore, but Yogi knew all about him. His interest in sports is boundless, and so is his knowledge. One Saturday, we're doing the Yankees on the game of the week. Yogi is playing left field, and I notice him waving Mickey Mantle over from right center into straightaway center. I can't even remember who the hitter was, but after the game, I asked Yogi why he moved Mantle. Mickey doesn't know it, he said, but that guy never pulls the ball with 2 strikes on him. The guy is anything but dumb. Paul Richards once said he was the toughest hitter in baseball in the 8th and 9th innings when the game was on the bases. He has the greatest concentration of any man I've ever known. He's a super card player, great at gin rummy. He has the ability to shut out everything else and concentrate on what he's doing, which is what made him such a great hitter, especially in clutch situations. If he says he's going to play cards, bombs could be going off in that room, he'll still be concentrating on that card game. He was the same way as a hitter. If I were to make a composite of the perfect ball player, the one thing I would want from Yogi would be his thinking in the batter's box. You know the story about how his manager told him he had to think along with the pitcher when he was at bat? And Yogi began grumbling. How can you think and hit at the same time, he asked. He has a way of getting right to the core of the matter. He never thought himself into a slump. If you listen to him, he never was in a slump. Those were times he just wasn't hitting. But he never believed he was in a slump. He could make that distinction between not hitting and being in a slump. Another thing about him that made him so remarkable as a player, Garagiola continued, was his durability playing a position where it's almost impossible to avoid cuts or bruises or broken bones. Every catcher has to play hurt, but he played a lot of years for the Yankees during which he caught almost every game. One year he wasn't hitting well and people kept making excuses for him. The papers talked about an allergy on his hands. Allergy, hell, that was a case of nerves. And there wasn't anything wrong with him that year except that his mother was dying and he couldn't concentrate on playing baseball. That's the kind of guy he is. He'd do anything for you. He'd give you half of whatever he had. If he hit a double, he'd gladly give you a single. He's a man who's good to his family, a sensitive man, not a guy who's going to do lines for you. He's not a funny guy, and he shouldn't be depicted as a funny guy. Garagiola could remember only twice when Yogi got angry as a kid. Once was at Roosevelt High School field when some boys were ridiculing him, telling him he wasn't such a good hitter. He bet them $1 he could hit a ball on the hill behind the field. He hit one 9 miles and won his $1. The other time was when some kids came down and wrecked the baseball field we had made on Sublette Avenue. That was his pride and joy, and he was so mad that if he had caught those kids in the act, he would have torn them apart. The field was on an old clay mine right near where there is now a street called Berra's Court. With 2 old wrecked cars for dugouts, the Stags AC, Berra's team, had the neatest baseball diamond in town. The Stags were Berra's first team. He was 11 years old. As Yogi got older and grew bigger, his reputation as a hitter grew with him. He switched from the Stags to the Edmonds because they had uniforms, and then to the Stockham Post, an American Legion team that made the national semifinals 2 straight years. Berra and Garagiola took turns pitching and catching. And although the Stockham Post lost once in the semis to a team from Illinois and another time to the Sunsets of California with Nippy Jones and Gene Mock, the 2 kids from Elizabeth Avenue were earning a reputation in baseball in the St. Louis area. The local newspapers reported their progress through the American Legion tournament, and Jack McGuire's father was a St. Louis Cardinals scout, so the names Berra and Garagiola were not unknown to the Cardinals or the St. Louis Browns. Joey Garagiola had used his father's homemade wine to bribe the Cardinal clubhouse man into letting him into Cardinal tryout camps, and eventually Joe began hustling bats for $2 a session while getting in a workout. The Cardinals invited him to go to Springfield, Missouri to one of their minor league affiliates to work as a part-time groundskeeper and part-time batting practice catcher. The following year, the Works Progress Administration, an agency formed under President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal to provide work for needy persons, put on a month-long baseball clinic at Sherman Park in St. Louis, with major leaguers as instructors and scouts ever on the lookout for talent in attendance at every session. Players were divided into various teams, tournaments were held, and the scouts got a chance to look at the boys under game conditions. When the month was concluded, the Cardinals offered a professional contract to Garagiola. I asked for a $500 bonus and they agreed, Joe recalls. The reason I said $500 was that was the amount remaining on the mortgage of our house. In later years, I told my father if he had had a $10,000 mortgage, I would have been the first bonus baby in baseball history. Joey Garagiola was a happy young man. His boyhood dream had come true. He would go off to play professional baseball in Springfield in the 1942 season. But what about his pal Yogi Berra? While a scout named D. Walsh had talked to Cardinal General Manager Branch Rickey about Garagiola, Yogi Berra had Jack McGuire talking for him. The Cardinals were willing to give Yogi a contract as well, but there would be no bonus. The boy is too clumsy and too slow, Rickey said. He'll never make anything more than a AAA ball player at best. And I'm looking for boys who can go all the way to the big leagues. McGuire pleaded and Rickey relented. All right, he said, I'm willing to give him a $250 bonus, but that's all he's worth. Jack McGuire reported Rickey's offer to Berra and beseeched him to take the $250. Nothing doing, said Yogi, his pride hurt. I want the same as Joey got. It was no deal as far as the Cardinals were concerned, and Yogi Berra went back to work in the shoe factory, and his pal Joey went off to win fame and fortune with the Cardinals. He was hurt, and I didn't blame him, Garagiola said many years later. Yogi is super sensitive as it is, but he was 8 months older, and it hurt him that I got a contract and he didn't, especially since whenever we went to work out with the Cardinals, he kept popping the ball onto the screen in right field. He didn't look like the Spalding guy's model ball player, that's true, but he felt he deserved to get as much as I did. In his mind and in his heart, he knew he was the better ball player, and I knew it too. Nobody has ever satisfactorily explained why the Cardinals let Yogi Berra get away. Some say it was simply poor judgment, an honest mistake on the part of Branch Rickey, who rarely made mistakes when it came to judging talent. Others say Rickey knew he was leaving the Cardinals that year to take a similar post with the Brooklyn Dodgers, and he wanted Berra for his new club. His staunchest followers and disciples insist Mr. Rickey was too honorable a man to do a thing like that. That may be, says Joe Garagiola, but why do you think I was in Springfield the year before? The Cardinals stashed me there so that nobody would see me and get interested in me. They wanted to sign me as soon as I came of age. I don't know for sure, but I'd have to say, based on everything I know, based on all the evidence and how well Yogi did in those tryouts, that Mr. Rickey was trying to stash him for the Dodgers. Garagiola's theory seems to have a basis in fact. The following year, after Rickey moved to Brooklyn, the Dodgers wired Berra and invited him to leave immediately for their training camp at Bear Mountain, New York, and sign a bonus contract. No amount of money was specified, and Berra never found out if the Dodgers were going to pay him more than his pal Joey. It didn't matter. Brooklyn was too late. Yogi Berra had already made other plans. Chapter 2. Hero on the Hill. It probably was accidental, based solely on alphabetical order. And if it was an accident, it was a marvelous one. But if it was planned, it was a stroke of genius, and the perpetrator is to be commended. However it happened, when the 1946 Newark Bears of the International League went on the road, a rookie catcher from St. Louis named Lawrence Peter Berra was assigned to room with a rookie infielder from Seattle, Washington, named Robert Williams Brown. It would have been impossible to scrutinize the entire Yankee farm system, indeed even the whole of professional baseball, and find two individuals with such completely diverse interests. Both had nicknames. Berra was Yogi for reasons already explained. Brown was Doc for reasons that will soon become obvious. But that was where the similarity of the two roommates ended. The contrast between the two rookies was striking. Berra with his 8th grade education, Brown, a college graduate, spending the off-season studying medicine at Tulane University. He would enter the medical profession after a brief and moderately successful major league career. He would become a prominent cardiologist in Texas and would return to baseball in 1985 as president of the American League. Conversations between Berra and Brown must have been classic. Their evenings together must have been unique. One such evening, after an exhausting day at the ballpark and a leisurely dinner, they returned to their room to relax. Hotels did not have television in those days. Reading was the baseball player's only diversion, his only escape from the boredom of long, tedious road trips. And so Brown reached for one of his medical texts, while Berra dipped into his seemingly inexhaustible supply of the classics, Superman comics, perhaps, or Batman and Robin, or Mutt and Jeff. Time passed, each reading in silence. Finally, as the hour became late and sleep drew near, Bobby Brown closed his huge, thick text with a satisfied slam and an accompanying sigh. Moments later, Berra turned the last page of his book. "Boy," he said, "that was a good one. How did yours come out?" Yogi Berra's disappointment at not being signed by the Cardinals was short-lived, and his hurt pride was quickly mended. He had been working at the shoe factory just a few months when his big break came. A man named Johnny Schulte paid a call to the Berra home on Elizabeth Avenue. Schulte was the bullpen coach for the New York Yankees, who had just wiped out the Cardinals in the World Series. He lived in the St. Louis area, and he had been asked by the Yankee general manager George Weiss to look up this Berra kid and see what he's got. If you like what you see, sign him to a contract. Weiss, it seems, had gotten a tip on Berra in the form of a letter from Leo Brown, commander of the Stockton Post, Yogi's American Legion team. Brown had been an umpire in the Eastern League when Weiss ran the New Haven club there. "All the kid wants," Brown wrote, "is a $500 bonus. He'll take whatever salary you offer." Schulte had never seen Berra play, but he had heard enough about him and liked the way the kid handled himself in their short, casual workout. He offered Yogi a contract with the Yankees Norfolk club. "You'll get a $500 bonus and $90 a month," Schulte said. Likely Berra never heard a thing beyond the $500 bonus. That was the magic number. He agreed to sign. Now he was a Yankee and on a par with his pal Joey. It didn't take long for Yogi to realize life as a professional ballplayer was not all it was cracked up to be, at least not at that minor league level. His $500 bonus was payable if he remained with Norfolk for the entire year, and his salary after taxes came to $35 every 2 weeks. He could make twice as much at the shoe factory. He spent only $7 a week for a room in a boarding house, but invariably he had eaten himself broke by the middle of the second week. Once he went on a hunger strike, refusing to play until the Norfolk manager, Shaky Kane, went into his pocket and came up with enough money for Yogi to buy a couple of hamburgers and Cokes. Instead of sending money home, a letter from Norfolk to 5447 Elizabeth Avenue, St. Louis, was usually a plea for cash. Mama Berra, the soft-hearted one, sent the money so her boy could eat. She also sent along a warning: "Don't tell your papa or he'll make you come home." Mama Berra knew nothing about baseball, but she knew a lot about her boys. Instinctively, she realized this was her youngest son's heart. This was what he had to do. Yogi's 3 older brothers also knew, and they were eager for their kid brother to get the chance they never had. "They could have been better than me," Yogi had said, "but they had to go to work." His empty stomach couldn't stop Berra from attracting attention at Norfolk. Only 18 years old, he appeared in 111 games, batted a respectable .253, slugged 7 homers and drove in 56 runs, including an unbelievable 23 RBI in an incredible 2-game spree. Years later, when he was asked to explain how he was able to drive in 23 runs in just 2 games, Berra responded with the simplest and most logical of explanations. "Every time I came to bat, there were men on base," he said. But his success, like his disappointment, was short-lived, halted abruptly by something called World War II and a request from his government to help do something about ending that skirmish. Berra collected his $500 bonus, put it in the bank, then joined the Navy to see the world, at least some of it, but not under the most pleasant of circumstances. One of the more charming places he visited was Omaha Beach, as a rocket man on a 36-foot landing craft that took part in the D-Day invasion of Normandy. Returning from overseas, Berra finished his tour of duty in New London, Connecticut, doing the one thing he liked best: playing baseball for the Post team. In addition to playing games against other bases, the New London team occasionally competed against major league clubs. On one such occasion, Berra slammed 3 hits off Ace Adams of the New York Giants as the New York manager Mel Ott looked on with great interest. As soon as he could, Ott told his boss Horace Stoneham about the slugging sailor he had seen at New London. "He isn't much to look at," the Giant manager warned, "and he looks like he's doing everything wrong, but he can hit. He got a couple of hits off us on wild pitches." With his owner's approval, Ott paid a call on Larry McPhail, president of the Yankees, and made a proposition. "You had a kid catcher at Norfolk last year," Ott said. "Name is Berra. We're looking for a young catcher. We'll pay you $50,000 for his contract." "Berra," repeated McPhail, his own interest piqued by such a generous offer. "He's not for sale, not at any price." Ott tried to change McPhail's mind, but failed. Disappointed, he left the Yankees' office, and as soon as he was out of the room, McPhail called his chief scout, Paul Critchell. "Paul," McPhail said, "do we have a kid catcher named Berra?" "Yes," said Critchell. "He played at Norfolk last year. Pretty good hitter. He's in the Navy now. Write him a letter and tell him I'd like to see him whenever he gets the chance." The next time he got a weekend pass, Berra made the trip from New London to Yankee Stadium to see Larry McPhail. Johnny Schulte was waiting for Yogi, and he took the young sailor into the Yankee clubhouse to meet some of the players. The late Pete Sheehy, the droll clubhouse custodian who worked for the Yankees from Babe Ruth's day until his death in 1985, took one look at the squat, round-shouldered, burly, gnome-like kid in the sailor suit that seemed 2 sizes too large and exclaimed, "Who the hell is that?" Later, Schulte took Berra upstairs to the club's offices to meet Larry McPhail. They had a pleasant chat that proved to be rewarding and encouraging for the young catcher. "I like what I've heard about you," McPhail said, "and you had a good year at Norfolk. As soon as you're discharged, I'm going to send you to play for the Newark Bears." Berra was walking on air. Not only was Newark the top farm team in the Yankee organization, but the city of Newark was only about 35 miles away from Yankee Stadium. A good year there, and a fellow was almost certain to be noticed and brought up to the big team. By the time he was discharged and had caught up with the Newark Bear team in Rochester, New York, the 1946 International League season was almost a month old. The Bears had a set team and a good one. The Yankees were riding high. Their scouts had gathered the best baseball talent in the land, and with the war over, players were coming back, and there were more good players on the Newark team than there were on some major league rosters. It was going to be very difficult for a young catcher only 21 and with just 1 year of professional baseball behind him to crack the Newark lineup. Berra bided his time waiting for his chance, which came finally in the first game of a Sunday doubleheader. Manager George Selkirk sent him up as a pinch hitter, and Yogi delivered an important base hit. Selkirk rewarded him with a start in the second game, and Berra responded with 2 hits in 3 times at bat. From that day on, Berra was the Bears' regular catcher. There was still time to make an impression on the big brass, and Berra did just that. He appeared in 77 games, batted .314, hit 15 homers, drove in 59 runs, and was called up to the Yankees for the last week of the 1946 season. He managed to get in 7 games with the Yankees. In his first Major League game, he hit his first Major League home run off Jesse Flores of the Philadelphia Athletics. In his 7 games, he hit 2 homers, drove in 4 runs, and batted .364, then returned to the Hill content with his season and convinced that his time was near. Back on the Hill, Berra was still second fiddle to his buddy Joe Garagiola, who had starred for the Cardinals in the 1946 World Series, batting .316 in 5 games as the Cardinals beat the Boston Red Sox for the championship of baseball. Yogi was happy for his friend and confident that he too was on his way toward becoming a big league star. There would be a few bumpy roads along the way, however. He was a rookie in the Yankee spring training camp in 1947, and as a rookie, Berra would have to serve his apprenticeship not only on the field but in the dugout and the clubhouse. Because of his name and his unusual physique and looks, Berra soon became the brunt of jokes, not only from opponents, but from his teammates as well. His manager, Bucky Harris, referred to him as the Ape. Mike Reba, a Red Sox pitcher and no beauty contest winner himself, named Berra captain of his all-ugly team. Washington pitcher Ray Scarborough would mock Berra by first attracting his attention from across the field, then hanging with one hand from the top of the dugout and with his other hand scratching his stomach like a gorilla. Charlie Keller, Yogi's Yankee teammate, said he was having a picture taken of Berra and of himself side by side. "Then I'm going to take it home and tell my wife anytime she thinks I'm not so good looking, she should take a look at you." His Yankee teammates remember the time the team was scheduled to play the Dodgers a preseason exhibition game at Brooklyn's Ebbets Field, which was not the easiest place to find, especially for a rookie from out of town. Much to their surprise, Berra was waiting in the visitors' clubhouse when they arrived. I knew I was going to get lost, he explained, so I left an hour early. Berra took all the jokes in good-natured fashion. Besides, he was more concerned with making the team and somewhat frustrated that he was playing only about one game out of every two. The Yankees had more than their share of able catchers, and it was only injuries to Joe DiMaggio, Tommy Henrich, and Charlie Keller that depleted their outfield and opened up a spot for the rookie. Of the 83 games in which he appeared that year, Berra played right field in 24 of them, was used as a pinch hitter in 8, and caught only 51. He played mainly against right-handed pitchers, but still showed a potent bat, hitting for a .280 average, cracking 11 homers, and driving in 54 runs, which was pretty good for a part-time player. Having surpassed his buddy Joe Garagiola in all offensive categories, Berra became the new idol of the Hill. So much so that on the Yankees' last visit of the year to St. Louis, Yogi's friends and neighbors got together and gave him a night at Sportsman's Park. They collected a glittering assortment of gifts to present to their hero, including a new Nash sedan. On occasions such as this, it is customary for the recipient to say a few words of thanks to the people who put together such a night. Yogi Berra would have preferred hitting against fireballer Bob Feller without a batting helmet and with a pencil for a bat. Don't worry, said his pal Bobby Brown, there's nothing to it. I'll help you with your speech. I'll make it nice and short. True to his word, Brown wrote a nice little speech, only 22 words long, and Berra began the arduous task of trying to commit it to memory. He worked on it for weeks until he was sure he had it right. Nevertheless, he was frightened at the prospect of approaching that microphone in front of that large crowd. When the fateful time arrived, Berra approached the microphone with trepidation and with a voice hoarse and stammering with nervousness, delivered his memorable address. I'm a lucky guy and I'm happy to be with the Yankees. I want to thank everyone for making this night necessary. At first there was a silence from the crowd. Did they hear correctly? Then came a smattering of chuckles before it was drowned out by applause. They had heard right. Berra had inadvertently changed Bobby Brown's speech, substituting the word necessary for Brown's word possible. It was the first Berra-ism that ever came to the attention of the public, and Yogi would never live it down. Berra was more embarrassed, however, by what happened in his first World Series. Yogi was a rookie catcher, and the Dodgers were a running team, a daring team, with Jackie Robinson, Pee Wee Reese, Pete Reiser, and Al Gianfrido. Each of them could run. Each of them could steal a base, and they weren't afraid to gamble. In fact, they promised they would. In the newspaper stories leading up to the series, the Dodgers openly said they planned to run on the rookie catcher. It seemed the only way they could match the home run power of the Yankees, and they kept their promise. Robinson and Reese in particular seemed to be able to steal a base whenever they wanted to. Eventually, Bucky Harris had to bench his rookie catcher. Berra's deficiency behind the plate enabled the Dodgers to use their strongest weapon to its greatest advantage and to extend the powerful Yankees to the 7-game limit before falling. Worried about his throwing, Berra's hitting also suffered. He managed to get only 3 hits and 19 at-bats, a pitiful .158 average, although one of his hits was the first pinch-hit home run in World Series history in game number 3 at Ebbets Field. It was a humiliating experience for the young catcher, but Berra soothed his embarrassment with a World Series check for $5,830, more than he had earned for the entire season, and he went back to the Hill a hero, not a goat. One night, the newest celebrity on the Hill walked into a restaurant owned by Stan Musial and met the prettiest girl I had ever seen in my life. She was Carmen Short, a blonde waitress. I fell in love with her the first time I saw her, Yogi said. He eventually got up enough courage to ask Carmen Short for a date. Soon they were going together all the time, everywhere, all winter. Yogi took his girl to the movies, to basketball games, and on double dates with his best friend Joe Garagiola and his girl Audrey Ross. Carmen and Yogi saw each other almost every night until Yogi had to leave for spring training. And it was that absence that hurt most and made him decide that the first chance he got, he would ask Carmen to be his wife. They were engaged during the 1948 season, an announcement that was the social event of the year on the Hill. It even called for a radio interview by Harry Carey, who broadcast the Cardinal games. "What does your mother think about you marrying a girl who is an Italian?" Carey asked. She thinks it's all right. She likes Carm. What do the girls on the hill think of it? I don't know. Anyway, it don't matter. They had their chance. Chapter 3. Is he living now? Baseball players live a lonely life on the road and will do anything to fight the boredom and find amusement during the long hours away from home. The time between games hangs heavy. The time on trains in Yogi Berra's early days and on planes in more recent years seems interminable. On train rides or plane trips, restless athletes will choose their own device in an effort to pass the time. Some sleep, some read, many play cards, others do crossword puzzles, and still others rely on word games. Yogi Berra liked games, and among his favorites was 20 questions. The rules were simple. One player chose an object, and his opponent would guess what that object was. The guesser got one clue, that the object was animal, vegetable, or mineral. Then the guesser could ask 20 questions, answered only by a yes or no, with which to guess the object. During one game, Yogi Berra, the guesser, determined that the object animal was a person. Is he living, Yogi asked. Yes, replied his opponent. Is he living now? Love had come to Yogi Berra at the age of 23 and after only 1 year in the big leagues, and with it he seemed to blossom as a man and flourish as a ball player. He established himself as a truly outstanding hitter in the 1948 season, but he also proved that he was no better as a catcher in 1948 than he had been in the 1947 World Series. Emboldened by the success the Dodgers had enjoyed in running on Berra, American League teams followed a pattern that had been set. Yogi had trouble throwing and he had trouble catching, and with that all to worry about, his hitting fell off. On August 14th, he was batting .271, a respectable average, but not up to his potential. It was on that day that Yankee manager Bucky Harris decided to relieve the young man of Nick and Nash and his duties as a catcher in an effort to save him as a hitter. Yogi had split his time between catcher and right field, and it was obvious to Harris that the young slugger was more effective as a hitter when he didn't have to worry about catching. So on August 14th, Harris moved Berra to right field, and he was there to stay. It was uncanny. Relieved of the responsibility of catching, Berra was a hitting terror from that day on. He tore American League pitching apart, batting almost .400 for the final 6 weeks, and finishing with a season's average of .305, 14 homers, and 98 runs that day. The Yankees came fast at the end, but missed winning the American League pennant by 3 games. And Berra went home to the Hill to keep an important date. On January 26, 1949, Lawrence Peter Berra took the hand of Carmen Short in matrimony in a simple ceremony at St. Ambrose Church. For their honeymoon, the Berras motored to New Orleans, then stopped off in Daytona Beach, Florida, on their way to St. Petersburg, where the Yankees had set up spring training camp for the 1949 season. The new year brought surprises. The Yankees had dismissed Bucky Harris as manager and replaced him with Casey Stengel, part clown, part genius. Stengel was already 59 years old when he took over the reins of the Yankees. He had had 2 previous tries as a major league manager and had failed in both. In 9 seasons with the Brooklyn and Boston clubs in the National League, he could finish no higher than 5th in an 18 league. But for 5 seasons, he had managed with great success at Oakland in the Pacific Coast League, and he was the man the Yankees wanted to succeed Harris, despite great criticism from the New York press. With him, Stengel brought 2 coaches. One was pitching coach Jim Turner. The other was to have an important role in the history of baseball, the Yankees and Yogi Berra. He was Bill Dickey, considered by many to be the greatest catcher of all time. Officially, his job was that of hitting instructor. Unofficially, and perhaps more important, he was there to teach young Berra the rudiments as well as the nuances of catching. Stengel had decided he was going to sink or swim with Berra, who would be his catcher no matter what. Casey not only recognized the potential of the squat slugger, he placed a high premium on a catcher who could hit and was durable enough to absorb the little hurts that were inevitable in that job. Berra qualified on both counts. In later years, Stengel would articulate his theory about catchers when, as a septuagenarian manager of the brand new New York Mets, he explained why a catcher, Hobie Landreth, was the infant team's first selection in the expansion draft. You have to have a catcher, Stengel said sagely, because if you don't, you're likely to have a lot of passed balls. Berra was eager to give catching a try on a full-time basis and excited to have such an illustrious former player as Dickey for his mentor. Yogi worked harder than anybody else in camp, and when a sports writer asked him how he was coming along, he replied, "Great! Bill Dickey is learning me all his experience." Berra attempted to conceal his disappointment when the season opened in Washington and he was not in the starting lineup. But he pinch hit in the seventh, singled in the tying run, and was in the starting lineup the following day and most days thereafter. It can hardly be considered a coincidence that for 5 straight years beginning in 1949, the Yankees won 5 pennants and world championships, and that for 5 straight years beginning in 1949, Yogi Berra appeared at no other position for the Yankees but catcher. He caught 109 games in 1949, and then 148, 141, 140, 133, and he was perhaps the team's most valuable player over that span. His reputation was growing by leaps and bounds and by blunders and malaprops. It came to the attention of the late Jimmy Cannon, fertile-minded syndicated sports columnist who recognized Berra as a wonderful character to write about and jumped on the Berra bandwagon. One day recently, Cannon wrote, Joe Page was talking to Berra about Enos Slaughter, whose passion besides baseball is hunting. "He's tireless," Page said. "We were in the woods one time and Enos ducked in and out of the bushes so quick he got a cyst on his back." "What the hell kind of a bird is a cyst?" Berra asked. Berra wasn't quite so funny with a bat in his hands, particularly to opposing pitchers. And the improvement he was showing behind the bat was nothing short of incredible. The great Detroit left-hander Hal Newhouser indicated the esteem in which Berra was held when a sports writer discussing Berra said, "You shouldn't have any trouble with him, he's strictly a bad ball hitter." "Yeah," replied Newhouser, "but I defy anybody to throw him a good ball." It was impossible for a pitcher to accumulate a dossier on a Yankee catcher. He hit the pitch over his head as well as he hit the pitch over the plate. Casey Stengel loved Berra. For all his seeming bumbling and fumbling, Yogi was as astute a baseball man on the field as you could find. "My assistant manager," Stengel called him, only half in jest, because Casey would frequently rely on Berra's judgment when it came time to make a manager's most difficult decision, whether to leave a pitcher in the game or take him out. If Yogi said of a Yankee pitcher, "He ain't got nothing, Case," Stengel would usually bring in a new pitcher. If Yogi said, "He's still throwing good, Case," the pitcher was usually allowed to continue. "Mr. Berra," Stengel would say during one of his frequent marathon monologues directed at reporters, usually with Berra within earshot, "may not be the prettiest man in this here game, but I would have to say that he is one of the 3 outstanding catchers in the American League, because you've got Mickey Cochran and Bill Dickey, and in the National League you got Roy Campanella and Gabby Hartnett, which was also great, and I would have to say that's pretty good company for a young fella." Berra's baseball logic was simple yet sage, and generally accurate. Before the 1949 All-Star Game, the American League team held a meeting in its clubhouse to review strategy for pitching to the National League hitters. When the name Stan Musial came up, everybody in the room had a theory on how to stop the great Cardinal outfielder. After listening to the lively debate for some time, Berra had this to say: "You guys are trying to stop Musial in 15 minutes, and the National League ain't figured out a way to stop him in 15 years. For all his simplistic good nature, Berra had a streak of anger that he would unfurl on special occasions, sort of as a weapon to pull out when all else failed. Several Yankee pitchers felt the full fury of the Berra wrath, none more than right-hander Vic Raschi. Raschi pitched better when I got him mad," Yogi pointed out. "When he got off the beam, I would go out there and say, 'You're supposed to be a pitcher. You've been pitching for 15 years, and you can't even get the ball over.' And he would get mad at me. He would go right down to the other end of the dugout while I went back to my end. Then we'd make up, though." In 1949, Berra had a big year at bat with a .277 average, 20 home runs, and 91 runs batted in. He had an even bigger year in 1950, and many people thought he deserved to be voted the American League's most valuable player on the strength of his .322 average, 28 homers, and 124 runs batted in, which was 3rd in the league. But Yogi was not disappointed when the MVP award went to his buddy Phil Rizzuto, who out-hit Berra by only 2 points and scored 125 runs. With less impressive statistics, 294, 27 homers, and 88 RBI, Berra was named Most Valuable Player by the Baseball Writers Association of America in 1951. A very big year for Yogi. In fact, almost an unforgettable one. On July 12th, Berra caught his first no-hit game, pitched by Allie Reynolds against the Cleveland Indians. On September 28th of the same year, Reynolds held the Boston Red Sox hitless for 8 innings, then retired the first 2 batters in the 9th inning and faced the immortal Ted Williams for the final out of his second no-hitter. Reynolds overpowered Williams with a fastball and got him to loft a towering pop foul between first base and home. Yogi tore off his mask quickly and confidently and flung it a safe distance as he settled under the ball, with Reynolds standing alongside shouting encouragement. The ball popped in and out of the mitt and fell to the ground with a thud, and with a groan from the crowd as a sinking feeling settled in the pit of Berra's stomach. Yogi got a new ball and walked to the mound and placed it in Reynolds' glove, saying something to the pitcher as he did. Later, when he was asked what he said to Reynolds, Yogi replied, "I told him, hey, you stepped on my foot." Was it an omen? Was there a message in Yogi's goof of the easy pop? Would Williams line the next pitch for a single to right field to deprive Reynolds of his second no-hitter and make Berra a GOAT? It seemed inevitable, the only course for the fates to take. But as Berra imagined Williams lining his single and contemplated what form of suicide he would take, Williams hit another, almost identical pop fly between first and home. A sudden thought came to Berra's mind as he settled under the ball and prepared for the catch. What if I dropped this one too? But the mask was off and the glove was poised and the ball was coming down, right into the mitt. This time it didn't pop out, and Allie Reynolds had his second no-hitter of the season. In the years that followed, Berra became one of the most feared hitters in baseball. He followed his 1951 success with a .273 average, 30 homers, and 98 RBI in 1952. In 1953, he batted .296, slugged 27 homers, and drove 108 runs across the plate as the Yankees won an unprecedented 5th straight World Championship. During those 5 years, the funny kid from the Hill had produced 132 homers and 509 RBI. When the Yankees' string of successes was finally stopped in 1954, it was hardly Berra's fault. He had perhaps his greatest year, a .307 average, 22 homers, and 125 RBI, for which he received his second Most Valuable Player award. The Yankees won a remarkable 103 games that year, but still finished second, 8 games behind the Cleveland Indians, who won the staggering total of 111 games, an American League record. In 1955, the Yankees got back on the winning track, and Berra was named MVP for the 3rd time on the strength of his .272 average, 27 homers, and 108 RBI. For all his personal glory, it was a game in which he played a supporting role that provided Berra with his greatest thrill in baseball. All he did was crouch behind the plate and catch 97 pitches, but it made him part of the most extraordinary and most celebrated one-man performance in baseball history. The date was October 8, 1956, the 5th game of the World Series between the New York Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers. Don Larson, a much-traveled, less than spectacular Major League pitcher, was on the mound that day, and he pitched the first perfect game in World Series history. When it was over, when Dale Mitchell, a pinch hitter, was called out on strikes, it was Berra who was the most excited person in Yankee Stadium, more excited than Don Larson himself. Yogi leaped into the air, then dashed to the mound and hurled himself into Larson's arms, which made the pitcher utter a tender thought. "Damn, you're heavy," he said. Moments later, the Yankees dressing room was bedlam. Players were yelling at the tops of their voices, and sports writers from all over the country were jamming into the room hoping to talk to the pitching hero. Television cameras whirred and flash bulbs popped as Larson climbed on a bench in the middle of the room to tell it like it was. Those who couldn't get close to Larson settled for the manager's office, including one rookie reporter who asked Casey Stengel, "Is that the best game Larson's ever pitched?" Off in a secluded corner of the Yankee clubhouse, Don Larson's catcher, a lonely figure, sat in front of his locker, stripped to the waist and smoking a cigarette. One solitary reporter approached, and as he drew near, Yogi Berra looked up, and before the reporter could ask a question, Berra asked one. "What's new?" The 1956 season ended with the Yankees winning another World Championship. It had been another super year for Berra. 30 homers, 105 runs batted in, and a 298 average. The kid from the hill, a kid no more, was at the top of his game, the top of the world. He had done it all. 3 Most Valuable Player awards, 9 straight years a member of the American League All-Star team, 8 pennants, and 7 World Championships in 10 years. His salary was in the $70,000 range, and Carmen was expecting their 3rd child. Everything was beautiful for Lawrence Peter Berra, who had recently moved his family to a new home in Montclair, New Jersey, a big, gracious Tudor-style mansion in an exclusive community that must have seemed like it was 1,000 light years away from the hill. What a house, Berra told Jackie Farrell of the Yankees Public Relations Department. Nothing but rooms. Chapter 4, Jackie and the Malaprops. Yogi and Carmen Berra took a trip to Rome one year, and somebody arranged for them to have an audience with Pope John XXIII. When they returned home, Jackie Farrell asked Yogi about it. "I understand they had an audience with the Pope," Farrell said. "No," Yogi replied, "but I saw him." "Did you get to talk to him?" "I sure did. We had a nice little chat." "What did he say?" "You know, he must have read the papers a lot, because he said, 'Hello, Yogi.' And what did you say?" "I said, 'Hello, Pope.'" There are some who will tell you that the Yogi Berra image that the public knows, the joke-cracking, humorous Yogi Berra, was really created by a little giant of a man, 5 feet and 1 inch, 108 pounds after a full meal, and with a mammoth whip. His name was Jackie Farrell, and by way of introduction, he would tell you that he used to be a boxing writer in Jersey City. One day in the late 1930s, a fighter who went under the name of Marty O'Brien asked him for a favor. "My kid is a singer, Jackie," Marty O'Brien said. "I'd like you to manage him." "A singer?" Jackie shrieked. "What do I want with a singer?" "If your son was a boxer, I'd be interested. Crooners are a dime a dozen on Broadway." He was a skinny little kid from Hoboken, Jackie Farrell later recalled. "Maybe you've heard of him. His name is Frank Sinatra." A promising sports writing career came to a halt when Ed Barrow, general manager of the Yankees, asked Jackie Farrell if he would like to go to work for the ball club in its public relations department. Jackie jumped at the chance and later became director of the Speakers Bureau for the Yankees. It was there that Jackie and Yogi met. Barrow was one of the most popular Yankees in the decade of the 50s. He was in constant demand by groups who wanted him as a speaker at their functions. And since it was Jackie Farrell who arranged the speaking program for the Yankees, the two became fast friends. It was Farrell who first recognized Berra as a character, one who had a knack for attracting people and making friends, as well as a knack for saying the wrong thing at the right time. Berra hated to make speeches, and he would rely on the clever and capable Farrell to write little speeches for him. And if Jackie slipped in a few malaprops, tossed off a couple of jokes, and came back and spread them around members of the press, well, just file it under the heading of public relations. Most of the things he really said, insisted Jackie Farrell, looking him straight in the eye and not even cracking a smile. He just said funny things. He didn't mean them to be funny. They were unintentionally funny, but they came out funny. Like the one about the Pope. On the same trip, he went to the famed opera house at La Scala to see Costa. I asked him how he liked it. "Pretty good," he said. "Even the music was nice." And the one about the house, nothing but rooms. He really said that. He also said the house had beautiful landscaping outside. Once we were invited to an Italian-American dinner up in Schenectady. I picked him up at his house and we drove up the New York Thruway. We were driving and talking, and after a while he says, "Hey, where's this joint we're going?" "Schenectady," I said. We're driving along and there are signs saying Albany 100 miles, Albany 50 miles. Finally he says, "Hey, we're lost." "What do you mean we're lost?" I asked. "Well," he says, "we've been driving a couple of hours looking for Schenectady, and I ain't seen one sign that's got a town beginning with C." Farrell never did deny that others came along and put words and stories in Berra's mouth. His he vouched for, even the one about the Venetian blind. According to Farrell, Carmen Berra went to do some shopping and forgot to tell Yogi that a man was coming to fix a broken Venetian blind. Yogi went upstairs to take a nap. The doorbell rang and was answered by his oldest son, Larry. "Hey, Dad," shouted Larry, "the man is here for the Venetian blind." "Well, go in my pocket and give him a couple of bucks for the donation and get rid of him," Berra yelled back. "You didn't have to make things up for Yogi," Farrell said. "He just said that. I love the guy, I really do. He's the most lovable guy in the world." He has the greatest nature you can imagine, but he says the damnedest thing. Once I asked him what he does on the afternoon of a night game. I usually sleep for 2 hours, he said, from 1 o'clock to 4. Farrell once swore he heard Berra say the Orioles would miss the injured Gus Triandos because he's the main clog in their machine, and that he didn't mind it when he had to wear glasses, as long as I don't have to wear those contact lenses, and that it's not necessary to have expensive luggage because you only use it for travel. Eavesdropping helped Jackie Farrell add to his storehouse of Berra-isms. I heard him gabbing with another player in the clubhouse, and they were talking about insurance, Farrell recalled. Yogi had just taken out a big policy, and the other player said it was a waste of money. What the hell good will all that dough do you, he asked. Well, said Yogi, I'll get it when I die. And then, said Farrell, there was the time several Yankees were standing around a hotel lobby talking about anything that popped into their minds. Somehow the subject turned to good luck, and somebody asked Berra what he would do if he found $1 million in the street. I'd see if I could find the guy who lost it, Yogi replied, and if he was poor, I'd give it back to him. Chapter 5. Too many wrong mistakes. Baseball players are famous for their appetites, more gluttons than gourmets if the truth be known. But they are first to discover the best restaurants in town, at least the ones that offer the most food for the money. Moving a team into a new city means establishing a beachhead on the best restaurant in town as quickly as possible. When the Washington Senators became the Minnesota Twins in 1961, the race was on to see who could find the best restaurant in the city of Minneapolis. It didn't take long for the players to settle on an elegant establishment called simply Charlie's. No trip to Minneapolis that first season would be complete without a trip to Charlie's. And even in the second season, Yankee players looked forward to a visit to Minneapolis because it meant an evening at Charlie's. On a Saturday night after a matinee performance against the Twins, Yogi Berra returned to his room in the Radisson Hotel, showered and shaved and changed his clothes, then joined a group of his teammates assembling as was their custom in the hotel lobby. Where are you guys going? Berra addressed pitcher Whitey Ford. Out to dinner, Ford said. You coming? Where are you going to eat? Berra inquired. We thought we'd go to Charlie's, said Ford. Where else? Charlie's, Berra screeched. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. It has been said that the professional athlete has two deaths. The first comes when he dies as an athlete, when he can no longer perform the skills he once performed so easily and gracefully, and he must accept less of himself. Then he must make plans to adjust to another life, a life after his athletic life. Yogi Berra suffered a slow first death. He began to notice the signs in 1957. He was only 32, not old by any standard known to man except the standard of professional sports. He was still a productive athlete, still a feared hitter in the American League, but his credentials had slipped noticeably. He batted only .251, a drop of 47 points from the previous year. He hit 24 home runs, 6 fewer than the previous year, and he drove home only 82 runs off 23 from the year before. In each of the next 2 years, his batting average improved, but his run production declined. He was playing less and he was taking longer to come back from minor injuries, a sure sign that an athlete is fading. In the 1959 season, however, advancing age was less responsible for his failure to produce than the fact that Yogi was filled with concern for his mother, critically ill and sinking fast. Diabetes had dictated the removal of one leg, and now her eyesight was being taken away by the dread disease. One day in May, the Yankees were finishing up a series in Detroit. After a day off, they would move on to Kansas City for a series with the Athletics. Berra's mother was in a hospital near death, and Yogi asked Casey Stengel for permission to use the day off to leave the team and fly to see his mother. Stengel said it would be all right with him, and Berra made arrangements to take a noon flight. But he was awakened at 6 a.m. by the ringing of the telephone in his hotel room. The caller was a spokesman for St. John's Hospital in St. Louis, advising him to be on the very next plane available, or he might not see his mother alive. Yogi caught a 7 a.m. flight to St. Louis and was at the hospital by 11. His father was there, and his sister and brothers all gathered around his mother's deathbed. "Mom," he whispered, "it's me, Lordy. It's me, Mom, Lordy. I've come to see you." He thought he saw the old woman move and try to speak, but the words would not come. Then a priest came and gave her the last rites of the Roman Catholic Church, and within a few hours she was dead. Doctors said it was a miracle she lasted so long. They expected her to be gone hours before, but she lingered near death as if she knew her baby boy was coming to see her, and she didn't want to leave before he arrived. When she died, Mrs. Berra was clutching a rosary in her hands, and Yogi took it from her and put it in his pocket. He still carries it with him. She was only 64 years old, but she had suffered for 2 years, and Yogi knew there was mercy in her passing. Still, he wished she had lived just a few more months, long enough to see him honored with a day at Yankee Stadium. At the time, he was only the 6th Yankee so honored: Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Phil Rizzuto, Charlie Keller, and now Yogi Berra. There were 58 gifts presented to him and $9,800 in cash, which Yogi turned over to Columbia University for the purpose of establishing a Yogi Berra Scholarship Fund for deserving scholar athletes. By the 1960 season, Berra was little more than a part-time player, and most of that time was spent playing left field. He was 35 years old, and he had succumbed to another sign of advancing age by wearing eyeglasses in the field and at bat. It was time to step aside for youth, and a young man named Elston Howard had taken the #1 catching job away from Berra. Even at age 35, Berra had some big hits left in his potent bat. He played in only 120 games, but he batted .276, hit 15 homers, and drove home 62 runs as the Yankees won another pennant. But they lost the World Series in a wild and weird 7 games to the Pittsburgh Pirates. The final game was the one in which Bill Burton's ground ball to shortstop hit a pebble, bounced up, and hit Yankee shortstop Tony Kubek on the Adam's apple, preventing him from starting a game-ending double play. The Pirates tied the game and won it on Bill Mazeroski's sudden death home run of Ralph Terry. Later, when Berra was asked how the powerful Yankees could lose to a team such as the Pirates, Yogi had the answer. "We made too many wrong mistakes," he said. It was the last game Casey Stengel ever managed for the Yankees. When the 1961 season began, Stengel was in enforced retirement and replaced by Ralph Howard, who had been one of Stengel's coaches and whose entire Major League playing career had consisted of 158 games in 8 seasons, less than 20 games a season. Howard was just another of the promising young Yankee catchers who languished on the bench because Yogi Berra was catching almost every game for more than 15 years. The 1961 season was one of those unbelievable, once-in-a-lifetime years for the Yankees. Baseball underwent its first expansion in 60 years, with the American League going from 8 teams to 10. With expansion, the schedule increased from 154 games to 162, which was to be the cause of raging controversy. With the aid of the extra 8 games, and according to many, because of the dilution of talent caused by expansion, Roger Maris hit 61 home runs, breaking the most cherished of all baseball records, Babe Ruth's 60 home runs set in 1927. There were many who said Maris did not deserve the record because he had many more batting opportunities as a result of the extended schedule. Others said a record is a record, a season is a season, and Maris hit more home runs in a season than Babe Ruth, and the length of their respective seasons had no bearing on that fact. Attempting to solve the problem and satisfy both arguments, Baseball Commissioner Ford C. Frick said Maris's record would go into the record books with an asterisk to denote a 162-game schedule, and Babe Ruth's record would remain in the books as a for a 154-game schedule. Instead of settling the controversy, Frick's decision created greater argument. In addition to Maris, the Yankees had 5 other players who hit 20 or more home runs, including Mickey Mantle, who had slugged 54 and looked like he would be the one to surpass Ruth until an injury forced him to miss the last 9 games of the season. Bill Moose Skowron hit 28 homers, Elston Howard and John Blanchard each hit 21, and Yogi Berra, at the age of 36, slugged 22 out of the park. The Yankees won 109 games and finished 8 games ahead of the Detroit Tigers, and Whitey Ford won 25 games, pitching every 4th day for the first time in his career. Berra also drove in 61 runs. He was now pretty much a full-time outfielder, settling in left field because Maris had proved himself to be among the best right fielders in baseball once he joined the Yankees in 1960. Prior to the arrival of Maris, Berra had played both left field and right field. One day, a reporter in search of a story asked him which field he liked best. "Chicago," Yogi said. Berra was a better-than-average left fielder. He had an accurate, if not strong, throwing arm, and he was amazingly sure-handed. He would catch anything he got his glove on, but the years had slowed him to the point where he often let balls drop in front of him. In one game, the Yankees were beaten when Berra let a drive get past him in the 9th inning, allowing the tying and leading runs to score. It was a ball that had appeared catchable, and even Berra later admitted he should have tried to make the catch. "I just nonchalanted it," he explained. Berra was in left field in 4 of the 5 games in the 1961 World Series against the Cincinnati Reds. Late in one game in Yankee Stadium, with the shadows falling on left field, Berra came in hard for a sinking line drive, lost the ball momentarily, and it slammed off his glove, ricocheted, and broke his glasses. While 2 Cincinnati players whirled around the bases, shortstop Tony Kubek went out to run the ball down before going to the aid of his teammate. There was blood pouring from a cut on his hand, and there were tears of embarrassment and frustration welling in his eyes. Manager Houck came out and decided it was best to remove Berra from the game. He was not the first player to be victimized by the autumn shadows that fell in left field of Yankee Stadium during a World Series game played on an October afternoon. Norm Seaburn, a gifted hitter and adequate fielder, had been practically run out of New York because of the humiliation he suffered in Game 4 of the 1958 World Series when he lost 2 fly balls in the sun. He went on to a successful career with 4 other American League teams, finishing with a lifetime batting average of .272. But he would always be remembered for his goofs in the 1958 World Series at Yankee Stadium. Even a veteran player like Yogi Berra had his troubles with the sun, and as he walked off the field alongside manager Houck, Tony Kubek heard him explain, "It gets late early out there." The Yankees went on to win another World Championship, but it would be the last one that Berra would really enjoy. He had contributed a home run, 3 RBI, and a .273 average against the Reds. But the 1962 season was one of pain, not physical pain, but the emotional pain of knowing he had not produced as he had in the past. He would play in only 86 games, and his statistics would be the lowest in his 16 years with the Yankees, a .224 average, 10 homers, and 35 RBI. But he remained the same old lovable Yogi Berra, idolized and admired by fans, and respected and loved by his teammates. Because of his popularity, the Yankees decided to use Berra in a newspaper advertisement in conjunction with the Schraft restaurant chain, which had signed that year to sponsor Yankee games on radio and television. The first thing that hit you in the head was the smiling, unmistakable face of Yogi Berra gazing out at you. Then underneath were the words, Yogi's words, supposedly. On behalf of the Yankee organization, it is incumbent upon me to remark that the delicacies served in Schraft's restaurant are a culinary treat that will satiate even the most discriminating palate. Naturally, his teammates twitted Berra about his polysyllabic vocabulary. "You guys thought I couldn't speak a foreign language, huh?" he is said to have replied. As a teammate and a friend, Berra was a joy. His generosity and camaraderie is attested to by Tony Kubek. Carmen would often take the 3 boys and go to visit her parents on their farm outside of St. Louis, said the former Yankee shortstop turned NBC broadcaster. They usually went during the season because school was out, and that would leave Yogi all alone in that big house in Montclair. So he would invite some of us who were living in hotels or motels to come and stay with him at the house while Carmen and the boys were away. We had a great time. There was Madeline Maris, Bobby Richardson, and Joe DeMaestri, and myself. Yogi would drive us back and forth from the stadium, and we swam in his pool, and he would go out and stock the refrigerator with food. All the food was on him. He would cook us big steaks on his outdoor barbecue. We didn't even mind when he asked us to do a little work. They had just put the pool in, and there were all these rocks and boulders lying around, and we all pitched in and cleared them out of the way for him. It saved him $10 a day, he said, but we didn't mind. It was the least we could do. He was such a great host, and he was going out of his way to feed us and show us a good time. We thought it was very generous of him until a few years later when he admitted he had an ulterior motive. "The only reason I treated you," he said, "was because I was scared to stay in that big house all by myself." The end was at hand for Berra in the 1963 season. And in recognition of that fact, as well as in an attempt to reward him for all the great years he had given them, the Yankees made Yogi a player-coach. He was more coach than player, however, appearing in only 64 games and coming to bat only 147 times. He hit only 8 home runs and drove in 28 runs. But as if to make it one last hurrah, he batted a lusty .293, his highest average in 7 seasons. In the 1963 World Series, the Yankees played as if they were merely going through the motions. Later, hindsighters would say it was a sign that the Yankee dynasty was coming to an end. But that theory does an injustice to the Los Angeles Dodgers, particularly to the pitchers of the Los Angeles Dodgers. One look at the blazing fastball and the crackling curve of Sandy Koufax was enough to convince them they were overmatched. Is this trip necessary? Asked one Yankee when the team, down 2-0, journeyed all the way to Southern California for the next 2 games. Are you sure there aren't any Jewish holidays coming up? Asked another, thinking about having to face Koufax one more time. Don Drysdale and Johnny Padres were almost as formidable as Koufax, and the Yankees dropped 4 straight to the Dodgers. For Yogi Berra, it was a World Series of non-participation. The extent of his participation was 1 pinch hit appearance in game number 3, when he was sent up to hit for Jim Bouton with the Dodgers leading 1-0 in the 8th inning. Berra hit the ball hard against Drysdale, but lined it to the second baseman. It would not only be his only appearance in the 1963 World Series, it was to be his last appearance ever in a World Series. All through the 1963 season, Yogi Berra lived with a secret. In spring training that year, Ralph Houck had asked to have a private chat with him. Mr. Topping and Mr. Webb, said Houck, referring to the Yankees' millionaire owners, have asked me if I would be interested in moving up as general manager. Roy Haney wants to retire and they want me to take the job. I said I would. They asked me who I would want to replace me as manager, and I said I wanted you to manage the club next year. They said it was all right with them. How do you feel about it? Naturally, Berra was overjoyed. He realized his playing career was at an end, and he welcomed the opportunity to remain associated with the game he loved so much. He wanted to stay on in any capacity. To manage the Yankees, well, that was beyond his wildest dreams. His first step was to accept the job as coach for the 1963 season. It was a way to break him into the idea of managing, for Yogi to familiarize himself with his future job by sitting close to Houck and studying his moves, asking him questions. It was also a way of establishing Berra's managerial credentials with the press and the public. Berra kept Houck's promise to himself through the season, during which the Yankees won a 3rd straight American League championship under Houck and their 14th league title in Berra's 17 years with the club. When the World Series ended, Berra knew he had played his last game. When he retired as a player, he took with him a page full of records. The man who had suffered the humiliation of being removed from behind the plate as a rookie in the 1947 World Series had set a record for most home runs by a catcher, 313. He also hit 45 as an outfielder. For the most consecutive errorless games as a catcher, 148, and for accepting the most consecutive chances without an error, 950. He held World Series records for participation in the most series, 14, the most series games, 75, the most times on the winning side, 10, the most at-bats, 259, and the most hits, 71. It was the end of a truly remarkable career of a man who was deemed unworthy of a $500 bonus by one of the most astute minds in baseball history, yet went on to become one of the great catchers of all time. But while it was the end of one career, another career was just beginning. Chapter 6, the harmonica. One of the responsibilities of managing a Major League Baseball team is to deal with the press. It was a part of the job Yogi Berra liked least. In a one-to-one relationship, he was fine, very informative and interesting, especially if he knew the other person. But he was always ill at ease speaking to a group. It was particularly difficult for him to speak on radio or television. He would crawl into a shell of shyness, which masked his true personality. He was sensitive and ashamed of his lack of education and of his inability to express himself. He needn't have been. In baseball matters, he expressed himself simply but effectively, and in other matters, he displayed rare insight and an innate intelligence. On a visit to Chicago, Berra was asked to do a radio tape with a local sportscaster. Naturally, he agreed, since he realized that public relations is part of a manager's job, and because he is not the kind of man who can say no. The interview covered a wide range of baseball topics, and eventually the announcer asked Berra his opinion of Little League Baseball. "I think it's wonderful," Yogi exclaimed. "It keeps the kids out of the house." The press conference was called for 11:15 a.m. on Thursday, October 24, 1963, in the plush Crystal Room of New York Savoy Hilton Hotel. All was in readiness, the Klieg lights beaming and the tape recorders droning and the pencils poised on pads when Bob Fischel, Director of Public Relations for the Yankees, made the historic announcement. The Yankees are pleased to announce that for the 1964 season, the team's manager will be Yogi Berra. When an announcement of such local importance is made, it is usually followed by a brief moment of silence and immobility, as if those in the audience are waiting for the full import of the announcement to penetrate. Then suddenly there is a bustle of activity as reporters race to telephones to call their desks in an effort to get the story in the day's late editions. This was a surprise. Only in the Newark Star-Ledger had there been so much as a hint that Ralph Houk would be out and Yogi Berra would be in. Berra carried the secret with him for more than 7 months and never spilled a word. It was, said a startled Phil Rizzuto, one of Yogi's closest friends, the best kept secret I ever heard. The announcement over, the flurry of activity subsided. It was time for Berra to face the press to answer their probing questions. What will be your biggest problem next season, Yogi? If I can manage, he said. How have you prepared yourself for this job? You observe a lot by watching. Houk admitted it was his idea to give Berra the job. He had made the decision back in spring training when he knew Roy Hamey was planning to retire and Houk was asked to move up into the general manager's chair. It was then he had begun thinking about his successor. A lot of names started going through my mind, he said, and I always came back to Yogi. Berra had had other offers to manage. At least there were rumors of other offers, and Yogi had heard them all. People used to say I was going to Boston or to Baltimore to manage, he said. Maybe I was interested, I used to say, but I was just keeping doors from closing. In my heart, I didn't think I would leave the Yankees. 17 years to get used to a place. Besides, it's expensive to move. Houk thought about how it would be for a rookie manager with the great Yankee teams. He had been in that position himself and had survived. The man who hired Berra was naturally his biggest booster. He knows baseball. He knows the Yankee players. He's been well liked by the press. He's been well liked by the fans. Another quality that should rank high is that he's all baseball and all sports. Because of this, his successful businesses won't interfere with the job of managing where I've seen them interfere with other men. My problems were quite different from Yogi's because I started in the minors. I had to formulate my ball club, set up my spring training camp, cut the squad down, get to know the press. Here, that will not be a problem for Yogi. He pretty much knows who his personnel will be. We're not going to break up the Yankees. He already knows the press. His problems, as I see them, will be formulating his pitching plans, and it will be up to him to make decisions on young players, those who can be kept and those who will be better off playing in the minors. Yogi has been an outstanding catcher. He's made a specialty out of studying pitchers, and I'd say that gets him off as an expert in the most important angle of managing a team. A manager has to know when to change a pitcher, when to leave him in. This is a big thing for a manager, and Yogi's got a running start in this department. Houk remembered that when he offered the job to Berra, Yogi's first remark was, I wonder what Carmen will think. Talk to her, Houk suggested. Don't give me your answer now. They talk. It's wonderful, Carmen said. But what happens if we lose after all these years of winning? I told her I felt we got to take chances, Yogi said. That's what convinced her that I should try. His first press conference as manager of the Yankees ended and Yogi went to work. He spent the next few months going over rosters, checking statistics, looking at minor league prospects, discussing possible trades, and making an endless string of personal appearances. He agreed to do a radio interview with his good friend Joe Garagiola and promised to show up at the NBC building at 4 p.m. He arrived at 4:15 and was admonished for his tardiness by Garagiola. Gee, Joey, Berra argued, that's the earliest I've ever been late. On another occasion, he was honored by the Catholic Youth Organization as Sportsman of the Year at a black-tie dinner at the Waldorf Astoria. Among those in attendance was His Eminence Francis Cardinal Spellman, who met the guest of honor at a pre-dinner reception. Until then, the only Cardinals Berra had ever met were Stan Musial, Enos Slaughter, and his buddy Joe Garagiola. Congratulations on your wonderful life, His Eminence said in greeting. Then almost as an afterthought, he asked, how is your bowling alley doing? The Cardinal also congratulated Berra on his new job as Yankee manager and added, I also congratulate the Yankees on their choice. Asked if he had any advice for Berra, His Eminence replied, "What could I tell him?" Yogi posed for pictures accepting his award from Cardinal Spellman, and in an offhand gesture was caught by photographers with his finger pointing to his temple. "What is that, Yogi? A signal to slide?" His Eminence asked. Yogi laughed and said something about it being a balk. "A balk?" asked the Cardinal. "I didn't know a catcher could make a balk. I thought only pitchers balk." "Oh no, Your Eminence," Yogi pleaded. "Interference by the catcher is called a catcher's balk." Having dispensed with this little baseball lesson, Berra beamed down at his plaque, which read, "To Lawrence Berra for outstanding achievement in professional baseball while maintaining a high standard of exemplary conduct worthy of emulation by the youth of America." Almost immediately, Berra ran into problems as a manager. Before he even left for spring training, he lost the services of his pitching coach, Johnny Sain, who submitted his resignation. The reason cited was money. The Yankees refused to meet Sain's demands for an additional $2,500 per year and a 2-year contract. Behind the scenes, however, was the suspicion that Sain regarded Berra as a clown, unworthy of the job he was asked to fill, and Sain chose not to work for him. To fill the vacancy, Berra put in a call to an old friend in Lake Success, New York. "I had just returned home from a skiing trip in New Hampshire," said Whitey Ford. "The telephone was ringing as I opened the front door. Yogi asked me if I wanted to be his pitching coach in addition to pitching. I threw the phone to Joan, Mrs. Ford, and told her, 'Here, talk to Yogi while I get my wits about me.' Ford took the job and became the first pitcher/coach in baseball." Berra had his critics even before he made his first move as a manager. In a sense, it was not so much that they were critical of Berra, for they sympathized with him for the spot he was in, for the rap he was being asked to take. Bill Veeck, that old Yankee hater, expressed that point of view in his book, The Hustler's Handbook. Veeck wrote, "The decision to make Yogi Berra, of all people, the manager of the Yankees was admittedly one of the more moonstruck episodes in baseball. So moonstruck that nobody will ever be able to convince me that Yogi was ever anything more than a handy stopgap Houck latched onto in order to boost himself up in the front office." It was Veeck's thesis that Houck used Berra as his dupe, selling him to Dan Topping and Del Webb as the ideal choice for manager, which would clear the way for Houck's elevation to general manager. Veeck believed Berra was there to take the blame when the Yankees faltered, as Houck knew they would, and to be the scapegoat for their failure. By firing Berra, Houck would save himself. Veeck went on to say, "While he has no capacity for public relations, and even less interest in it, Ralph was also very well aware, if only from reading the papers, that he was no match for Casey Stengel of the Mets in the battle for newspaper space, which everybody had become concerned about. When the opportunity arose, Houck was there to suggest or to quickly agree that Berra was just the man to compete with Stengel. Actually, Houck couldn't have cared less who became manager, just so long as there was a logical reason for removing himself from the line of fire. Now pitting Yogi against Stengel was the worst mismatch in history. No boxing commission would have allowed it. Yogi is a completely manufactured product. He is a case study of this country's unlimited ability to gull himself and to be gulled. Yogi had become a figure of fun originally because with his corrugated face and squat body, he looked as if he should be funny, and because when he turned out to be a great ball player, in spite of his odd appearance, a natural feeling of warmth went out to him, as to the ugly duckling who makes it big in a world of swans. It pleased the public to think that this odd-looking little man with a great natural ability had a knack for mouthing humorous truths with the sort of primitive peasant wisdom we rather expect of our sports heroes. Besides, there was that marvelous nickname. You say Yogi at a banquet, and everybody automatically laughs, something Joe Garagiola discovered to his profit many years ago. Not that Yogi had ever been heard to say anything funny, but by then he didn't have to. Every time Yogi hiccuped, he was answered by gales of laughter. Boy, you said to yourself, nobody can hiccup as funny as that Yogi. Veeck depicted Berra as a lovable dupe and remembered playing cards with him in St. Louis when Veeck ran the Browns and Berra returned home each winter. He talked just about the way any guy would talk while he was involved in a friendly game of chance, like you or me or Adlai Stevenson. As a rookie manager, Berra made plenty of mistakes, but his baseball sense, his knowledge of the game, and his ability to judge pitchers stood him in good stead in the early going. There was nothing especially exciting or memorable about his first clubhouse meeting. He was talking to friends, and he kept his remarks brief as he always did. He never enjoyed making talks in front of a group and preferred to speak to players individually. Even then, he would grope for words. But with a veteran team, there was little that needed to be said anyway. It was true the Yankees were in a panic because they were losing ground to the upstart Mets in their battle for New York City. Playing in a temporary home, the old, dirty, dingy, and dilapidated Polo Grounds, the Mets drew 1,080,180 fans, with the worst team in baseball in 1963, their second year of existence. In that same year, with a pennant-winning team, the Yankees drew 1,308,920 at home. Now in 1964, the Mets were moving into a beautiful new home, Shea Stadium in Flushing, near the site of the World's Fair, surrounded by huge parking lots that would accommodate thousands of cars. The Yankees knew they were in danger of falling behind the young team in attendance, and that was part of the reason they chose Berra, hoping his reputation would help them in their fight with the Mets. On the night of Monday, June 15th, Berra and Stengel met in a showdown, the annual Mayor's Trophy game played between New York's two major league teams. After a terrible start, the Yankees had begun to play better and in fact entered the game with a winning streak. After dressing in the visitors' dressing room, the Yankees wandered out to the dugout. It was raining and the field was covered, canceling batting practice. Berra spotted Stengel across the field in the Mets dugout and ventured across to see his former manager, making the first move in deference to Stengel's age and experience. If I had lost the last 5 games instead of winning them, I would have waited for you to come and see me, Berra chided. You done all right, yes sir, Stengel said. How'd you get those fellas to start hitting? You tell them to copy you? You had a pretty good idea. It just wasn't one party. Most of them commenced coming in all at once. The rain was coming down harder, and Berra suggested the game be called off. Who's going to call it? Stengel asked. The mayor, I guess, Berra said. Can't call it, Stengel objected. They said you was going to catch tonight. Not that I know of, Berra said with a shrug. What if you played and you break a leg? Stengel went on. Then you got to go take pitches out on crutches. You never got nervous when you lost some games, huh, Yogi? You haven't tore up the clubhouse? Berra reached for a cigarette. Hey, I thought you quit smoking, somebody said. When you see the bases loaded and no outs and you don't score, then you start smoking again. Hey, Case, a photographer yelled. How about you and Yogi posing under an umbrella? I'm out of the umbrella business. I've had the umbrella thing done 100 times. Take Yogi's picture. He's on a winning streak. Where you been all day? The old man asked Berra. All the clubs were calling you. They wanted to trade with you, but they said they couldn't find you because you won 6 games. I want to make a deal with you to cinch it for you. Tom Sturdivant, a former teammate of Berra's, came by to say hello. Is he still throwing the knuckleball? Berra asked after Sturdivant left. You should throw him at us. We just got through beating Wilhelm twice. How you doing with Wilhelm? Stengel asked. Do you hit the first pitch on him? Yeah, Berra said. He never throws his hard knuckleball until he's ahead of you. I got a good shortstop now, Stengel said out of the blue, but he almost got his leg broke. Well, what do you think of our ballpark? If you come out here to run a football team, you'll have to watch. They move the stands here. They generally put you up there on the scoreboard in color, but I don't think they got your picture. I took one, Berra said. I even had to shave for it. They never did play the Mayor's Trophy game that night, the rain coming down harder and the game eventually being called off, postponing an historic event. Yogi Berra matching wits with the master, Casey Stengel. June was a big month for the Yankees. When May ended, they had a record of 21-17 and were in 5th place, 4.5 games behind Baltimore, and there were grave doubts about Berra's ability to manage. But in June, they rallied and won 21 out of 32 and jockeyed with the Orioles for first place. In July, they won 19 out of 29 and moved into first place by percentage points, and all around the American League, people threw up their hands in surrender. It was the same old story. The Yankees had let others have their run. Now they were beginning to play ball. They had surged into first place, and if history was repeated, they would win the pennant going away. But history didn't repeat. On August 7th, the Yankees were shut out by the Orioles and fell out of first place. They lost the next day, too. Then they beat the Orioles, but lost 3 straight and fell 3.5 games behind. They lost both ends of a day-night doubleheader to the White Sox, but Berra took the double dip in stride. He was in his dressing room, adjacent to the main part of the Yankee clubhouse where players sat in front of their lockers, mumbling curses under their breath, holding chins in their hands, just sitting there looking into space and feeling miserable. Berra had emerged from the shower, and dripping wet, he lathered his face, reached for his razor, and began to attack his tough beard. "Lousy razor," he mumbled, and as he turned away from the mirror to reach for a towel, there was a small trickle of blood dripping from a gash on his right cheek. "Look," he announced, "I cut my throat." He laughed, and somebody asked him why he didn't yell, why he didn't throw things, get angry, swear, shout, anything. "What do you want me to do, flip?" he asked softly. On his desk was a replica of a $1 bill, and in place of the picture of the father of our country was a picture of Yogi, the father of Larry, Tim, and Dad. Under the picture was the question, "What, me worry?" That was precisely Berra's attitude. Why worry? What good would it do? While others saw a pennant flying out the window, he remained calm and patient. At the time, it was taken as a sign that he had no answers for the problem. In future years, it would prove to be his style. "Will you have a meeting?" somebody asked. "What for?" he asked back. "They know they're lousy. They know they're not hitting. What good would it do to yell at them? There's still time. Didn't we go through the same thing in 1949? All we gotta do is start hitting." Berra put his hand in his pocket and fished out a white envelope. "I ate good today, and look, I even got paid. We'll snap out of it tomorrow." He was confident, or was it a pose? Around him there was growing doubt. Some of his players thought he was in over his head, that he could not control the players and he could not think with the other managers. They cited an example. As the second game was about to start on the night in question, Phil Linz was standing at shortstop. Suddenly, Tony Kubek dashed out and Linz returned to the bench. "I made a mistake," Berra admitted later. "I wanted to rest Tony and I put Phil's name on the lineup card that was taped to the dugout wall. By mistake, I put Kubek's name on the official card, the one that goes to the plate umpire. That meant that Tony was officially in the game. I didn't realize it until just before the game was about to start, and I had to start Tony or waste him for the game. It was a mistake. You know how it is. You get in the habit of putting a guy's name on the card. His players didn't know how it was. To them it was a grievous error, an indication that Yogi's head wasn't in the game, that he wasn't the man for the job. Most of them said the same thing. Hout never would have made such a mistake." Soon after the Yankees rallied, they won 4 of their next 5 games, and that took the heat off. But they were still 2.5 games behind Baltimore as they started a 4-game series in Chicago. It was to be a crucial 4 games. The Yankees lost the first game 2-1. They dropped the second game in 10 innings. They lost the third game and were shut out in the 4th game. Just like that, they were in 3rd place, 4.5 games behind the White Sox, with 43 games to play. The Yankees, everyone said, had it. Berra would never be able to bring them back. And then came the now famous harmonica incident. There have been many versions of what happened. Here's the official version, as recalled by Phil Linz, one of the principals in the piece. "We had just lost our 4th straight to Chicago and were feeling pretty bad. We got on the bus that was going to take us to the airport for a flight to Boston. There was a big crowd outside and we had to wait. I was sitting there in the back of the bus. I had a coat draped over the back of the seat. I had a harmonica and a learner's sheet that I had just bought that day. I began to play Mary Had a Little Lamb. Just then Yogi walked on the bus. 'Hey, Linz,' he said, 'take that harmonica and stuff it.' I didn't hear him, so I kept playing. Now he started toward me. 'Hey, Linz,' I said, 'take that harmonica and stuff it.' I flipped the harmonica to him and said, 'Do it yourself.' He caught it and threw it back at me, and it hit Joe Pepitone in the leg. First there was silence, and then all hell broke loose. Peppy is limping around and yelling that he's injured, and I jump on the back of the seat and began shouting. 'Why are you yelling at me? I give you 100% all the time. Why pick on me? Why not pick on some of those other guys who aren't hustling?' 'I don't know why I did it,' Lynn said later. 'I was uptight. I had been benched after I had a 10-game hitting streak, and I broke my neck for him whenever I played. I don't know. The harmonica was there, and I just did it. It was an hour after the game. I didn't think it was so terrible.' According to Tony Kubek, an eyewitness, the harmonica was lying on the floor, and Mantle picked it up. 'Well, gang,' Mickey said, 'that's it for our manager. From now on, I'm the manager. Here's the signal for a bunt. Toot. Here's the signal for a steal. Toot, toot.' By now, everybody in the bus was laughing, including Berra, and that was that. The incident was over as quickly as it started, until the papers had their fun with it the following day. In Boston the next day, Yogi called Linz into his office. "I'm sorry, Yogi," Phil said. "I shouldn't have done it. I was wrong. You know I always give 100%. "Okay," Yogi said, "but I gotta find you." "I know. It's gonna cost you $200. "That's fine with me, sure." And that was all there was to it, revealed Linz. It was over, forgotten, just like two friends having an argument and forgetting about it. I never had any problem with Yogi before or after that incident. He was always very nice to me. When I was a rookie, he used to take me out to dinner. He was a fantastic guy, but I guess he had his problems as a rookie manager and trying to manage guys he played with and the club going bad. He was under a lot of pressure. Later, when I joined the Mets and he was a coach, we often kidded about the incident, and we even posed for pictures with me playing a harmonica. There never have been any hard feelings. That's the kind of guy Yogi is. He did what he had to do and it was forgotten. The following winter, Lynn signed his contract for a healthy raise and a bonus of $200 for harmonica lessons, announced General Manager Ralph Houck. Chapter 7. Mr. Topping wants to see you. The bus was parked outside Yankee Stadium waiting to take the Yankees to the airport for the trip to St. Louis and the start of the 1964 World Series. Everything was ready, players and equipment all on the bus. Only Bob Fischel was missing. The dapper and energetic director of public relations for the Yankees had dashed into his office to try to dig up another World Series ticket for pitcher Jim Bouton. Finally, Fischel hopped aboard, slightly out of breath. He was carrying a manila envelope, which he handed to Bouton. "Boy, are you lucky," Fischel said. "This was the last one." "What?" exclaimed Yogi Berra. "You mean they're out of the manila envelopes already?" If the Yankees had continued their tailspin, if they had gone on to lose the pennant in Yogi Berra's rookie year as manager, the famed harmonica incident would have been proclaimed the turning point, the final straw that tore the team apart, divided it, and caused its downfall. Instead, the Yankees went on to win the pennant, and the harmonica incident became the rallying point, clearing the air, putting everything out in the open, relieving the tension, and permitting the Yankees to get down to the business at hand. If the incident had been truly divisive, however, the Yankees could not possibly have won. If it was a rallying point, they would have gone out the next day and begun their comeback. They didn't. Going from Chicago to Boston, the Yankees went from frying pan to flame. They lost the first two games of a 4-game series to the Red Sox. Some rallying point. That stretched their losing streak to 6 and left them 6 games out of first place with 41 games to play. Hardly an enviable, advantageous, or attacking position. And then suddenly, and for no apparent reason, everything changed. The whole season turned around. There was no one thing that did it. No rallying point, no clubhouse meeting, no change in personnel, no win one for the Gipper speech by Berra. It just happened as Berra kept saying it would. There were little things. A rookie right-hander named Mel Stottlemyre came up from Richmond to win 9 games down the stretch. Pedro Ramos was purchased from Cleveland on September 5th and became the ace of the Yankees bullpen, appearing in 13 games, saving 7, and winning 1 without losing the game. The Yankees didn't exactly take command all at once. They won 3 straight, then lost a pair. They won 4 in a row, then lost 2. Then they ripped off 5 straight victories and trailed Baltimore by only a game. And you could almost see the Orioles looking over their shoulders, listening for those same old familiar footsteps. Mickey Mantle spent much of the time on the injured list, but Roger Maris was moved to center field and carried the team through the last weeks. And around the American League, people knew it was just a matter of time before the Yankees would claim their rightful possession, the pennant. Johnny Pesky, manager of the Boston Red Sox, had said right along that the Yankees were the team to beat. In late August, when it looked like they would not make it, Pesky remained as persistent as Berra was optimistic. "I stick with my original choice," Pesky said. "With all the problems they've had, they're still in it. I keep expecting them to win 8 or 10 in a row and take over." It was a prophetic remark made on August 30th. 16 days later, the Yankees did indeed take over. They went on an 11-game winning streak. When the streak started, they were 1/2 game behind. When it ended, they were 4 in front with only 8 to play. Like champions, like the thoroughbreds they were, the Yankees had come through in the stretch, whipping and driving to win the race going away. They beat the Indians 2 straight and clinched the pennant on October 3rd, the next to last day of the season. Even the blasé Yankees, accustomed as they were to winning pennants, celebrated this pennant wildly. It was especially sweet because it was so unexpected. The champagne spilled all over the plush carpet in the Yankee clubhouse, and they tossed Berra in the shower, and somebody handed Phil Linz a harmonica, and he played something resembling Mary Had a Little Lamb, and it was music to Berra's ears. The World Series was anticlimactic. The Cardinals had won in the National League in a fight to the finish among 4 teams when the Phillies blew a 10-game lead in the final month. The series opened in St. Louis on October 7th with Ray Sadecki beating Whitey Ford 9-5 in a battle of veteran left-handers. Trailing 4-2, the Cardinals rallied for 4 runs in the 6th and went on to take the opener. The following day, rookie Mel Stottlemyre, who had saved the Yankees all year, saved them again. He hooked up in a pitching duel for 8 innings with St. Louis ace Bob Gibson. But Gibson, pitching on short rest after winning the next-to-last game of the season and saving the last game in relief, was removed for a pinch hitter in the 8th. With Gibson gone, the Yankees scored 4 runs in the 9th for an 8-3 victory, and the series was tied 1 game apiece when the 2 teams shifted to New York's Yankee Stadium. Game number 3 was the most thrilling of the series. Tied 1-1 in the 9th, the Cardinals removed starter Curt Simmons for a pinch hitter and brought in knuckleballer Barney Schultz, the Cards' ace relief pitcher, to pitch the last of the 9th. He made 1 pitch. Mickey Mantle drove it deep into the right field seats for the game-winning home run, a blast Mantle later called the greatest thrill I've ever had in baseball. The Cardinals evened the series by winning the 4th game, and a well-rested Gibson came back in Game 5 to set the Yankee power hitters on their ears, striking out 13 and winning a 5-2 decision that gave the Cardinals a 3-2 lead in the series. Now they needed to win 1 out of 2 at home to beat the Yankees and capture their first World Championship in 18 years. Yankee power exploded in Game 6. Mantle and Maris homered, a familiar occurrence, and Joe Pepitone blasted a grand slam in the 8th as the Yankees won 8-3. It all came down to 1 game, Stottlemyre versus Gibson. The Cardinals struck early on home runs by Lou Brock and Ken Boyer and raced to a 6-0 lead. Pitching with only 2 days rest, Gibson began to tire but held on to strike out 9 and register a 7-5 victory. The Yankees scored 2 in the 9th, but the rally fell short and the Cardinals were world champions. If he had had to go another inning, it is doubtful Gibson would have made it, and the Yankees might have won the championship. But it was no disgrace losing to Bob Gibson in the 7th game of the World Series, and Yogi Berra would take consolation in a great year. He had brought the Yankees back from oblivion. He had rallied them from 5th place from 6 games back in August. He had carried the Cardinals to the maximum 7 games and lost the championship of baseball by a mere 2 runs. It had been a most rewarding season, a fantastic season for a rookie manager, and Yogi Berra went home knowing he had done an outstanding job. The events that followed in the next few days are mysterious. They have been replayed and analyzed and placed under microscopic scrutiny. Experts and non-experts have expressed their theories, but only a few people know for certain exactly what happened, and they're not talking. What is known is that somewhere between St. Louis and New York, on an airplane carrying the Yankees home, Ralph Houck said to Yogi Berra, "Mr. Topping wants to see you in his office tomorrow morning at 10. Berra did not indicate he knew what Mr. Topping, the Yankee owner, wanted. He did not indicate he thought it strange that Mr. Topping wanted to see him so soon after the series, so early in the morning. Why couldn't it wait? Berra dismissed any further thoughts and said he would be there. The 1964 World Series ended on Thursday, October 15th. On Friday morning, October 16th, Yogi Berra awoke early and drove to the team's offices at 745 Fifth Avenue in New York to keep his date with Dan Topping. Later that day, the Yankees called a press conference. It seemed a routine thing. The press figured it was being assembled to hear that Yogi Berra had been rehired for 1965, maybe for 1966 and 1967, at a substantial pay raise. Instead, the Yankees announced that Yogi Berra would not be back as manager in 1965. It was stunning news. Coincidentally, half a continent away, in the office of the owner of the St. Louis Cardinals, Johnny Keane was telling Gussie Busch, the beer baron, that he would not accept a new contract to manage the world champion Cardinals. During the season when the Cardinals were going bad, Busch had humiliated Keane. Not only did he refuse to give Johnny a new contract or a vote of confidence, but he openly negotiated with Leo DeRocha to be the Cardinals manager in 1965. But Keane fooled everybody. He won the pennant and beat the Yankees in the World Series. He was a local hero, and Gussie Busch came crawling, contract in hand. Johnny Keane, a gentleman who had thought of studying for the priesthood as a youth, politely told Bush to stick the contract in his beer barrel. 4 days later, the Yankees held another press conference and announced that Johnny Keane would succeed Yogi Berra as their manager. Some say that Yogi told friends a week before the 7th game of the World Series that he had the feeling he would not be back as Yankee manager in 1965, despite winning the American League pennant. Whitey Ford is one of Berra's closest friends, and he was also Yogi's pitching coach. His opinion on the subject is something of value. Whitey recalls the plane ride home from St. Louis after the 7th game. I was sitting in the back and Yogi was sitting in the front. He came back and took a seat next to me. "Will you come back and coach again next year?" he asked me. I didn't like doing both jobs, but I couldn't say no to him, especially after we had won the pennant. I said I would. I'm not saying he would have told me if he thought he wasn't coming back the next year, but I doubt if he would have asked me to coach if he didn't think he'd be back. The decision to fire Berra had been made before the World Series. Ralph Houck made it clear that Yogi was not being faulted for losing the 7th game. Actually, the defeat saved the Yankees considerable embarrassment. It was bad enough to fire a pennant-winning manager. It would have been shocking to fire a man who had just won a world championship. According to Bill Beck, writing in the Hustler's Handbook, the decision to replace Berra was made before the 7th game. It was made in August. When the Yankees won the pennant, the most astonished person in the country was Ralph Houck. Houck had quit on his team. He decided in August that 1, the Yankees were going to lose, 2, that it was all Berra's fault, and 3, that Yogi would therefore have to go. When they fooled him and won, he went ahead with his plan just as if they hadn't. Ralph Houck's ability to adjust his thinking is so slight that he could not bring himself to admit that having been wrong in August, he might do well to draw up a new set of plans in October. Houck's decision to replace Berra, if Beck is correct, was not based solely on the standings. Although he obviously believed Berra incapable of coming through and winning the pennant, Beck's account continues. The players came to his office to cry that Yogi was a poor manager and notably lacking in the essential qualities of gentlemanly behavior and inspiring leadership as enunciated by the YMCA. It would seem far more probable that they departed with the distinct impression that they wouldn't have to put up with Yogi's crudities for another year since, as the season progressed, the players felt increasingly free to express their complaints to newspapermen. To be fair about it, though, I could be doing both Houck and the players an injustice. These were players who had become accustomed over a period of years to bringing their problems to Houck. Ralph himself is accustomed by background and by nature to listening to the troops and distrusting everyone else. It was natural enough, perhaps, that the players would influence him all out of proportion to their intent. It was perhaps inevitable that he would see massive indictment in what they only meant as mild complaint. After that has been said, however, it is still clear enough that it was hardly any service to Berra to permit the players to come around behind the manager's back and weep on his ready shoulder. According to Jim Boughton, one of Berra's players in that fateful summer of 1964, Beck is right about the players complaining to Houck. The biggest gripers were Elston Howard, Cleve Boyer, and surprisingly Tony Kubek, who also spoke for Bobby Richardson. Mantle and Ford kidded about Yogi, but I don't remember them ever complaining. It was beneath them, and I never heard of Houck kicking the whiners out of his office either. Yogi's problem was not himself but the players. Houck, the master psychologist, the smoke blower, was our pacifier, and when he was taken away, we reacted like babies. The players never respected Yogi. He was always good old Yogi, who was thought to be in over his head even as a coach. Kubek's story is slightly different. Tony says he didn't go to Houck. Houck came to him. It was on a cross-country airplane trip, Kubek recalls. We were going bad, and Houck decided to make the trip with us to see what was wrong. On the plane, he asked me about Yogi, and I told him. It wasn't exactly a gripe session, but I let him know how I felt as honestly as I could. I didn't think what I said was so terrible. Certainly nothing that would suggest I thought he should be replaced. As he looks back, Kubek realizes now that Berra was on a spot, being asked to manage men he had played with, socialized with, lived with. It was a difficult position for him, Tony emphasizes. He had been the butt of our jokes for so long, and then he was our leader. We respected him for his knowledge of the game, and he really didn't have any trouble with the older guys. But the young guys, well, we had a few free spirits, and I guess they ran all over the place. The older guys wouldn't do it to him. The new guys who met him for the first time in spring training probably came away with the idea that he wasn't too bright. That really isn't true. Yogi is a complex person who is very compassionate for the problems of others. The one thing I remember most about him as a manager is that he never panicked. At least he never showed panic. He'd just hang in there and say we'll get them the next day, just like he did with the Mets. Phil Linz was one of the younger guys in 1964, one of the free spirits Kubek talks about. But his only problem with Berra was the harmonica incident. As a manager, he had all the faith in the world, Linz recalls. He never gave up heart. We'd lose a few, and he'd always say, okay, you guys, we'll get them tomorrow. He had great faith. He might not have been articulate, but he knew baseball, and he always impressed you with his knowledge of the game. His opinion was valued even before he became manager. They would always consult him before they made a decision on keeping or cutting a rookie pitcher, and he wasn't often wrong in his judgment. The reason for Berra's dismissal? Houck wouldn't say, but there were enough innuendos. Yogi was being dismissed because he was considered incapable of handling men. There had been a rash of stories in the press, stories attributed to Bobby Richardson and Tony Kubek, among others, that Yogi could not handle the players. The afternoon Yogi was fired, Kubek remembers, my telephone rang. It was Carmen Berra. She said, Yogi would like to talk to you, but he can't. He feels bad. He's heard the stories about you saying he couldn't handle the players, and he wants to know if they are true. I told her I never said that. I told her about the talk I had with Houck on the plane, and that was the extent of it. She seemed satisfied, but I felt bad. The reason Yogi couldn't come to the phone, Carmen said, was that he was too broken up. Not about getting fired, about the idea that the players had said those things about him. She said he would feel much better when she told him what I said. It still didn't explain why Berra was fired. Perhaps it was because he had taken a veteran team, the same team that had won 3 straight American League pennants under Ralph Houck by 8, 5, and 10 games, and had barely won by a game. That was cutting it too close. They might have felt he was lucky to win and that his luck was about to run out. And maybe Bill Veeck was right. Maybe the decision to fire him was made in August when the Yankees were 6.5 games out of first place, and it looked like they would never catch up. Rumors abounded about secret deals made in August when it appeared certain the Yankees would be unable to turn their season around and win the pennant. One of the most popular theories was that Houck decided in August that Berra must go, and he dispatched emissaries to St. Louis to inquire if Cardinals manager Johnny Keane would be interested in coming to New York in 1965 to manage the Yankees. According to this theory, Keane, upset with the constant criticism, second-guessing, and backbiting in St. Louis, agreed to take the Yankees' job and the deal was set. To the embarrassment of all parties, Berra's Yankees and Keane's Cardinals turned their seasons around and wound up as rivals in the 1964 World Series. It could have been even more embarrassing for Houck and the Yankees. Berra's Yankees could have beaten Keane's Cardinals, and then, having made a commitment, Houck would have had to explain why he was firing the winning manager of the World Series and replacing him with the losing manager. It was not possible to evaluate Yogi Berra as a manager immediately after the 1964 season. He made mistakes, plenty of them, but he did some good things. He used Mel Stottlemyre and Pedro Ramos perfectly, and he disagreed with management over one young pitcher. The front office wanted to keep Tom Metcalf. Yogi insisted on keeping Pete Mickelson. Berra won out, and Mickelson won 7 big games in relief. Metcalf was never heard from again. But the true evaluation of Yogi Berra as a manager came later. He won a pennant with the Yankees in his first year as manager. In the next 5 years without Berra, the Yankees failed to finish higher than 5th. Chapter 8. If you can't imitate him, don't copy him. Old and obsolete Crosley Field in Cincinnati was not long for this world. Already plans were in the works to get the Reds a new modern ballpark, and progress was interfering with the grand old game. A new freeway, Interstate 75, had been built behind the left field fence in Crosley, causing havoc to hitters. The lights from the passing cars and the overhead lights illuminating the freeway shone in the eyes of hitters, practically blinding them and putting them in danger of being hit with a 90-mile-per-hour fastball. To remedy the situation, the Cincinnati management had a wooden barricade erected atop the left field wall. Its purpose was to block the light, but it also created a small problem. It meant a ball that hit the wooden barricade was a home run, but one that hit the concrete was in play. One night, Ron Swoboda came to bat for the Mets with the bases loaded and hit a tremendous smash to the left. It hit either the wooden barricade or the concrete wall and bounced back onto the field. Certain the ball hit the barricade for a home run, Swoboda broke into his home run trot. But the umpire ruled the ball hit the concrete wall and was in play. The Mets were livid with rage, and the most outraged of all was first base coach Yogi Berra. He argued so long and so loud he was eventually ejected from the game. Later, talking with reporters, Berra swore he was right and the umpire was wrong, that the ball had hit the wood barricade, not the concrete. His argument was as basic as his logic. Anybody who can't tell the difference between the sound of a ball hitting wood and a ball hitting concrete must be blind. The house lights were dim and the crowd of 1,500 had its attention turned to the stage where a spotlight caught a lone shadow. From somewhere off stage came a voice. "Here comes Yogi now." The solitary figure walked across the stage, pushing a wheelbarrow, and stopped in the center of the stage, in front of a microphone, and the spotlight stopped with him. He wore a clown's uniform, and there were dollar bills, stage money, spilling out of every pocket of his jaunty costume. The date was Sunday, January 31st, 1965, and this was the New York baseball writers' dinner and show, an annual ration of corn and ham placed on a harpoon by a group of frustrated actor-singers. The music started, and the clown on stage, played by Leonard Cobbett of the New York Times, began to mouth words that were coming from an off-stage microphone, sung in the operatic tenor voice of Arthur Rubin, an island of professionalism in a sea of amateurs. The tune was familiar. It was Vesti la Juba from Leon Cavallo's I Pagliacci. Be a clown, that's the role they expected. They wished I could be funny and smart like Casey, so attendance would improve. Ha! But I was a man and won a pennant. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Put on the shin guards, buckle on the protector. The Yankees discharged me, so back I go to play. They said I'm not the right kind of director. Laugh, good old Yogi, be nice, but go away. Be happy with some sort of phony title. Don't rock the boat, don't complain, don't be upset. Laugh, good old Yogi, though your heart may be broken. Laugh through the tears as you become a Met. The parody brought the house down, for as he finished, Coppet, Yogi, sprinkled play money all over the stage. Even Yogi Berra could be seen laughing, probably because it hurt too much to cry. When the Yankees fired him as manager and gave him some meaningless job with a title to match, Berra did what he would have done had he not been fired. He went to play golf. His semi-retirement lasted less than a month. In November 1964, the Mets signed him to a contract as a player/coach. It was an obvious public relations stunt. The Mets, new to New York and fighting for attention and attendance with an established ball team and a winner, did everything they could to attract attention, and they loaded up with ex-Yankees. George Weiss, former Yankee general manager, became the president of the Mets. Casey Stengel, after a one-year retirement, became their first manager at the age of 72. As a manager, his skills were questionable. As a public relations man for the Mets and baseball, he was without peer. Now the Mets were about to pull off perhaps their greatest coup in signing Berra, a favorite of fans who had been dismissed unjustly, most people thought, as manager of the Yankees. Yogi's fans were legion, and many of them followed him from the Yankees to the Mets. Whatever Berra's future role was with the Mets, what Yogi himself thought his role was going to be isn't known. But some assumed he believed he would eventually step in and manage the team when Stengel retired, if Stengel retired. Others had different ideas, including presumably the Mets and Bill Veeck. In his Hustler's Handbook, Veeck expresses his views. With the Mets, Yogi will be the space catcher that the Yankees hoped he would be for them, because while Yogi can't play the comic lead, he makes an excellent second banana. With Stengel there to bounce his jokes off him, Yogi will seem to be funny again, and don't think the old man doesn't know how to do it. Casey could give public relations lessons to BBD&O, and all the rest of the alphabet too. Casey's decade of unparalleled success with the Yankees seduced us all into forgetting where his real talents lie. Casey doesn't really care whether he wins or loses, just so long as the turnstiles keep moving. For Berra, it might be a foolish move. Unless he had a sudden and highly unlikely feeling of revulsion at the way he had permitted the Yankees to treat him, he would have been far better off staying right where he was. The Yankees, to put it baldly, were stuck with him. Yogi could have sat there for 10 or 15 years, drawing down an annual $35,000 or so for playing golf. Yogi apparently thought he had a chance to become the manager of the Mets after Stengel departs. His chances aren't that hot. He apparently thinks that with Weiss and Stengel around, he can draw on past associations and loyalties to take care of them. Unhappily for Yogi, Stengel and Weiss will both be gone very soon, and neither Grant nor Mrs. Payson nor Bing Devine owes Yogi Berra a thing. He was a public relations coup for them, nothing more. The public relations coup was to include Yogi Berra crouching behind the plate again, swinging a bat again. Put him out there, he couldn't hurt the Mets. Yogi gave it everything he had. He trimmed down, got in shape, and went through a torturous spring training. He actually got into 4 regular season games in 1965. Came to bat 9 times and lined 2 singles. He wouldn't have been the Mets' worst hitter had he played all year. But he was 40 years old and he had missed an entire season of active competition, and he just didn't have it anymore. Even the Mets, anxious to have the Berra name in their lineup, conceded that, and Yogi retired to become their first base coach and hitting instructor. As a hitting instructor, Berra provided some memorable moments. There was supposedly the time Ron Swoboda sought Yogi's advice. "I think if I stand up close to the plate, I'll be able to handle the outside pitch better," Swoboda said. "Nah, they'll jam you," Berra disagreed. "But Frank Robinson does it," Swoboda argued, "and they don't jam him. He gets out in front of the ball." "He's Frank Robinson and you're you," Berra protested. "That's his style of hitting. If you can't imitate him, don't copy him." Still, it was a memorable year, that 1965 season. The Mets finished last again with a 50-112 record, but they had fun. Stengel had his assistant manager, Yogi Berra, to kid around with once again and to add to his storehouse of Yogi Berra memories. And what a memory Casey Stengel had, which he articulated in his own inimitable fashion. "Yogi Berra worked for me a long time, and when he started, he had a wonderful career because he lived in St. Louis, which I was familiar with because I lived in Kansas City when I went to dental college, and he was living in Kerry Patch because all the Irish was there. Then in come the Italians like Graggiola and Berra, and they commenced making more money because they worked in the factory. And if it wasn't a factory, they kept busy and everybody worked and they brought the beer back in a bucket. Or what you call a pitcher that they filled because it was very hot in St. Louis like you wouldn't believe, next to hell. And the fellas was very tired in the factory, and finally they got started with the ball club, and most of the players like Howard lived there, and for 30, 40 years they played ball in 3 or 4 parks when the National League had it. Now Berra became very well known when the war started because Phil Rizzuto was in the Navy in Portsmouth, and immediately Berra went and joined. And this is when I wasn't there. He wanted to sign up with the Yankees and he came to see the business manager, and if you went there you had to go through 2 or 4 secretaries. But he had 4 or 5 things that he could do, which wasn't funny to me in my life with his antics. He was very nervous when he was there and young, and now he has raised 3 kids that are taller than he is, every one of them. When he had a way of walking around, like a bear, and they forgot that he could bat like Graggiola did. And you could look it up, that he went up there and he didn't care about signs. If you tell him to bunt and he swung and hit some of them home runs, and you can't catch home runs. McDougal and Simmons, everybody thought, had peculiar stances. If you were a first-year player in life, they'd say, "How could you stand like that?" But I always thought he was graceful because a few of them made good like Berra, was a very good hitter, and I thought he had a good year after he talked to people all over the country. They wanted to know, some of them, why you didn't get with Mr. Rickey. And they didn't give you that big bonus because he wanted to go back to Kerry Patch and say he got more than Graggiola, or at least as much. In the World Series, they put him in right field, and when he was in right field, he used to have the best alibi guy, which was DiMaggio, and he would say, "Isn't that so, Joe?" If he went to a banquet that he led the league in 3 or 4 departments, he commenced partying because some of the owners were there, and they took in outstanding people or an actor or singer, not like New York, which takes only baseball people. And they called on him to talk, but how are you going to interview him about hitting the ball sideways on the golf course? Now in time, he got up to speak, and Braven Dyer said, if you want to make that man talk, you got to ask him questions, like how in the world did you sign so fast? They thought you should hold out like Babe Herman used to say. If you hold out, they automatically pay you $1,000 to sign. But he signed at a banquet in New York because he thought he was the maitre d'. He used to always be around Topping and Weiss until they said, "Why don't you come into the office?" And he said, "I do, but you're never around." and leading in 3 or 4 things. How in the world can you sign the contract so soon? And why wouldn't you hold out? And he hemmed and hawed, and he said, well, you know, Del Webb was sitting there listening. And he said, to tell you the truth, I figured it out, and I asked for $10,000, and they gave me $10,000 more than that. After that, he talked about him with Brownie, who did wonderful in life, and he even studied in spring training, and now he's a big doctor with all them big doctors, and he's done wonderful, and everybody talked about the funnies, because they used to say if you owned the paper and you didn't use the funnies, you couldn't sell the papers. But it's not like that anymore, and very seldom did you ever see Mr. Barrett in a fight. And with our pitchers, they said he couldn't catch and handle pitches, and if you count them, they have a lot of catches with that there club. Let's see, Sheffing, Walker, Pignatano, and himself. All catches if you look it up. And which one is right on how they catch? I think the greatest coach was Dickey, and he was wonderful against Cochran and men who were real outstanding catches if you own them. One year he had stopped hitting, not stopped, but he had bad luck, and he couldn't lead the league in home runs except he pulled the ball too much. They slowed up on him, and I'd jump out and I'd say, oh, it's a foul, but it will be a home run. And he had a beautiful brilliance with writers about why he hit bad balls for home runs, and you better not throw the ball over the plate to him. Yeah, I said, I'd like to see him throw the ball over the plate too. He'd do pretty good. I always thought he worked good with young pitchers. That's why he could beat that Cleveland club 18 times without ever losing a game if you look it up. Now when you talk about Ford, he was the best pitcher we ever had for a left-hander. And they used to say he didn't think good, and I said, but he hits good, and he rearranged the Dodgers. And they were scared to death that he would hit to left field, and they made a great catch, and there went Mr. Stengel. When he was managing, I've heard about on the bench all the arguing. The umpire did this and the umpire did that. He'd say, and he'd go like this with that, and one thing, he was generally right. When Reynolds pitched a no-hit game, and he must be pitching pretty good when Williams hits a pop fly, and even if he got his toe stepped on, who would have thought he would do it again, which only proves that baseball must be honest, because who would do it again except a guy who hits 110, and him one of the greatest hitters of all time, if you look it up, and Del Webb with all his troubles because the marketing's so good, and he said when he went and faced the great man above, he hoped he got a second chance like that. Well, now he was always a pleasant fellow, and he would never snitch on a ball player, even when they got into some trouble in New York in a nightclub. That they had made a date 30 days ahead because it was an off day, and they was taking him out because it was Martin's birthday. Now it came up rain and we had to play, but they still filled that engagement. I said, you was with them, and he said, no, I went home early. See, he never snitched on anybody. He led a very good life off the field. I mean, he liked a lot of people, but he liked sports. You know, he thought they were really playing hard, those women playing hockey, can you believe it? He had good instruction from Dickey, and he got better. He's an awkward man, but he's fast. When he beat them in Brooklyn, and they had all those good managers like Dresden and DeRocha, he's the one who went out and got the ball, and they called him out. But he could go out and get that bump. Another thing he did when he was playing, he never showed he was going crazy on the field. You never saw him tearing up a uniform, did you? But to tell you the truth, he talked to them players. I heard him this fall. He had a line of bull this fall, but they caught him. He did a good job in certain ways. They missed 1 or 2 pitches, and I thought the shortstop was great for him when he played. And another thing, he reported to the ball club on time. He wasn't a good base stealer, but he was a fair base runner. But I don't want to tell you too much about him, because then you'll have 5,000 pages. Chapter 9, Mr. Lucky. Those who can do, those who can't teach. It's an old axiom, especially true in professional sports. The best teachers, managers, coaches are often men who are not much more than average players themselves. The great players and superstars are often failures as teachers. Their ability comes naturally, and they have little patience with those who do not have comparable ability. They can't explain how they threw that curveball or hit the fastball. They just did it naturally. When a young player asked the great Stan Musial how to hit the slider, Musial's reply was to climb into the batting cage, ask the pitcher to throw a slider, and say, like this, wham! Yogi Berra was much the same. He could hit the curveball, get out in front of the fastball, and wait on the knuckleball. But he could not transmit that skill to others with less natural talent. As a coach for the Mets, it was Berra's job to work with the hitters, to help them solve their problems, help them improve. One such hitter with a problem was Ken Boswell, a young left-handed hitting second baseman known for his good hitting stroke. Hey yo, said Boswell, I can't seem to break this slump. What's the matter, Berra asked. I'm in a rut, said Boswell. I can't break myself of this habit. I keep swinging up at the ball. Yogi contemplated the problem for a moment. Finally, he had a solution. Well, he said with impeccable logic, swing down. Nobody knew how much Yogi Berra wanted to get another opportunity to manage a baseball team. He kept it all within him and went along doing his job while the Mets repeatedly passed him up when it came time to find a new manager. When Casey Stengel broke his hip in a fall at West Point late in the 1965 season, it was Les Westrom, not Berra, the old man suggested, as his temporary replacement. And when Stengel finally retired at the start of the 1966 season, it was Westrom, not Berra, who was selected to be his successor as manager of the Mets. When Westrom was fired on September 21, 1967, Berra was passed over once again, and Salty Parker, another coach, was chosen to finish out the season. Yogi presumably was among those under consideration to be named manager in 1968, but once again he was bypassed, and Gil Hodges became the team's manager for the new season. Through it all, through the triple bypass, Berra said nothing. Why would he, some people asked? He has the best job in the world. While it was true that Berra had a perfect job, an estimated $35,000 per year, probably for life, just to be a first base coach, how could they know of Yogi's secret desire to manage again when he never spoke of it? In retrospect, Berra was probably lucky not to be tagged to succeed Stengel. Westrom did and was fired. He was lucky too not to be asked to fill in when Westrom was fired. Parker did and he too was fired. But then, Yogi was always lucky. Berra proved that repeatedly in business and in sports. He got into the bowling business before the boom and got out before the crash. He bought stock in a buyer's market and sold in a seller's market. He led his name to the Yoo chocolate drink firm and wound up as a vice president of the company. As a Yankee player once said, if God had to make somebody who looked like Yogi, the least he could do was make him lucky. Not only is he lucky, points out Whitey Ford, he's never wrong. Yogi proved that too. If there was some question among the Yankees as to how a certain hitter should be pitched, they consulted Yogi. If Yankee players argued over a play that occurred weeks, months, even years before, Yogi settled the argument. Picking the winner of Sunday's football game, Yogi had it. Movie trivia, baseball trivia, Yogi. In March 1971, when Muhammad Ali met Joe Frazier in New York's Madison Square Garden in what was billed as Super Fight 1, a battle of unbeaten fighters, both claiming the heavyweight championship of the world, the New York Daily News conducted a poll of celebrities asking them to predict the outcome of the fight. In all, 100 celebrities were polled, from Frank Sinatra to Tiny Tim, from Rod McEwen to Jacqueline Suzanne, from Dr. Michael DeBakey to Mae West, from Senator Hubert Humphrey to Jackie Gleason, and a group that could have represented a who's who in sports. If they cared to, the celebrities were permitted to embellish their selections and give details about what they thought would happen in the fight. The final tabulation could not have been closer. Joe Frazier was chosen to win by 46 people, Muhammad Ali by 45, with 9 voters unable to decide on a winner. Most of them predicted a knockout by one fighter or the other. Many had Ali winning by a decision. But only one person predicted that Frazier would win by a decision, obviously the least likely result. Frazier by a decision, said Yogi Berra. Clay laid off too long. On March 8, 1971, Joe Frazier scored a 15-round decision over Muhammad Ali to win undisputed possession of the heavyweight championship of the world. Yogi Berra was right again. The players always felt that having Yogi around was like having a good luck charm, said Jim Bouton. Once we were on a plane that was bouncing through a thunderstorm. Lightning was dancing off the wings. Everyone was afraid, of course, but it was nothing like the chill we all felt when some wise guy remembered that Yogi had stayed back a few hours and taken a later flight. He said we could all see the picture of Yogi the next day with a sad look on his face as he was reading a newspaper headline that read, Yankee team killed in plane crash. Berra lives, catches later flight. Former Mets coach Joe Pigantano says good things are always happening to Berra. One incident he remembers happened in St. Petersburg one spring training. There was a laundry out on St. Pete Beach, Pigantano says, that offered one-day service. So the Mets coaches would drop off their laundry in the morning on their way to the ballpark and pick it up when they returned. We go in to pick up the laundry, Joe says. There are 4 of us, me, Yogi, Rube Walker, and Gil Hodges. Gil gives the girl his ticket, gets his laundry, and pays his bill. Rube does the same, and so do I. Now it's Yogi's turn. He gives the girl his ticket, gets his laundry, and hands her some money. As he does, she rings the cash register, and a star comes up. "There's no charge for you, sir," she says. "Every 1,000th customer gets his laundry free." That's what the star means. The three of us looked at each other. We weren't really surprised. That kind of thing could only happen to Yogi. Several years ago, Bera and his three sons were asked to do a television commercial for an underwear company. It was a profitable venture, but it was almost a costly one. One of the boys, Tim, was playing college football. Another, Dale, was playing high school football. There was some question whether the commercial jeopardized their amateur standing. An investigation proved that Yogi was the only one of the four Beras to get paid, and the boys' amateur standing was preserved. "Hell," said Whitey Ford, "I could have told him Yogi got all the money. He always does." Chapter 10, A Second Shot. It was an off day on the road, one of those rare occasions in the life of a professional athlete, a day to do whatever it is that turns you on. For the Met coaches, the thing on this day was going to be deep sea fishing because Yogi Berra had a friend. Yogi Berra always has a friend. This friend invited Yogi, who in turn invited the other coaches, Joe Pignatano, Eddie Yost, and Rube Walker. "Nothing doing," drawled Albert Bluford Walker of the Lenoir, North Carolina Walkers. "Me and those boats don't exactly hit it off too good." "You mean you get seasick?" Berra asked. "Do I ever?" Walker replied. "On water?" It was one of those few memorable days in one's lifetime that can never be forgotten. For as long as you lived, you would remember exactly where you were when you first heard the sad news about Gil Hodges. Yogi Berra was visiting friends in Miami Beach when he heard about Gil Hodges. It was April 2nd, 1972, Easter Sunday. The night before, the baseball players of the major leagues had struck. The start of the season was in jeopardy. All remaining exhibition games would be canceled. The Mets made plans to return to New York on Monday, April 3rd. That made Sunday a completely free day for managers and coaches. Berra and Carmen took the opportunity to see friends in Miami Beach. Had he not gone visiting, Yogi no doubt would have been right there with Gil and the others playing golf. Gil Hodges, so big, so strong, so seemingly indestructible, was struck down by a heart attack. It was his second attack, and it was fatal. He had recovered remarkably from the first heart seizure 2 years earlier. Under doctor's orders, he had lost a considerable amount of weight, and his new figure was streamlined, trim but hard, and he had done a lot of walking. Golf was ideal. It provided the walking exercise the doctor prescribed. Besides, it was fun and satisfied the competitive drive that was within him. Accordingly, when the game with the Braves was canceled by the strike, it gave Gil and his coaches, Joe Pignatano, Eddie Yost, and Rube Walker, a day of golf. They shot 18 holes, and because it was still daylight when they finished, they shot another 9. They finished up, had a beer, and prepared to return to their rooms adjacent to the golf course to shower and dress for dinner. The four of them had agreed to meet later that evening. The 9th green and the lobby of the Ramada Inn in West Palm Beach are separated by a sidewalk, perhaps 100 feet long. Gil Hodges was on the sidewalk, walking to the hotel lobby. He had just said something to Pignatano. "What time are we meeting for dinner? 7:30? The words had no sooner left his lips when he toppled over backwards. Fell like he was shot, Pignatano remembered, and his head struck the concrete. Gil Hodges never felt the blow. He was dead by the time his head hit the concrete, dead from a coronary. Yogi Berra heard the news later that night by way of a telephone call from Bob Sheffing, general manager of the Mets. Sheffing asked Yogi to meet with him and M. Donald Grant, chairman of the board of the Mets, in West Palm Beach the following day. The season was scheduled to open in 4 days. Because of the strike, it would actually open 13 days later. There wasn't time to go looking for a new manager, and Yogi Berra was the only Met coach with managerial experience. Sheffing and Grant offered him a 2-year contract. "I'm going to take it," Berra told Carmen. "What do you want it for?" she asked. "You've got a good job." "I thought about it," Berra said later. "It was home. It would be different if it was another town." At first, even Joe Garagiola thought his childhood pal would be a fool to take the job. "Why take it?" Garagiola asked. "You've got the best job in baseball. Managers come and go, but you could be a coach forever." His strong arguments, Garagiola soon realized, were falling on deaf ears. Somehow, Yogi was able to convey to his friend what was deepest in his heart, that despite the insecurity, the anxieties, the problems, the sleepless nights, the criticism, despite the roller coaster ups and downs, he had to take this job. He wanted to manage again, and he might never get another opportunity. When the Yankees fired him, Garagiola recalled, he was very bitter and also very hurt. Now I realized he wanted to prove something. He wanted to prove he could manage. So I told Carmen, we have no right to ask him not to take this job, to deprive him of this chance. He's got to find out if he can manage. 4 days after the death of Gil Hodges, Yogi Berra was named manager of the Mets. I don't like the way the job came, Yogi said later, but I want to prove I can manage. If Gil Hodges had been able to handpick his successor, it is very likely he would have chosen Berra. The two men were friendly enough, had respect for each other's ability as players and knowledge of the game, and they worked well together. But with Hodges around, there was never any doubt who was boss. They weren't close friends, more like business associates. Gil was the boss, and Yogi was a guy punching a time clock. Berra was there when Hodges came to the Mets in 1968. The other three coaches were Gil's own. He brought Rube Walker, Joe Pignatano, and Eddie Yost with him from Washington. Berra was there, a fixture with the Mets. Whoever came along for years would inherit him. He had more security than any manager. He could have survived any administration, any purge. But now Berra was the manager, and the contrast between the two men, Hodges and Berra, was stark and startling. Where Hodges was quiet and aloof, Berra was affable and outgoing. Where Hodges gave the impression of austerity and cold efficiency, Berra seemed bumbling and uncertain. Where Hodges was confident and direct, Berra often groped for words when talking with players and press. It was simply a matter of style. They couldn't have been more different, yet Berra admitted he took something of Hodges with him into his new job. I think Gil was very patient, he said, indicating he would attempt to emulate Hodges' patience. He gave each guy a square shot. He believed once you take your 25 with you, that's your best 25 men, and they have to do it for you. As different as their styles were, that's how different was their acceptance by the players they managed. Comparisons were inevitable, and some players couldn't help thinking when a move of Berra's backfired that Hodges would have done it another way. Was it to be the Yankees and Ralph Houk all over again? Actually, to many of his players, Berra benefited by being compared to Hodges. He presented a pleasant alternative to the man of steel. Not everybody believed Gil's way was the only way or even the best way. Some people found his aloofness irritating and his stolidness discomforting. These men were more at ease with Berra. On the other hand, there were some who were turned off by Yogi, found him to be a buffoon because of incidents such as the one that happened one night in Shea Stadium. Tom Seaver was running in the outfield doing wind sprints. He was scheduled to run for 15 minutes. After a while, he asked Berra a question. "Hey Yogi, what time is it?" "You mean now?" Berra replied. Yet there were others who found Yogi compassionate, warm, friendly, outgoing, and always willing to listen to problems. That too was a stunning contrast to Hodges. "Yogi opened an avenue we didn't have before, or we didn't think we had," said one veteran Met. "The players like it. We're not cold steel." Under Berra, the Mets won 25 of their first 32 games and forced into first place right from the opening gun. That made them believers, and Yogi made them believers too, because he executed all the right moves and drew the approval of the boss, General Manager Bob Sheffing, the man who hired him. "He's been a hell of a manager since he took over," Sheffing said, "and he couldn't have done it under worse conditions. But he doesn't lose his cool. He might not sound too good when he talks, but his actions tell you something, and the players are responding to him. He's got Cleon Jones hustling the way I never saw him before. All of them, in fact." On May 11, 1972, the front office made things more difficult for Yogi. The Mets purchased the contract of Willie Mays from the San Francisco Giants. He was nothing more than a plaything for the owner, Joan Pacer. She had admired Mays when he was a Giant in New York. She was a stockholder of the Giants, and when the opportunity presented itself for the Mets to buy Mays, Payson jumped at the chance. She was bringing Willie Mays back to New York, bringing him home to finish out his illustrious career. Willie Mays was a legend, an old legend at 42, but a legend nonetheless. He was also one more problem Yogi Berra didn't need, not at this time in his first year as manager. Mays' presence and his reasons for being a Met made things difficult and touchy for Berra. He knew Payson liked Willie. He also realized that she signed the checks. Mays played when he wanted to play and sat when he wanted to sit, and Berra had to accept it. It was the price Yogi had to pay for the job he wanted so desperately. In the beginning, though, he didn't accept it. Yogi refused to be a foil for the charade. In Mays' first game in a Mets uniform, the Shea Stadium crowd wanted him, begged for him, implored Berra to use him. We want Willie, they chanted, rocking the huge stadium, and Berra could not have failed to hear. They never got him. Good for Yogi, Shepard said. He's going to be his own man. By June 3rd, the Mets had won 31 of 43 games, and they were 5 games ahead of the pack in the National League East. Then things changed as they moved into July and August, the dog days. Suddenly, everything went bad for the Mets. Shortstop Bud Harrelson strained his back and missed 47 games. Catcher Jerry Grody missed 98 games with bone chips in the elbow. Jim Fregosi, obtained from the California Angels to give the Mets some batting punch at third base, had broken a thumb and missed the entire exhibition season. He wound up playing in only 101 games and batting a meager .232. Rusty Staub, obtained from the Montreal Expos for 3 prospects, broke his hand and missed 96 games. And Cleon Jones was out for 56 games with an elbow injury. It was that kind of year. The Mets slipped out of first place on June 13th, losing 5 games in the standings in just 10 days. By July 10th, they were 4.5 games out. By August 16th, they were 10 games out. They won only 52 of their last 113 games and finished the season in third place, 13.5 games out of first. Had Yogi Berra's lifetime of luck finally run out? He had 1 year left to get it back. 1 year left on his contract. Chapter 11. In distinguished company. It was a very hot day, a day in the 90s in St. Petersburg, a town where many of its residents are in their 90s. Standing outside Outline Field waiting for a friend, Yogi Berra was the picture of sartorial splendor. He was attired in cream-colored slacks, a tan polo shirt, and white loafers. 2 of the town's typical female citizens walked by, saw Berra standing there, and instantly recognized the famous face. "Good afternoon, Mr. Berra," said one grandmotherly type. "My, you look mighty cool today." "Thank you, ma'am," Yogi replied. "You don't look so hot yourself." The town is a typical sleepy upstate New York town, the kind Washington Irving depicted in his classics Rip Van Winkle and The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Cooperstown, New York may well be Sleepy Hollow. It sits up there in all its summer beauty and winter cold at the southern end of Otsego Lake in central New York State, 70 miles east of Syracuse, 60 miles west of Albany, 200 miles northwest of New York City. From the heart of the city, from the hustle and bustle of the traffic, it is a pleasant and lovely 5-hour drive on a summer's day up the New York State Thruway to exit 23, then west on Route 20 for 60 miles, and finally south on Route 28 for 10 miles. Huge fields stretch out as far as the eye can see on both sides of Route 20, a stark contrast to the overpopulation of the city. The water is a deep blue in many lakes that abound in the area, and the trees in full bloom are a lush green. Route 28 is a 2-way, 2-lane highway, and the 10-mile drive may take 30 minutes or more if you are unfortunate enough to get behind a native of the town driving at the customary leisurely pace of about 12 miles per hour. The driving speed of the natives of this town, which was named for Judge William Cooper, father of the great American romance novelist James Fenimore Cooper, typifies the pace of the town on every day of the year except one. For 364 days a year, Cooperstown just sits there ruminating, a pleasant little country town out of a storybook and as quiet as the library where the storybook may be found. On the 365th day, it comes alive with an infusion of thousands of people. The 365th day is Hall of Fame Day. The Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum was formally opened on June 12, 1939. It was the brainchild of Ford C. Frick, then president of the National League and later commissioner of baseball. It became a reality with the financial backing of the late Stephen C. Clark, a native of Cooperstown, which also happens to be the birthplace of Abner Doubleday, alleged to be the originator of baseball. The first players were voted into the Hall of Fame in 1936. and new members have been inducted every year since in an impressive and moving ceremony at the National Baseball Library in Cooper Park, directly behind the Hall of Fame and Museum. The day of Yogi Berra's inauguration was August 7, 1972. He had been elected in his second year of eligibility. He had missed making it in his first year by only a handful of votes, but he made it with votes to spare in his second year. The telephone rang in the Berra home on Tuesday evening, January 18, 1972. It was Jack Lang, Secretary of the Baseball Writers Association of America. The Hall of Fame ballots had just been tabulated. The results were in. Yogi Berra had been expecting a call all day. In or not, Lang had promised he would call. Now Berra calmly returned the telephone to its cradle and turned to Carmen. "Phew, I made it," he said. Larry Berra Jr. went around the house shouting, "I'm the son of a Hall of Famer." Dale Berra went to school the next morning with his head in the clouds. The middle one, Tim, took it in stride. He had been studying his dad's record the day before and came to one conclusion. He's a cinch to make it. Cinch or not, Yogi Berra was a Hall of Famer, one of 8 enshrined on August 7, 1972. The 8 were Lawrence Peter Berra, Joshua Gibson, Vernon Lewis Gomez, William Harridge, Sanford Koufax, Walter Fenner Leonard, Early Wynn, and Ross Middlebrook Youngs. "Sure, I'm excited," said Larry Berra Jr. "Looking at all those names, all those great players, I'm excited that Dad is going to be in there with all those guys. There are only 130 in there out of how many, 7,000? Soon there would be one more plaque on the wall. It would read, Lawrence Peter Berra, Yogi, New York AL 1946 to 1963, New York NL 1965. Played on more pennant winners, 14, and world champions, 10, than any player in history. Had 358 home runs and lifetime .285 batting average. Set many records for catchers, including 148 consecutive games without an error. Voted AL Most Valuable Player in 1951, 54, 55. Managed Yankees to pennant in 1964. The ceremony began shortly after 10 o'clock on a warm, muggy, overcast morning and would continue on a collision course with the hot midday sun that would burn the clouds away as it threatened to melt the audience. First, there was a program of speeches, presentations, dedications, and introductions. Then came the induction ceremony, short, simple, but elegant. It ran the gamut of emotion. The new Hall of Famers were humble and proud, confident and dignified, comical and emotional. They were a mixed bag of men from varied backgrounds and varied generations. It was incongruous to see Sandy Koufax, so young, so fit, sitting there on the same dais with old Ross Youngs. He was sleek and handsome, the youngest man ever inducted into the Hall of Fame. At 36, he should have still been pitching. He was too young to be an immortal, too young to have been retired for 5 years, too young to be a museum piece. "How lucky I feel to be in such distinguished company," he said. Buck Leonard, out of the Negro Leagues, and accorded the recognition in the twilight of his life that he didn't get in the prime of his life because of the color of his skin, made a promise. "I will do everything in my power to honor and uphold the dignity of baseball," he said. Early Wynn, the hard-as-nails right-hander, showed emotion at the microphone that he never showed on the mound. "I just wish I could have been better than I was," said the man who won 300 big league games and was better than he thought he was. "Every time I played in a game, I wanted to be an all-star, play in a World Series, and be elected to the Hall of Fame, and I have." Lefty Gomez lent a much-needed air of levity. "I want to thank my teammates who scored so many runs, and Joe DiMaggio who ran down my mistakes." Josh Gibson Jr. accepted the award for his late father, the star of the Negro Leagues, whose skin color also kept him out of the major leagues. He brought chills to the crowd, and a sea of handkerchiefs suddenly washed up on Cooper Park. "I want to say something personal to my father," he said, then turned his eyes heavenward and said, "Wake up, Dad, you just made it in." In introducing Lawrence Peter Berra, Max Nichols of the Minneapolis Star and president of the Baseball Writers Association of America couldn't resist his own Berraism. "I needed a first edition story one day in 1964 when Yogi was managing the Yankees," he related. "The Yankees had flown into Minneapolis early that morning, and when I called the hotel at 9 o'clock, Wed-Sun was actually just awaiting. I I said, I hope I didn't wake you up. And he said, nah, I had to get up to answer the phone anyway. It wasn't true, but nobody cared. They all laughed. They thought it was true. They wanted to believe it was true. And Yogi Berra laughed too. Then he was on his feet, accepting his plaque, ready to make his speech. He took a piece of paper from his inside jacket pocket. It was his speech. Carmen had written it for him the day before they left for Cooperstown. She had written it in pencil on a plain white piece of paper. Then she rewrote it. He reached into his breast pocket. I have to put on my glasses, he said nervously. I guess the first thing I ought to say is that I thank everybody for making this day necessary. There were chuckles from the crowd and then silence. Since this is the most important day of my life, I want to get it right, so I'm going to read it. Haltingly, crudely, he read, and although he was reading from a piece of paper, it was obvious the words were coming from his heart. Thank God I made it, he said. I have to mention Bill Dickey and of course Casey, who had confidence to play me every day. Also George Weiss, who gave me my first contract with the New York Yankees. Being with them was a dream come true. Now the Hall of Fame. My only regret, he continued, is the people who didn't live to see this day. My mother and father, who died a few years ago, and my brother John. He paused. His voice cracked, and there were tears in his eyes as he struggled to gain control of his voice. Moments passed that seemed like hours, and then he continued in a hoarse voice. My brother John and Gil Hodges, who died this year. I hope they are proud of me today. Last of all, I want to thank baseball. It has given me more than I could ever hope for. I hope when I leave this game, I will put something back. Chapter 12. You gotta believe. Before a game between the Mets and the Cardinals in St. Louis, Cardinals broadcaster Jack Buck invited Mets manager Yogi Berra to be a guest on his pregame show. Berra accepted. When the interview was concluded, Buck presented Berra with the usual fee for such an appearance, a check for $25. To avoid delay, Buck carries a supply of $25 checks with him from the sponsor of his show. In this way, he can present his guests with his gift and avoid keeping records or forgetting to pay his guests. However, since he never knows in advance who his guests will be, Buck has the checks made payable to Berra. On this particular night in August 1973, Berra accepted a check from Buck and looked at it. Hey, he said to Buck, how long you know me? I don't know, replied the Cardinal announcer, maybe 10, 12 years. You've known me all that time and you still don't know how to spell my name? To fully appreciate what happened at the end, it is necessary to go back to the middle, back to July and early August, back to all those awful dog days. With his best team on the outpatient list at Roosevelt Hospital, Yogi Berra stood idly by and watched the Mets tumble to the bottom of the heap in the National League East. All around him, people were losing their heads. All around him, rumors swirled. One night, as he returned from the mound after removing another ineffective pitcher, Berra heard boos in Shea Stadium. Boo Yogi Berra? It is like desecrating the flag, like booing apple pie or Mount Rushmore. Yogi reacted in person. He tipped his cap. Booing don't bother me, he insisted. I've been booed before. Nobody could remember when. Tug McGraw, the best relief pitcher in the major leagues, couldn't get anybody out. His earned run average ballooned to almost 5 per game, but Berra stayed with him. He's the best I got, the manager said. I'm going to live or die with him. The Mets couldn't hit, and when they lost shortstop Bud Harrelson for 2 months, they couldn't field either. The natives grew restless, and the whispers grew louder. The rumors came more frequently, and the media got more ridiculous. Just when Berra thought things couldn't get any worse, they got worse. M. Donald Grant, chairman of the board of the Mets, refused to give him a vote of confidence. In replying to the rumors, Grant refused to concede that Berra would not return in 1974. That he would return? The people will decide that, Grant replied. If that was the case, the New York Post decided it would help Grant have the people decide. It conducted a poll of its readers. Who should be blamed, fired for the failure of the Mets? 1. M. Donald Grant, chairman of the board. 2. Bob Sheffing, general manager. 3. Yogi Berra, manager. 4. All of the above. 5. None of the above. If he worried about it at all, it was little consolation to Berra that the poll held him unaccountable for the failure of the Mets. The fans placed the blame first on Grant, second on Sheffing, third on Yogi. But as low man in the hierarchy of the Mets, it was Yogi who was on the spot. Grant took orders from Joan Payson. Sheffing took orders from Grant. Berra took orders from Sheffing. They gave you a pretty good idea just who would be left holding the bag. At the same time, New York Magazine, with its customary clairvoyance, ran an article under the title, The Last Days of Yogi Berra. The writer of the article, from his storehouse of knowledge acquired in 3 or 4 visits to Shea Stadium, boldly quoted several equally bold unnamed sources and concluded that Berra was responsible for the Mets' demise and he would be the one to take the rap. Through it all, Berra never panicked, never flared, never grew impatient. A visit to Shea would find him at his usual stand behind the desk in his newly decorated office. Pictures of the manager of the Mets taken during various stages of his career were on every wall in the room. "Place looks good, don't it?" Yogi Berra asked. "They've been fixing it up lately. I guess maybe they expect me to be around a while," he said, and he couldn't resist a huge, toothy grin. "Have they said anything to you about next year?" "Not a thing," he said. "Why should they? We still got a long way to go in this year. It's too early to talk about next year." "Would getting fired bother you?" "If they fire me, they fire me," he said. "That's their right. In a job like this, you probably have to get fired sooner or later. But they just haven't said anything to me about it yet, and I don't know why they would, not so early." He scanned the daily statistics sheet and noted that Cleon Jones had missed more than half the team's games, that Bud Harrelson had played in just about half, that John Milner, the team's only serious home run threat, had lost 5 weeks just when he was swinging a good bat, that John Matlack and Jerry Grody and Willie Mays had all spent time on the disabled list. Someone mentioned the Cubs, who had raced off to a huge lead and then watched it disappear. "That would bother me," Yogi admitted. "It's a mystery. They haven't even had an injury. If I had my whole team and we weren't doing any better than we are, then I would worry. Then my hair would be gray." He removed his cap for emphasis. His hair was still jet black. When historians look back at the 1973 baseball season, more specifically when they look back at the race in the National League East in 1973, they will pinpoint Friday, August 17th as the day it all turned around for Yogi Berra and the Mets. Up to that point, Berra kept insisting we're not out of it yet. People would nod their heads politely, and then when his back was turned, they would whisper, "Who does he think he's kidding? Probably himself." On the morning of Friday, August 17th, the Mets were buried in last place in their division, 7.5 games behind the first place St. Louis Cardinals, with a record of 12 games under 500, 53 and 65, and with only 44 games to play. They had returned from a trip to the West Coast, during which they had continued their spotty play, winning 3, losing 5. A deficit of 7.5 games with 44 to play is not insurmountable under any conditions. But when it means hopping over 5 other teams, it is a difficult situation at the very least. Yogi came home, took one look at the standings, and said to himself, "We can still do it." Later he explained what he saw that nobody else did. Everybody was stumbling and fumbling like they didn't want to win. We came back off that bad West Coast trip, but we didn't lose any ground. We were still only 7.5 games out. Everybody in our division had some kind of streak except us, and I had my whole team back. I felt if we could go on a little streak, we could make a move. That night, the night of August 17th, the Mets lost a heartbreaker to the Reds 2-1 in 10 innings. It left them 13 games under 500, their lowest point in the season. The next day, Bud Harrelson came off the disabled list, and then things began to happen. One night, the Mets were paid a rare visit in their clubhouse by the boss, M. Donald Grant. "I just thought I should talk to them to try to get their chins off the ground," Grant revealed. "I told them that there was still plenty of time, that they couldn't give up, that if they believed in themselves, they could do it. I told them they had to have faith, they had to believe in themselves." At that point, Tug McGraw, the iconoclastic relief pitcher, climbed on a stool and exhorted his teammates. "You gotta believe," he shouted. "You gotta believe." I realized later that Mr. Grant might have misunderstood, McGraw said. He might have thought I was mocking him. I wasn't. I went to his office the next day and told him. The night he made his talk to us, I had been running in the outfield, and I began talking to a group of fans in the right field stands. They kept asking me questions about the team. Did I think we could still win it? I said, sure we could. I said, we just all have to believe. I said it over and over, and it kind of stuck with me. You gotta believe, you just gotta believe. And then when Mr. Grant said practically the same thing, it really hit home. And I just got up on the stool and began shouting. Mr. Grant said he understood. He knew I wasn't mocking him. That became the Mets' rallying cry in August and September. Every big victory was followed by a noisy clubhouse. And Tug McGraw led the chant, you gotta believe, you gotta believe. And there were a lot of big victories in August and September as the Mets made their move and climbed in the standings. By the end of August, the Mets were in the thick of the pennant race. They hadn't won anything yet. They hadn't saved Yogi Berra's job, but they were making a good run at it. You have to put everything on the scale, said Don Grant. Right now, there isn't enough to tilt it one way or the other. Not enough one way to say you're going to be fired, not enough the other way to say here's another 2-year contract. When I said the public would decide Yogi's fate, I didn't mean it would be the result of a poll and that the decision would be final. But a decline in attendance, a general lessening of interest, those were things that could influence Yogi's future. It all went hand in hand. Loss of games would mean loss of interest and attendance. But the Mets had turned it around, and Yogi Berra had to be credited with the resurgence, just as he had been blamed for the decline. Meanwhile, there was one other thing on which Yogi's fate might have been hanging. If he had lost control of the club or anything like that, Grant said, I wouldn't have had any trouble making the decision. I haven't noticed anything like that. Win or lose, Berra never changed. He didn't panic in defeat, and he didn't gloat in victory. He's a lot like Hodges, said Bob Sheffield. Win or lose, he doesn't blow his cool. I like that in a manager. You've seen managers who are great while the team is going good, then the team goes the other way and they go the other way. They start rapping the players. Yogi never rapped. There were some who didn't like his style, but even they had to agree he was always the same Yogi. Yogi talks to you individually, said one Met. He doesn't chew you out in a meeting. Some managers do that. Yogi will come to you when nobody is around in the clubhouse or in the dugout and tell you something you did wrong. Or he'll say, hang in there, you can't be a 300 hitter every day. Yogi is Yogi, said another Met, not a big Berra fan. He's just too nice a guy. He's afraid to hurt anybody's feelings. That's his personality. It doesn't change. I don't think a man can manage and worry about hurting people's feelings. Personally, I prefer stronger leadership. The Mets came on in September, and there have been any number of theories advanced to explain their resurgence, including the supernatural. In a game with the Pirates, the score was tied in the 13th inning. Richie Zisk was on first for the Pirates, and another rookie, Dave Augustine, drilled a tremendous shot to deep left field. Home run was the first thought, but the ball hit the top of the wall, the point of the wood fence. A fraction of an inch higher, and the ball would have hit and sailed over the fence into the bullpen for a 2-run homer. A fraction of an inch lower, and it would have ricocheted back past left fielder Cleon Jones for an extra base hit and a run. But the ball hit the point, shot up a few feet in the air, and landed right in Jones's glove. Cleon took it, whirled around, and threw a perfect strike to Wayne Garrett. Garrett whirled and threw a perfect strike to Jerry Grody, and Zisk was nailed at the plate. Naturally, the Mets won the game in the last of the 13th. When that ball came right back at me, said Jones, I said to myself, man, we got a shot at this guy. When I saw that happen, said Garrett, I said, this is our year. No way we can lose now. I've seen a lot of balls hit that fence here, but in this park they go out. I've never seen one act like that. To Harry Walker scouting the Mets for the Cardinals, there was a simple explanation. You can't tell me there isn't a man up there pulling the strings, he said. A few days later, he was convinced when a ground ball hit a rock, then glanced off the shoulder of Montreal shortstop Tim Foley, permitting the Mets to score the winning run in the game against the Expos. You can sense when things start breaking for one team, Walker said. Things happen that defy explanation. Other things were occurring, however, that could be explained. We got our team back, Berra stated simply, and no other team stepped out. Getting his team back meant getting Bud Harrelson to play 6 weeks of shortstop like it had never been played before. Getting Tug McGraw pitching like the best damn relief pitcher in baseball. Getting Tom Seaver, John Matlack, Jerry Kuzman, and George Stone to be miserly on the mound. Getting Cleon Jones launched on one of his hot streaks. And don't forget the job the manager did. He brought them back, kept them believing in his own quiet way. It is his style. I can be tough if I have to, Yogi insists. I just don't think yelling at players does any good. I'd rather take a guy over to the side quietly and tell him if he's done something wrong. Jerry Koosman remembered 1972 when he was unhappy and thought he was being mishandled, being yanked too early. We talked it over like gentlemen, Coos said. He explained all the things the manager must take into consideration. Tug was strong then, the number of pitches I had thrown, the weather, the manager not only observing my stuff, but talking to the catcher. He made me understand that the manager cannot allow his individual feelings to interfere. After that, when he did take me out, I understood. And he understood me a little more. Now when he takes me out, it doesn't bother me anymore. We learned a lot about each other. In 1973, there was more understanding. Yogi for the players, and the players for Yogi. He's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of patience, Koosman continued. You know with him, if you make a mistake, he's not going to chew you out. He's going to ask you what you did, and he's going to tell you if he thinks you were wrong. Some things went on in 1973 that you couldn't believe, the way we were losing. He might show his emotion by kicking a water bucket, but he'd never take it out on the players. He'd come in the locker room and he'd say, hang in there, we'll get him next time. It was natural at first for us to compare him with Gil. We got so we knew Gil's moves, but we didn't know Yogi's. When a situation came up where Gil liked to make a certain move, we'd be looking for Yogi to make the same move. But he didn't, and we thought he made a mistake. He had his own style, and it took us a while to understand his style. When we understood it, we realized he was right. He has tremendous judgment. To illustrate, Koosman told about Ron Hodges, a young catcher who came up in the middle of the 1973 season when injuries depleted the Mets catching corps. Yogi had seen him in the instructional league, Koosman recalled. Nobody had heard of him, but he kept raving about him. When he finally came up, Hodges did a tremendous job, and Yogi was right about him all along. Not only that, but Yogi had seen him only once or twice, yet he described his hitting and catching style perfectly. I never saw a man with such concentration. It's tough to be psyched up on every hitter of every game in a 162-game schedule, but Yogi is. He's always deep in thought 100% of the time. He's always in the game. And he talks a lot on the bench. He's completely involved in the game. When things were going bad, he always had a smile on his face. He'd shrug his shoulders and say, what am I going to do? He didn't have much schooling, but he has an education, a self-education. There are a lot of people who don't let school interfere with their education. Yogi is one of those people. He erased a lot of doubts by the way he handled himself when we were going bad. His handling also included getting more out of Cleon Jones than any Met fan had a right to expect. For years, Jones had been an enigma for the Mets. Injuries, real or imagined, reduced his extraordinary skills and made him an ordinary player. Gil Hodges had his problems with Jones and had to embarrass him in 1969, walking all the way out to left field when he thought Cleon showed less than the desired amount of hustle and removing him from the game in full view of a near-capacity crowd at Shea. Even under Yogi, Jones failed to play up to his potential. He seemed to be operating at half speed most of the time. Yogi's approach was not humiliation, but compassion. One day, while the Mets were in San Diego, the manager summoned the left fielder to his hotel room. I still feel we have a chance to win this thing, Berra said, but I'm going to need your help. I need you to hustle, to play all out, every day, to give it your best. If you do, you're the best I've got and you can carry us. Whatever it was about Yogi's words, his manner of speaking, just the fact that he took the trouble to talk to Jones, it worked. For the last 6 weeks of the season, Cleon Jones was a hitting fool. He carried the Mets on his back and he played outstanding ball in the field. All this despite painfully sore feet which have plagued him throughout his career. He's hurting, Berra said, but he's doing a hell of a job. In the spring he runs barefoot to toughen his feet. When he got hurt this year, he didn't have a chance to toughen them again, and he's paying the price. Berra was asked if there was something that could be done, some kind of therapy to soothe Cleon's feet. I don't know, the manager said. I wish I could give him 2 new pairs. Whatever he said to Cleon Jones worked. It worked for Tug McGraw too, and for Wayne Garrett, and Jerry Koosman, and John Matlack, and Harry Parker. It worked for all of them. On Monday, October 1st, the Mets beat the Cubs in the first game of the doubleheader before a handful of chilled fans in Chicago's Wrigley Field. The victory clinched the title in the National League East, and in the tiny clubhouse, With champagne spurting all around the place and Jerry Grody dumping buckets of ice water on reporters, Tug McGraw climbed on top of a trunk, called for attention, and shouted, 1, 2, 3. In unison, all the Mets joined in. You gotta believe, you gotta believe. Yogi Berra was the only one who believed all the time. He took the job because he wanted to prove he could manage, said his friend Joe Garagiola. By God, he proved it. He can manage. He can manage. Chapter 13, Family Man. They tell about the time Carmen Berra returned home from the movies and was greeted at the front door by an impatient husband. Where you been, Yogi Berra asked. I took Tim to see Dr. Zhivago. What the hell is wrong with him now? It was Saturday, October 6, 1973. Game number 1 of the National League's championship playoffs in Cincinnati's opulent Riverfront Stadium. In the visitors' dugout, Yogi Berra paced the floor nervously, unusual behavior for the manager of the Mets. The telephone rang and Berra picked it up on the first ring. It was Harold Weissman, Director of Public Relations for the Mets, calling from the press box. Massachusetts just beat Rhode Island, Weissman said. Even from high up in the press box, you could see the smile on Yogi Berra's face. Now he could stop pacing, stop worrying, and concentrate on the Mets against the Reds. It is perhaps typical of Berra that he worried more about the University of Massachusetts football team and the Montclair High School football team than he did about the Mets. That's the kind of guy he is, says Joe Garagiola. Those kids mean everything to him. He is completely wrapped up in them, the boys and Carmen. They are the most important things in his life. Like the Dr. Zhivago story, he probably never said it, but he could have. And think about why he would have said it. He hears doctor, and the first thing he thinks of is that somebody is sick. As a father and a family man, it figures that's the first thing he's going to think of. Yogi's got everything a man could want, and his most prized possession is Carmen, and rightfully so. She is a beautiful lady, not only physically, but in every other way as well. All 3 of Yogi's boys have been involved with athletics, and Yogi has always been involved with all the boys. Larry Jr., the oldest, was following in his father's footsteps. He was a catcher at Montclair State University and later signed with the Mets organization. But knee surgery ended his career. Tim, the middle one, gained a measure of athletic fame in his own right as a flanker on the University of Massachusetts football team. He set records for pass receiving at the school and later played briefly with the Baltimore Colts and the New York Giants. He had talent but no interest in baseball. Dale, the youngest, had the most success of the 3. A 3-sport star in baseball, football, and hockey at Montclair High, he turned down dozens of offers to play football in college and signed a bonus contract with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He never attained the Hall of Fame success of his father, but Dale had a productive 9-year career with the Pirates and Yankees. If there was one thing about managing in the 1973 playoffs and World Series that bothered Berra, it was that it kept him from a couple of UMass football games. He kept tabs as closely on the Yankee Conference as he did on the National League. While it was difficult to engage Berra in conversation regarding his pitching plans for the playoffs or how he would order his pitches to work on Johnny Bench, it was never a problem getting him to talk about his boys. Who does Massachusetts play today? Somebody asked before game 1 of the playoffs. Rhode Island, Yogi replied. Oh, an easy one. Don't you believe it, Berra said. How about Montclair? They play Garfield. If they win this one, they could go all the way. When the World Series was over, Berra would spend his Saturday afternoons driving up to Amherst, Massachusetts to see Tim play football. Those were the best of days. He and Carmen would drive up with Mr. and Mrs. Frank Tripucka, their close friends. Tripucka is the former Notre Dame quarterback, and his son Mark, a quarterback at UMass, was redshirted in 1973 because of an injury. On November 3rd, UMass played Vermont, and it was Salute to Yogi Day. At halftime ceremonies, they presented the manager of the Mets with a portrait and a scrapbook of Tim's 3 varsity seasons. It was a wonderful day. Tim returned the kickoff 63 yards, caught a few passes, and UMass won 27-7. Tim Berra didn't score any touchdowns, but he added to his school record for receptions. I grew up as a Red Sox fan, said UMass football coach Dick McPherson, later the architect of the resurgence of football at Syracuse. When the Red Sox played the Yankees, the one man I feared was Yogi Berra. In the clutch, the kid's just like his father. The Berras are a close family. If there is one thing upon which Yogi and the boys disagree, it's the length of their hair. But that doesn't make them any different from any other family. He isn't crazy about long hair, Tim says, but we have no problems communicating. He's concerned about everything we do. His father said Tim didn't change with the NLE standings. He remained the same and continued to express confidence in his team. When we, the Mets, began winning, Tim recalled, all he said was, "I told you so." His middle son described Berra as quiet, but not that quiet. "We'll laugh at things he says, but my mother really teases him. She'll scold him for saying it, and then he'll be careful for a while in public or when she's with him. In the off-season, when there was no baseball, and when he wasn't chasing his boys, driving great distances through snowstorms or rainstorms to watch them play football or hockey, Berra would spend his leisure time at the White Beaches Country Club in Haworth, New Jersey. When weather permitted, he would play a round of golf, sometimes with former Yankee first baseman Joe Collins. If it was too cold for golf, he would play gin rummy at the club. In recent years, his passion for golf has subsided somewhat, largely because he is too involved with the family business, Yogi Berra's Health and Racket Club in Fairfield, New Jersey. Tim runs the club, and Yogi can be seen there every day during the off-season. He'll play a little racquetball or while away the hours at gin rummy. He's an excellent card player, attests former Met coach Joe Pignatano. He's got great concentration, and he can remember every card that has been played. During his tenure as manager of the Mets, Berra would spend off days on the road playing golf with the coaches or with general manager Bob Sheffing or public relations director Harold Weissman. "He'll drive you crazy on the golf course," Weissman once said. "He hits right-handed and putts left-handed. At least he's improved. He used to have right-handed drivers and left-handed sand wedges and putters. Now he only has a left-handed putter." On the road, he would get up early and have breakfast, then return to his hotel room, usually to watch television. He watches a lot of television, Pignatano said. He'll watch a test pattern if there's nothing else on. He might take a nap if we have a night game, but we're usually out at the ballpark by 2 or a little later. At home, Berra is much the same. He prefers quiet evenings at home watching television, but recognizes his duty to his employer and attends a great many sports banquets in the off-season. Occasionally, Carmen can get him to attend the Broadway theater, but mostly he enjoys watching television. He has trimmed down considerably since his playing days, yet he is hung up on Italian food and considers himself something of a gourmet when it comes to that subject. If you ask him to recommend an Italian restaurant in New York City, he will mention Romeo Salta. Yet he prefers to stay closer to home in New Jersey, and in that case he will tout Villa Cesare in Hillsdale with all the enthusiasm of a satisfied gourmet. While he ignores kidding, Carmen once told Joe Donnelly of the Long Island newspaper Newsday that he can hardly take offense to it when he's quite a needler himself. If they get on him, he reminds them they're bald, fat, or have a big nose. They get what's coming to them, and so does he. Yogi is so much more interested in people than he used to be years ago. He's grown. Maybe not in world affairs. I'm involved in political research in my district. The other night I was kidding a friend. "I won't speak to you unless you vote for McGovern." Yogi comes in and says, "Who the hell is McGovern?" Can you imagine that? But don't paint him a simple man. Maybe he is not involved with world affairs, but he loves to listen and learn from his educated friends. And Yogi has thousands of friends, educated or not. He is the kind of man who inspires friendship because he comes across as a kind, humble, likable human being. On the night Mickey Mantle and Whitey Ford were voted into the Hall of Fame, the New York baseball writers held an annual party. The guests of honor were Lee McPhail, departing Yankees general manager, and Ralph House, departing Yankees manager. But no speaker could very well ignore the presence of Ford or Mantle or Berra, the successful pennant-winning manager of the Mets. When he was called on to speak, Mickey Mantle spent his time discussing McPhail, Ford, and House. When he returned to his chair, Mickey asked the man next to him, "Did I mention Yogi?" He was told he hadn't. "Damn," he said, "I wanted to, but I get so nervous standing up there, I forgot what I wanted to say." I wanted to tell Yogi what a great pleasure it was being his teammate for so many years, and especially what a great thrill it was being his friend for so many years. I hope I get a chance to see him later. I want him to know how I feel. In all likelihood, Yogi Berra already knew. Chapter 14. Mr. Grant wants to see you. The relationship between Frank Scott and Yogi Berra goes back many years. As road secretary for the Yankees, Scott was responsible for the comfort of Berra and his teammates. Later, as the first of sports agents, Scott helped Berra and others supplement their baseball income with endorsements and personal appearances. With this long-standing relationship, Frank Scott was among the privileged few who felt free to ask Berra for World Series tickets. Okay, said Berra, but no checks. You gotta have cash, and you gotta pick the tickets up at my house. I'm not going in the ticket business. Scott agreed and waited until Berra called him one day. Your tickets are here, Yogi said. Come pick them up. As he was leaving his home, Scott's daughter asked him to look after her dog while she was away. Okay, said Scott, but I'll have to take him with me to Yogi's house. Scott took the dog, a big beautiful Afghan show dog, in his new Chevrolet Camaro and drove off to pick up his World Series tickets at the Berra home. When he arrived, Yogi was practicing putting on his front lawn. Scott parked his car, rolled down the window of his Camaro slightly so his daughter's Afghan could get some air, and went to conduct his business. Berra produced the tickets. Scott produced the cash, and then noticed Yogi staring at his car. Oh, said Scott, what do you think of my daughter's Afghan? Nice, said Berra. I was thinking of getting a Vega myself. What happened when the Mets got to the 1973 World Series was really of minor importance because getting there was so much fun and totally unexpected. The same may be said for the league playoffs. When the Mets came through to win the title in the NL East in the closest race in memory, they had done enough to ensure a successful season and to save Yogi Berra's job. Nobody counted on them to beat the powerful Cincinnati Reds in the playoff, and there would be no shame if they didn't. But they had momentum going for them and superior pitching, which is always a great advantage in a short series. Even when Jack Billingham outpitched Tom Seaver 2-1 in the first game, the Mets were still alive. Seaver struck out 13 Reds and had them shut out until Pete Rose homered in the 8th to tie, and Johnny Bench homered in the 9th to win. Young John Matlack rekindled the dream with a 2-hit shutout in the second game, and the Mets returned to Shea Stadium tied 1 game apiece in their drive for a pennant. The Mets exploded early, and Pete Rose exploded late in game number 3. The Mets won on the lusty hitting of Rusty Staub, while Rose aroused his teammates and incurred the wrath of Mets fans by going in hard against Bud Harrelson at second base and coming up swinging. Mets fans showered Rose with debris as he stood in left field, and Cincinnati manager Sparky Anderson pulled his team off the field until order could be restored. Yogi Berra and Willie Mays led a delegation that went to left field to plead with the fans to cease and desist. It worked, and the game went on, and Rose's maneuver worked too. He had inspired his teammates, and the following day drilled a 12th inning home run to lead the Reds to a 2-1 victory that tied the series at 2 games apiece. Now the pennant and entire season rested on the outcome of 1 game. And the Mets had Tom Seaver going for them once again, plus the incalculable advantage of their home field. In the last of the 5th, the Mets broke a 2-2 tie with a 4-run rally. And when Seaver loaded the bases in the 9th, Tug McGraw came in to get the last 2 outs, and the Mets were champions of the National League. You gotta believe, shouted Tug McGraw. You gotta believe. Now the Mets were in the World Series against the Oakland A's, a team that had pitching plus power. They also had Charles O. Finley and the most remarkable collection of beards and mustaches this side of a 1920 saloon, and they were defending champions. I don't know too much about them, admitted Yogi Berra. I don't know anything at all about that Blando, third baseman Sal Bando, and Campanis, shortstop Bert Campaneris. As anticipated, the first game in Oakland, left-handers Ken Holtzman versus John Matlack, was a pitcher's duel. What was totally unexpected was the outcome, the Mets losing 2-1 on an error by their most reliable fielder, second baseman Felix Meehan. Game 2 was one of those incredible phenomena that occur in a World Series and would be recalled and replayed for decades. It lasted 4 hours and 13 minutes, and it wasn't particularly well played, but it was a stomach churner. The Mets broke a 6-6 tie with 4 runs in the top of the 12th and won 10-7. But not until George Stone put down a 12th inning Oakland uprising by getting Campaneris on a ground ball to shortstop with the tying runs on base. Berra distinguished himself in this series as he had all season by making a move and sticking with it, not panicking under pressure, not changing for the sake of change. Were you apprehensive in the 12th inning? Someone asked Berra in the post-game interview. No, said the manager of the Mets, but I was scared. The Mets ran into an outstanding pitcher in Game 3, a young man named Jim Hunter called Catfish because once when he was a boy, he left home to go fishing, and when his worried parents found him, he had a mess of catfish. Once again, it was Tom Seaver's misfortune to be pitted against an outstanding opponent. Tom struck out 12 in 8 innings, including slugger Reggie Jackson 3 times, but lost 3-2. John Matlack made things right again in the 4th game, beating the A's 6-1 on a 5-hitter as Rusty Staub drove in 5 of the Mets' runs. When Jerry Koosman and Tug McGraw combined for a 3-hit shutout in game number 5, the Mets had a 3-2 lead in the series. They returned to Oakland needing just 1 victory in 2 games to complete their latest miracle, to accomplish the impossible. All things considered, what happened in those final 2 games in Oakland on Saturday and Sunday, the 20th and 21st of October, are of little importance to the saga of Yogi Berra and the Mets. Tom Seaver failed again and was beaten by Catfish Hunter for the 2nd time, and John Matlack had nothing when he tried to pitch the 7th game with only 3 days rest. Campaneris and Reggie Jackson slammed him for homers, and the A's went on to win their 2nd straight World Championship. There was no reason for the Mets to be ashamed of their showing in the World Series. No reason for Yogi Berra to have any regrets or to second-guess any of his moves. He managed in the playoffs and the World Series as he had throughout the entire season and almost pulled off a great victory against overwhelming odds. It was a great finish to a strange year. Yogi Berra would be rewarded and handsomely. On the charter flight back from Oakland, General Manager Bob Sheffing slipped into a seat next to Berra and said, "Take a day off tomorrow and rest up. Then Mr. Grant would like to see you the following day at 9:30 in the morning." Berra couldn't help flashing back 9 years to another charter flight after another disappointing defeat in the 7th game of the World Series, when another general manager had slipped into the seat next to him and said the boss wanted to see him back in New York. That time, when he kept his appointment, Berra had gotten the shocking news that he would not be rehired. This time it was different. He arrived for his meeting with Mr. Donald Grant a few minutes before 9:30. We had a little coffee and we talked, Grant said. He asked for a 3-year contract, and I asked him if he wouldn't be just as happy with 2. I said I could go to the board of directors and recommend either 2 or 3 years. I thought 2 was best, but I wanted him to be satisfied. "New York is my home now," Yogi replied. "I don't want to go no place else." That was all there was to it. The meeting broke up before 10, and Grant went to meet with the board of directors of the Mets. He recommended 3 years, and the board approved it. And Yogi was signed for 3 years at $75,000 per year. "We were just showing Yogi that we'd like to have him around a while," explained Bob Shepard. There was no big press conference in any fancy New York hotel to announce the news. The Mets made the announcement by telephoning the local papers and radio stations and wire services. While Harold Weissman and Matt Winnick were making their calls, the manager of the Mets was on the golf course of the White Beaches Country Club in Cornwall, New Jersey. Chapter 15. Home again. Billy Martin was visibly distressed. The manager of the Yankees had locked his keys inside his new Lincoln Mark V with no way to get them out. A wire coat hanger could not be forced inside the airtight window. Martin was stymied and greatly concerned as he arrived at the Yankees training facility in Fort Lauderdale early one spring morning. Yogi Berra noticed that Martin was particularly irritable, and he attempted to be solicitous of his old friend. "What's the matter, Billy?" Berra asked. "Oh, I locked my keys in my car," Martin replied. "I don't know how I'm going to get in there." "That's easy," Berra decided. "You got to call a blacksmith." The first time was a shock because it was so unexpected, and because he had won a pennant and extended the St. Louis Cardinals to the 7th game of the World Series. The second time was not so shocking. It's never easy being fired as a manager, the first time, the second time, or the fifth time, but there are degrees of pain. Yogi Berra had no inkling of impending doom and unemployment when he was summoned to the office of the Yankees co-owner Dan Toppin that October morning in 1964. When the Mets relieved him of his managing duties on August 5, 1975, and replaced him with Roy McMillan, he was not surprised. Rumors had run rampant for weeks that Berra's days as manager of the Mets were numbered. After their dramatic and miraculous comeback in 1973, teams sputtered and fizzled, finishing a well-beaten fifth in 1974. And when there was no appreciable improvement in 1975, Berra was fired with the Mets in third place in the National League East with a record of 56 and 53. For the first time in 33 summers, Berra was home in Montclair, New Jersey, playing golf during the baseball season instead of being in uniform. His unemployment lasted only a few months. One day, Yankee manager Billy Martin placed a telephone call to his old friend. Yogi, Martin said, "I want you to be one of my coaches next season." At first, Berra was reluctant. The hurt of his firing by the Yankees 11 years earlier still lived with him, but Martin was persuasive. "Yogi," Martin argued, "you're a Yankee. You belong here. Come back where you belong. The people who fired you are gone. There are new people running the team now. Come back, be with me." Eventually, Berra agreed. He would return as a coach with the Yankees. They would unpack his familiar number 8, and he would return to Yankee Stadium, the scene of his greatest accomplishment. It was a triumphant return, almost MacArthur-like. Yogi Berra was back in Yankee pinstripes where he belonged. All was right with the world. And as luck would have it, Berra luck, in his first season back, the Yankees won their first pennant in a dozen seasons, since Berra himself had led them to their last championship in 1964. The Yankees followed their 1976 pennant with their first World Championship in 15 years, then won another World Championship in 1978. 3 seasons as coach, 3 pennants, 2 World Championships. Berra luck was in force once more. The fans loved having him back. The players enjoyed having him around, and the sports writers and storytellers had a field day with him. Once during spring training, a writer traveling with the Yankees noticed that each evening, Berra would be wearing a different colored sweater. One night it was dark blue, the next night light blue, a third night red, a fourth night yellow. "Hey, yo," the writer remarked, "how many of those sweaters do you have? You must have every color they make." "Nah," he said, "I got every color but navy brown." It was a time of turmoil and turbulence with the Yankees. Controversy swirled around the team almost daily because of the volatile mix of personalities. A dramatis personae that consisted of George Steinbrenner, the egomaniacal, meddlesome, and demanding owner, Billy Martin, a feisty, combative, and competitive manager, Reggie Jackson, the opinionated, loquacious, braggadocio superstar slugger, and Thurman Munson, the stubborn, sensitive, and insecure captain and catcher. Hardly a day elapsed in which 1, 2, or 3, or all of these individuals did not create some controversy. In addition, there were minor role players who contributed to an atmosphere in the Yankee clubhouse that prompted pitcher Sparky Lyle to refer to it as the Bronx Zoo. As veteran third baseman Greg Nettles wittily explained, "When I was a kid, I always wanted to do 2 things, play in the major leagues or join the circus. I've been lucky I got to do both." While controversy and discontent permeated the Yankees in the 70s, Berra remained immune to it all. Good old lovable Yogi, everybody's friend, took it all in stride, avoided the eye of the hurricane, and went about his business with a smile on his face. Even when managers and coaches were coming and going like so many gypsies, the one constant in pinstripes was Berra. He was the hero and the legend and untouchable. For 8 years, Berra watched the Yankee managers come and go, while he retained his place in the dugout, impervious to any purge. There were 9 manager changes in 8 seasons, until finally Berra could be overlooked no longer. When finally there was no one else to whom George Steinbrenner could turn after Billy Martin failed in his 3rd stint as Yankee manager, Berra was asked to take over for the 1984 season. He was no babe in the woods. He had seen more than one Yankee manager crumble under the relentless pressure of the involved owner. He knew he could not escape, that it would be no different for him than it was for any of the others. Yet something made him accept the job. The competitive fire within him had not been extinguished. The excitement and challenge of managing had not quite vanished. "I want to prove I can manage," Berra told Joe Garagiola, who pleaded with Yogi not to take the job. At a packed press conference, George Steinbrenner introduced his new manager, a popular choice. The owner talked of Yankee tradition and pride and of loyalty, and reflected on the triumphs of the Hall of Fame catcher. It was a wonderful day for Yankees fans, a proud day for Yogi Berra. The honeymoon did not last very long. The pressure mounted early. The disenchantment set in almost immediately in spring training, even before Berra had managed a game that mattered. The owner was displeased with losing certain exhibition games. He openly criticized Berra's lack of preparation, assailed his training methods, second-guessed his decision. As difficult as spring training was for him, Berra still managed to get off a few malaprops. On one particularly blistering hot and humid day in Fort Lauderdale, Berra came off the practice field and fell into the chair of his office, exhausted and parched from the morning's activity. "Hey Nick," he shouted to clubhouse custodian Nick Priori, "bring me a Diet Tab." The 1984 season would be Yogi Berra's purgatory. The sniping and meddling got to be so unbearable, Berra returned to smoking, a habit he had quit for several years. By the start of the season, he was practically chain-smoking Lucky Strikes as his job seemed to be on the line with every game, the scale tipping with each victory or defeat. The Detroit Tigers broke quickly from the gate in one of those perfect seasons when everything comes together. Meanwhile, Berra's Yankees started slowly and floundered through the first 2 months of the season. On June 1st, Berra's job hung by a thread. The Yankees were already well back in the race, and at least one newspaper reported that Berra was about to be fired and replaced by none other than Billy Martin. Somehow Berra managed to escape that tight spot, extricating himself from a situation that seemed unconquerable, even for a Houdini. He rallied his team for a second-half comeback that enabled the Yankees to finish a respectable third with a record of 87-75. And he showed his baseball acumen and his willingness to gamble by converting Dave Righetti from a starting pitcher to a reliever. Righetti saved 31 games in 1984, and to Berra's everlasting credit, the left-hander became the premier relief pitcher in the American League. Berra's reward for his good deeds was the renewal of his contract for the 1985 season and the promise of fidelity from his boss. On February 20th, 1985, the day spring training opened for the Yankees in Fort Lauderdale, George Steinbrenner publicly endorsed his manager and vowed his loyalty to Berra. "Yogi will be the manager this year, period," Steinbrenner announced. "I said the same thing last year and I stuck to my word. A bad start will not affect Yogi's status either. In the past, I have put a lot of pressure on my managers to win at certain times. That will not be the case this spring." Yogi Berra was fired on April 25th, 1985, after the Yankees had played only 16 games of a 162-game season. The sad part of his firing is that Berra had looked forward to the season probably more than any other. During the winter, in need of a spare infielder, the Yankees had made a trade with the Pittsburgh Pirates to acquire Dale Berra. Yogi had long dreamed of having his youngest son on a team he coached or managed, and now that dream had come true. Some people criticized the move, suggesting it would be a difficult situation for father or son or both, one that would lead to problems, especially with other members of the team. The person who knew the principals best predicted there would be no problems. "The only problem will be in the minds of other people," said Carmen Berra. "You have to know the individuals involved. You have to know that with Yogi, the most important thing is the team. Winning comes first. And he's not going to favor Dale at the expense of the team just because he's his son. And you have to know Dale. He idolizes his father. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize Yogi's job. I do know this about Dale. If Yogi is fired and Dale is still there, he'll play as hard for the next manager as he did for his father." Dale was asked how he would address his father/manager during the season. His reply was direct and logical, befitting the son of Yogi. "I'm not going to call him Skip," Dale said. "That would be silly. Who would I be kidding? Everybody knows he's my father, so I'll call him what I've always called him, Dad." But it was Yogi who put things in their proper perspective. When asked how he planned to use Dale and what advantage Dale would derive from being the manager's son, never one to waste words, Berra's reply was succinct and simple. "If he hits, he plays," the manager said. "If he don't hit, he sits." Steinbrenner's promise not to harass Berra during spring training proved to be so many hollow words. When the Yankees lost exhibition games, the criticism began. By the time the Yankees broke camp and headed for New York, the rumors were flying again that Berra's job was in danger. The rift between the owner and manager widened over the wisdom of holding a team workout on a day off in New York. Steinbrenner wanted the team to work. Berra thought his players would benefit more from rest than work. As a compromise, a workout was scheduled, but it was to be voluntary, not mandatory. When only 6 players showed up, Steinbrenner had more ammunition to use against his manager, and the rumors of Berra's imminent dismissal became a loud report. That shows the respect his players have for their manager, Steinbrenner said. They have heard the rumors that his job is on the line, yet only 6 of them showed up to help save him. The last straw was a 3-game sweep by the White Sox in Chicago, the final game of the 3 being lost on a bases-loaded walk in the bottom of the 9th inning. But Steinbrenner had already made up his mind. He dispatched Club Representative Clyde King to Chicago with orders to inform Berra that he was being replaced. The new manager would be Billy Martin for the 4th time. Players reacted angrily to the news, the same players who failed to show at the voluntary workout. Veteran Don Baylor overturned a trash basket when he heard of Berra's firing. Don Mattingly read the press release, then crumpled it and tossed it against the wall. Naturally, no player took the news any harder than Dale Berra. He went immediately to the manager's office and with tears in his eyes threw his arms around his father and hugged him. "Don't you worry about me," said Berra with customary class. "I've done everything in baseball there is to do, so don't worry. I'll be all right. But you're still young. You have a future. Billy's a good man. Play hard for him. I'll be watching." The Yankees would pack their gear and head for the airport on their trip to Texas. Berra would pack his gear and also head for the airport, but his destination was New Jersey. He asked the clubhouse attendant to call for a taxi, but Clyde King insisted that he ride the team bus and be dropped off. Berra accepted. When the bus pulled up at the terminal, Berra was the first to get off. He walked to the front of the bus and turned and waved to his players, who applauded him spontaneously. The next day in Arlington, Texas, Martin assumed the reins of the team. The first thing he did was call a team meeting. He had something to say. "You say you like Yogi, then why didn't you show him you liked him?" Martin said. "Why didn't you play for him? If you had played for him, he would still be here and I'd be off somewhere fishing and we'd all be happy. I didn't get Yogi fired, you did because you didn't play for him." Then Martin's gaze fell on Dale Berra sitting glumly by his locker, his head in his hands. Martin had known Dale since he was a baby, and he had something special to say to Berra's youngest son. "Dale," Martin said, "I want you to know that your father and I have been friends for years. Changing jobs is not going to change that." A few days later, Berra finally spoke with the press. He was at home in Montclair, enjoying the spring weather, catching up on his golf, when he took the time to be interviewed. It can be considered significant that he never mentioned George Steinbrenner by name. "Hurt?" he said. "Yeah, I'm hurt a little. But what the hell, you get fired, you get fired. I'm a big boy and he's the boss. He can do whatever he wants. And you can't say I didn't have an inkling." Time would prove that Berra was hurt more than just a little. He would resist all efforts by Steinbrenner and his aides to get him back to the stadium to discuss a job with the organization. His public posture was non-committal, not vindictive. But Berra would not return for the annual Old Timers Day, and he would not be seen in Yankee Stadium. Privately, he vowed never to go to Yankee Stadium again. Chapter 16. Most everybody knows me by my face. One night, Yogi and Carmen settled down after dinner to watch television. A movie buff with a particular penchant for westerns, Berra had talked for days about seeing this particular flick, The Magnificent Seven, starring Steve McQueen. He made that picture before he died, Berra explained. Every attempt to entice Yogi Berra back to the Yankees failed. Lou Piniella tried, asking Berra to be his bench coach after he was named manager for the 1986 season. Billy Martin, acting as agent for George Steinbrenner, tried. Berra stubbornly and steadfastly refused all offers, put off all overtures. That's how hurt he was over his latest firing. The thought of Berra not being in a baseball uniform when spring training began was inconceivable. Except during the war, he had not missed spring training since he was 18 years old. His name was synonymous with baseball. He had so much to offer the game. It was Berra's close friend and Montclair neighbor, Dr. John McMullen, who came to Yogi's rescue. McMullen was the principal stockholder of the American Shipbuilding Company, of which George Steinbrenner is chairman of the board. When Steinbrenner assembled a group to buy the Yankees from the Columbia Broadcasting System in 1973, he asked McMullen to join him as a limited partner. It was years later that McMullen said, "Nothing is more limited than being a limited partner of George Steinbrenner." Bitten by the baseball bug, McMullen purchased the Houston Astros from Judge Roy Hofheinz and continued as an absentee owner running the team from his New Jersey home. Later he would add to his growing sports empire by purchasing the New Jersey Devils of the National Hockey League. Berra is an avid hockey fan, and he often attended Devils games as a guest of McMullen. It was at one of those games that McMullen broached the idea of Yogi going to the Astros as a coach. It wasn't New York, but it was baseball, and Yogi belonged in baseball. Confident that he could work for a close friend who would look after him, Berra accepted the offer with the stipulation that he would be accepted by whomever would take over the then managerless Astros. No manager in his right mind would object to having the legendary Yogi on his coaching staff, especially in light of Berra's close relationship with the Astros owner. But when Hal Lanier was named as manager, his approval and endorsement of Berra was genuine. Hal's dad, Max Lanier, had pitched for the St. Louis Cardinals when Berra was breaking into pro ball, and they spent time together in St. Louis during the offseason. Besides, as a rookie manager, Lanier recognized the value of having Berra's years of experience and knowledge from which to draw. "He'll be a big asset to our club," Lanier said. "Yogi has been exposed to every aspect of the game. He has coached first base and third base as well as managed." At the press conference announcing his appointment, Berra modestly admitted he was widely recognized around the country and denied that he was the author of many of the quotes attributed to him. "Most everybody knows me by my face," he admitted. "As for all those quips and one-liners, I really didn't say everything I said," Berra insisted. He went off to spring training, his 41st consecutive spring training, but the first one in which he was not wearing a uniform that belonged to a team from New York. And visitors found it strange when they saw him in a Houston uniform. The face was familiar, the only one like it in the world. The number 8 on the back was familiar, but the uniform looked like somebody had left a box of crayons in the pocket when it was put in the washer and the colors splattered all over. Mention that to him and Berra would smile that familiar, toothy, Ernest Borgnine smile. If you were looking for complaints, if you thought you would get grumbling and finger-pointing, then you had come to the wrong place and to the wrong man. Even in the uniform of the Houston Astros, Yogi Berra was a contented man. It is his rare gift that he can be at home in any place, in any situation, that he holds no grudges. It would have been so easy to be bitter. The firing was sudden, unwarranted after only 16 games. It stung him deeply. So did some remarks attributed to Billy Martin that seemed to impugn his managerial ability and his preparedness. But Berra would not retaliate. That was never his way. His way is to see the good in all people or to see nothing at all. "We're going to score some runs," he said, switching the conversation to baseball. The positive approach, always positive. He might have talked about the Astros' defensive deficiencies or the thin pitching. "Wait till you see this kid at first base," Berra said. "His name is Glenn Davis, just like the old Army football player. Big, strong, he can hit. Had 3 homers the other day." To Yogi Berra, loyalty was not a one-way street. So when John McMullen asked him to come aboard as a coach, he agreed, but he would not manage. "Never again," he said. "I told John that." Perhaps McMullen thought he was doing Berra a favor, giving him a job, keeping him in uniform. Perhaps Berra thought he was doing McMullen a favor, bringing his famous countenance and his name to Houston. It might sell some tickets, or he might help get a rookie manager over the hump. It doesn't matter who was doing a favor for whom. With friends, it never does, and Yogi was just happy to be back in the game. "I'll get to go to St. Louis," he said. "I haven't been there in years." There were still friends there and family. "I'll get home to New Jersey when we play in New York and Philadelphia," he said. One good thing about playing in the Dome, you can make plans. You know you're not going to be rained out, and when there's a day off, you know you're going to be off. That was a veiled reference to George Steinbrenner's penchant for turning days off into mandatory workouts. and it was the closest Berra would come to putting the knock on the man who fired him. He would continue to follow the Yankees, Berra said, because his son Dale was still held hostage there, because he liked Lou Piniella, and because no matter what, in his heart, he would always be a Yankee. It is not surprising that the first thing he asked when he spotted a visitor from New York was, "How are things over there? How is Lou doing?" His advice to Piniella? Tell him to let it go in here, pointing to his left ear, and come out here, pointing to his right ear. And one other thing he said, win. Don't lose 2 games in a row. But that was in the past. He was an Astro now, and he had made the transition surprisingly comfortably. We play the Mets in May, he said. Carm is going to stay home and then come down when we go back to Houston. We got a nice place right near the Galleria shopping center. I hope she doesn't spend all her time shopping. He had turned 60 and he did not have to work another day if he chose not to. But he could not stay away from the game that had been his life for almost half a century. I love it, he said. Maybe it's because I always did, all the way back to American Legion ball. And in the Navy, I traveled a lot. He's a person of such simple tastes. It never took much to make Yogi Berra happy. A uniform, a ball game, a feeling of being wanted. He would go around spreading sunshine and joy that year, goofing with kids younger than his own. They respected him, idolized him, and liked him, and it was genuine. It's just great having a Hall of Famer on the team, said pitcher Charlie Kerfeld. My dad talks about him all the time. Sometimes I feel sorry for him. Whenever we get off the team bus, he gets mobbed. The thing I like best about Yogi is he's so down to earth. He's such a good person. He's always there if I need to talk. Astros general manager Dick Wagner recalled that the Astros wanted Berra to bring the lineup card out to the umpire before games so that fans could get a glimpse of the legend. Yogi was uncomfortable about it. He didn't want to take anything away from Hal or the other coaches, Wagner said. He's outgoing but quiet, and he worries about upstaging other people. That's the way he is. That's just Yogi. The 1986 season passed quickly for Berra. He was right on target about the young Astros first baseman, the kid with the same name as the old Army football player. One Davis hit 31 home runs and drove in 101 runs. And the Berra mystique continued. So did the Berra luck. Organized as an expansion team in 1962, the Astros had never won a division championship until 1986, the season Berra joined the team. It figured. They won the National League West, but were beaten by the New York Mets in the championship series. What do you want? Everything at once? Chapter 17. Thank you for making this necessary. The well-groomed, rather matronly woman engaged Yogi Berra in conversation at a cocktail party, and a talk got around to Yogi's activities outside of baseball. He mentioned that, among other things, he was vice president of the Yoo-Hoo Chocolate Drink Company. Yoo-Hoo, the woman inquired, is that hyphenated? Lady, Berra replied, it ain't even carbonated. The poll was conducted in 1974 as an independent survey by the Allen R. Nelson Research Company. Some 2,500 men were asked to rate well-known sports personalities under 4 categories. 1, awareness of the person. 2, admiration and respect for the individual's ability or talent. 3, how well they like the person. And 4, how much they trusted the person's endorsement. The results were somewhat surprising. In the awareness category, Willie Mays was first, followed by Joe Namath, Muhammad Ali, Mickey Mantle, Arnold Palmer, Howard Cosell, and Reggie Bush. In admiration and respect, Berra was 11th. In likability, Musial was first, then came Johnny Bench, Mays, and Berra. In trust for a person's endorsement, Musial was first, Mantle second, Berra third. The last category was considered the most important because it suggested to Madison Avenue which sports personality would be the most effective for an ad campaign. In advertising, believability converts to effectiveness, and Yogi Berra was totally believable. The reason he's believable, said Jerry Della Femina, president of the ad agency Della Femina, Travisano and Partners, is because of all the stories that have been written about him through all the years, stories attributed to him to make him seem dumb. The American public has heard those stories for so many years they believe that. And the stories make it impossible to believe that Berra is smart enough to do something evil. The public associates intelligence with evil. A person who is smart can be devious. A person who is not smart cannot be devious. In this respect, even though those stories are not true, they have helped Berra's credibility. So when he tells you to use this product, he gives that product believability because Berra has believability. There was, said Della Famiglia, an opposite reaction to Joe Namath. He has been painted as a guy who makes wise remarks and that destroys his believability. The image Berra conveys is that he's not capable of lying. If a man says funny things accidentally, it means he doesn't stop to think before he talks. To lie, you have to stop to think before you talk. You know Yogi isn't stopping and thinking. Therefore you believe he's telling the truth at all times. I believe I can sell anything with Yogi Berra. As a case in point, there was a hairspray commercial that Della Famiglia created when he worked in her agency. We had this hairspray account, Della Famiglia called. Sales were slipping, and it was our job to boost them. In talking with friends, I found out that a lot of men were using their wives' hairspray, but on the sly, as if it was something to be ashamed of. This was before there were men's hairsprays on the market, and it became a common thing for men to use hairspray. I figured we could get a jump on the male market by doing a commercial showing that you don't have to be a sissy to use your wife's hairspray. We decided to use athletes, immediately creating the impression that these men are virile and masculine, and if they could use hairspray, so could anyone. But we didn't want just any athletes. We wanted sports figures that looked the part. They chose three for different reasons. One was Joe Pepitone, who had a reputation for being a playboy and who had already been getting attention because he was using hair dryers and hairspray in the Yankees dressing room. Another was Hank Bauer, whose face had been described as looking like a clenched fist. He wore his hair in a crew cut, but no matter. The point was that nobody would dare call Bauer a couple of inexperienced assistant. The third was Berra, with his image, his believability, his visibility, and because he looked like the average working guy. None of the three said a word in the commercial. They merely sprayed their hair while a voice said, Joe Pepitone, or Hank Bauer, or Yogi Berra, is one of those sissies who uses his wife's hairspray. The commercial won awards and, more important, boosted sales. That commercial was shot in 1966 at Della Famiglia. To this day, I still have clients and colleagues who remember it. They refer to it as the Yogi Berra hairspray commercial. They have long since forgotten the name of the product, Ozone, or the other two guys in the commercial, but they remember Yogi. That's believability, recognizability, whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, Della Famiglia added, Berra is supposed to be dumb, but he got more money than the other two, and he didn't even have an agent. Years later, an agency called Levine Huntley Schmidt was working on a campaign to jockey underwear. Their campaign was built around the theme that there are two different kinds of people in the world, the white underwear people and the colored underwear people. Because they were successful playing Bart Starr's Mr. Straight to Paul Morgan's Mr. Swinger, they decided to use another sports person. Yogi was Mr. Straight, Mr. America, Mr. White Underwear for California. Now we needed somebody to play off him. Somebody who remembered that he had three sons, so we decided to see what they looked like. They were perfect. There were three good-looking kids with long hair, very long. They were colored underwear types, and to use them with their father was perfect in those days of the generation gap. There still were two minor problems. One was that Yogi's Mets were in last place when the idea was conceived. He might get fired before the commercial runs, said somebody at Levine Huntley Schmidt. So what, said another. Everybody knows Yogi and likes him. He's a great guy, a lovable fellow. That's not going to change even if he does get fired. The other reason was that the people of Jockey International back in Kenosha, Wisconsin, might think the Berra and Sons idea was too regional, too New York. It turned out to be no concern at all. The client loved the idea, Howard Levine said. They convinced me that Yogi was a national personality. Not only did he transcend New York, he transcended sports. They shot the commercial and it was a hit. Yogi singing the praises of white underwear, the boys expressing their preference for colored underwear. Where did I go wrong, Yogi Berra asked as the commercial ends. The answer is that he didn't, neither with his boys nor with himself. As a matter of fact, Yogi Berra has done just about everything right. In some cases, the best thing he has done is nothing at all. Nothing except being his own lovable, believable, recognizable self. It's incredible, said Joe Pignatano, a coach for the Mets under Berra. Wherever he goes, people recognize him. In airports, at hotels, on the street. People don't give him a moment's peace. It was that way not only when he was a manager, but also as a coach. In St. Petersburg on Ash Wednesday in 1871, Burr went to St. Mary's Church to receive ashes on his forehead, an annual ritual of the Catholic Church. The church was crowded with worshipers, and there were lines of people waiting to have ashes administered by a priest. Yogi got in the line and awaited his turn as the line moved up slowly. Finally, he was face to face with an elderly priest who looked up, saw that familiar face, and put out his hand. "Hello, Yogi, how are you?" said the priest, who proceeded to engage Burr in conversation. A woman behind Burr began to grow impatient as the priest and ex-ball player talked. "Wait just a minute, madam," said the priest. "Can't you see I'm talking to Yogi Berra?" Another time at Sunday Mass in Atlanta, the priest delivered his sermon from the pulpit, then paused to make a special announcement. "Forgive me for getting personal and for being a little excited," said the young priest. "But I grew up in New Jersey in the shadow of Yankee Stadium, and I was a great Yankee fan. I would like you all to say a special prayer for one of my old heroes, Yogi Berra, worshiping with us here today." Pignatano remembered another incident in Atlanta. "Yogi and I went to the movies," he recalled. "I walked up to the booth, paid my money, and got my ticket. When Yogi got to the booth, the cashier said, 'Oh no, Mr. Berra, there's no charge for you.' I told him, 'Next time you go first, and if they don't charge you, tell them I'm with you.'" The story reminded Pignatano of another. He had a friend in the clothing business who invited him to come down and pick out some clothes at a wholesale discount. Piggy took advantage of the offer and invited Coach Eddie Yost and Yogi Berra to go with him. "We picked out some clothes," Pignatano said, "and when it was time to pay, I paid wholesale, and he paid retail, and there was no charge for Yogi." Pignatano never resented the attention Berra got. He rather enjoyed it. "He's good people," said Joe. "He's an honest man. You can't ask any more than that of anybody." Mets general manager Frank Casher remembers attending a Mardi Gras in New Orleans one year with Berra. "Yogi was with some pals," Casher said. "I was with some pals."
Exactly.
When Campbell...
I tried to tell everybody, we are in a recession. We are in a recession. And no one would listen to me in this building.
At breakfast on Bourbon Street, in the saloons, they just all wanted to talk to Yogi.
I mean, I'm just tired of teaching people a
In
lesson.
baseball, out of baseball, I've
You
never
know how
had
many
anyone
arguments I got online with people? This last week I was
Perhaps
going
the best
online saying,
example
we are in
of
a recession.
softball
All these
fame
liberal Democrats.
came
We
from
are
George
not.
Theodore, once a young prospect
And then
in
go
the
back and
Mets
teach everyone a lesson.
In January 1972, Joe McDonald,
I mean, I go back
director of
for thousands
operations for the Mets
and
at
make
the time,
comments.
received a letter
I come
that
back
said
and
contract
they don't
with
just get
Theodore.
away with
It
what
was
they said.
entrenched in boredom, regression, and
I mean, I spent
stagnation.
almost 10 hours
Included in the
responding to
letter
everybody,
was
teaching
five
everyone a
contract
lesson
demands,
online.
in addition to his $1 salary.
I just don't let
Number
anybody get
one,
away
a
with
pair
it.
of athletic
Why
glasses.
nonsense?
Number two, models of bats, different styles and weights for experimentation. Number three, Met ending stickers, I need about a dozen. Number four, the address of the Players Association. I owe them 2 years back due. Number five, I've been a Met almost 3 years and I'm ashamed to say I've never met Yogi Berra. McDonald met Theodore's first floor demands and promised he would do his best to take care of the fifth when the opportunity presented itself.
Who I am.
It came that spring on Payson Field in St. Petersburg. Berra had come to see his son Larry Jr., then in the Mets farm system, and McDonald asked Yogi if he would do him a favor. "There's this kid named George Theodore," he said. "He's a pretty good prospect, and I promised him I'd introduce you to him." All George said was, "I'm very happy to meet you." Then he trotted off happily, McDonald said. There was no reason to believe the events are related, but as a postscript to the story, Theodore caught Berra's eye in spring camp the following season and was kept at the big club all year, although few thought he had a chance to make the big league so soon, if ever. "I like him," Berra explained, "because he makes contact. He don't strike out a lot." For as long as anyone can
And how good we're
Yogi
going to
Berra
be
has been
now. We're just loaded at every position. I
It
mean,
was
we
for
are
this
stopped.
reason he was asked to do an episode.
I
of
was so worried about that
and
defensive
soap
line.
opera
That's going to
General
cost us another chance at
This was back in 1963 when Yogi was a player.
They gotta do their
with the
part.
Yankees,
Yeah,
and General
they're
Pastor
gonna
was
be
struggling
steady.
defense on TV. The show's star, Johnny Berardino, had
I
played
think
11
it's
seasons
hard
in the
to
big
cover
leagues with the
it
St. Louis
because,
Browns and Cleveland
You
Indians
know,
in the
before you
American
knew, we got to
League
cover
from
Kelsey Hill. Now we
1939 to
got 4 or 5 good,
1952,
really
with time out
good
for
receivers.
military duty,
And
part of
he's
his
just
career
good.
overlapping with Berra.
They're all just as good.
Berardino used his baseball background to get
can't
famous
cover
ball players to make cameo appearances. It was, Berardino freely confessed, an attempt to give the show a push in its early days. We got a lot of mileage out of having Yogi on the show, Berardino admitted, and that's exactly why our intention was. I wouldn't say I was a good friend of his, but I knew him as an opposing player, and a little bit before that, when he and Joe Garagiola would come around and work out at the ground. Yogi and I had one other thing in common. He's the only catcher in baseball history to make an unassisted double play. That makes me the only batter in history to hit into an unassisted double play by a catcher. When we asked Yogi to be on the show, he was delighted to do it. Berardino vividly remembered the role Berra played on the show. Who could forget? But he doesn't remember whose idea it was to have Berra play the part of a brain surgeon. Yogi had about 5 lines to deliver, but the scene Berardino remembered most vividly took place in the cafeteria of General Hospital. I walk in with my nurse just as Yogi is about to leave. He's paying his check as we walk in, and we pass each other. Then we both stop and do a double take. He's at the exit looking at me.
Now we're in officially in recession. And all these people on
There's something about
they haven't had a chance to have on last Thursday. They're gonna walk away again.
or whatever.
Today I'm leaving at 5:30.
That moves people. When the
Today
rest
we
was
vote.
riding toward their 1972 pennant, it moved people to write to me. More than 1,500 letters per
Voting yes
homestand,
on that.
which is usually a little less than 2 weeks.
Abortion thing, I'm voting for.
Sometimes it was a little heavier than others, said Regina Cassell of the Met's Special Services
I'm leaving
Department.
at
His
5:30
job it was to answer the mail.
because
Usually
it
it's
takes me
heaviest when the team is doing well.
like 7 miles.
Most of the letters were requests for
And I
autograph
don't.
pictures.
And it's still 7, but I don't want to risk getting cutting it that close.
Others include good luck charms, such as Indian
Halfway
pennies
close.
and Italian charms in the
But
shape
this
of
is when I'm
down
leaving a half hour early.
When the team on the pennant was called to sell,
Everyone's
we got a
gonna
lot of
get
mail
off
thanking them for giving them such a wonderful
Exactly.
season, so much fun and enjoyment.
Well, I mean,
I was really impressed with the touring mail, and it came from people in all walks of life.
vote.
Berra's popularity never diminished with the years. It never waned when he was no longer in a high-profile professional manager. If anything,
Working
the
all
legend
day, you
grew
have
for
to
each
go
year.
vote. And
More
pay
than a quarter of a century.
So I better pay myself to-
His schedule was as busy as ever. He was as much in demand for commercials, endorsements, and appearances because of that old Berra charm and believability. Miller Lite included Berra in its successful television commercials. He is sitting in a tavern surrounded by a group of men drinking beer. Berra begins to extol the virtues of Miller Lite beer. It's got a third less calories than I probably thought it didn't have. And it's less filling than it would have been if it was more filling than they didn't want it to be. Recently, Berra took on a new career, film critic. The syndication service produced and distributed a series of shows, Yogi at the Movies. These were some of his observations. Platoon, didn't see it. The Godfather, saw it on TV, good movie. Favorite actor, Spencer Tracy. Favorite actress, Green Garson. He said he also liked Bette Midler in that movie where they buried somebody and they come back. He enjoyed Fatal Attraction with that Glenn Cove. And as a kid, he liked comedies. My favorite, he said, were the Four Stooges. Yogi Berra's life is a very simple one and easily defined by the changing of the seasons. In the spring and summer and into the fall, there is baseball. In the winter, he can be found most days at his thriving and popular Yogi Berra's Health and Racket Club, run by his son Tim. Whitey Ford, Berra's old battery mate with the Yankees, said that once Berra found himself in a golfing foursome with former President Gerald Ford. As they played the round, the talk drifted to a variety of subjects, racquetball included. "Do you play racquetball, Mr. President?" Berra asked. "No, I never had," replied Ford. "It's a great game, Mr. President," Berra said. "You must try it. If you're ever in New Jersey, I'd like to have you come and play at my club." With that, according to Whitey Ford, Berra handed the former president a card, indicating that the bearer was welcome to play at the club as a guest. When President Ford turned the card over, Whitey said, stamped on the back was "Good Tuesday." Yogi Berra's reign as the master of the malaprop, the father of the faux pas, continued. But that isn't the strongest aspect of his character or the most important. Those who have been associated with him or have associated with him over the years know him simply as a good guy. And they say, thank you for making Yogi Berra necessary. A glossary of Berra.
Who gave you
On the Mets' chances in the 1973 National League East
She
pennant
said
race,
she could order
It's
lunch.
not over
She said
till
she's
it's
full
over.
and need to laugh.
explaining declining attendance in
I
Kansas
never
City.
had one, so I said, she said, do you want them? I go, I'll
Want to
take
come to
it.
the ballpark, how are you going to stop that? Why the Yankees lost the 1960 World Series to the Pittsburgh Pirates? We made too many wrong mistakes.
You want this? or-
Why he thought he would be a good manager. You observe a lot
And
by
there you go.
watching.
You want these picked up?
On becoming a good defensive catcher. Bill Dickey is learning me all his experience. Explaining why he wasn't dancing at the Yankees victory party.
Come to work.
I got rubber shoes on.
Get donuts, they buy
His
some
theory on
things, they give to
baseball, a
me.
thinking man's game.
I hate Sammy,
90%
they
of
give
the
it to
game
me.
is half mental.
Yeah, I know Sam eats a lot of food.
When fellow coach Joe Altobelli turned 50, now you're an old Italian scallion. When a friend said he was afraid it was too late to get into a popular Fort Lauderdale restaurant. Well, why did you wait so long to go now?
$2 each.
When a Yankee player walked into the hotel bar and said he was waiting for Bo Derek to meet him, well, I haven't seen him. Explaining his variety of sweaters and assorted colors. The only color I don't have is navy brown. When Billy Martin locked his keys in his car, you gotta call a blacksmith.
Might be willing to if you sign a
Too
5.
Carmen about the movie The
And
Magnificent
not
Seven
getting any
starring
money out
Steve
of it. Yeah, like
McQueen.
that.
He made that picture
Not
before he
getting any money
died.
right now.
No, I told him.
To the clubhouse man after a workout on a hot humid day. Hey Nick, get me a diet tag. To a sports writer complaining that the hotel coffee shop charged $8.95 for a breakfast of orange juice, coffee, and an English muffin. That's because they have to import those English muffins.
Oh, yeah, no, I got it.
His theory on golf. 90% of the putts that fall short don't go in. When Ken Boswell of the Mets said he was having trouble at bat because of a propensity to uppercut the ball, well, swing down. Giving telephone directions to Joe Garagiola, who called to say he got lost driving to the Vera home in Montclair, New Jersey. You ain't too far away, just a couple of blocks. Only don't go that way, come this way. About a popular Minneapolis restaurant. Nobody goes there anymore, it's too crowded. On the shadows in left field at Yankee Stadium in the fall. It gets late early out there. When he was honored at Yogi Berra Night in Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. I want to thank all those who made this night necessary. On how he was able to drive in 23 runs in a doubleheader when he was in the minor league. Every time I came to bat, there were men on base. After his roommate closed his medical school text with a thud, just as Berra finished his comic book. How did yours come? To wife Carmen, set to February 17th, 2000 What the hell is wrong with him now?
I got it.
Asked by a player for the third time, you mean now?
Alright,
When Cardinals broadcaster Jack
Alright.
presented to me that check made out payable to Berra after he appeared on a pregame show.
What you call it?
You've known me all this time, and you still don't know how to spell my name. Why he approved of Little League. It keeps the kids out of the house. Describing his new house in Montclair. What a house, nothing but room. Why he refused to buy new luggage. You only use it for travel. Jim Bouton had asked Yankees Public Relations Director Bob Fisher for a ticket to the opening game of the 1964 World Series in St. Louis. As the bus was leaving for the airport, a breathless official appeared with a manila envelope and told Bouton, "You're lucky this is the last one." Said Berra, "You mean they're out of the manila envelopes already?" To a young player who is emulating the hitting style of a veteran player without much success. If you can't imitate him, don't copy him. Arguing with an umpire that a drive to the outfield hit the concrete and should have been a home run instead of a double, anybody who can't hear the difference between a ball hitting wood and a ball hitting concrete must be blind. When Mets coach Rube Walker refused to go deep sea fishing because he gets seasick. What, on water? When an elderly woman said to him that he looked very cool in his slacks and polo shirt. "Thank you, ma'am, you don't look so hot yourself." To the woman who inquired if his soft drink Yoo-Hoo was hyphenated. "Lady, it ain't even carbonated." When asked what he does on the afternoon of a night game, "I usually sleep for 2 hours from 1 o'clock to 4. A well-endowed blonde woman. "Who's that, Dagwood?" When his son Larry answered the doorbell and said the man was there for the Venetian blind. "Well, go in my pocket and give him a couple of bucks for a donation and get rid of him." On his recognizability, most everybody knows me by my face, disputing the veracity of much of the above. I really didn't say everything I said.
This has been an Audible Inc. production of The Wit and Wisdom of Yogi Berra, written by Phil Pepe, narrated by Phil Pepe. Producer Mike Jarzik. Copyright 1974, 1988, 2002 by Associated Features Inc. Production copyright 2012 by Audible Inc.
If you're ready for another great listen, here's a sample of When You Come to a Fork in the Road, Take It, recommended for you by Audible. To get it free, just ask to start an Audible trial.
Alright, anybody up for doing a break here? Or some repack? NFL or an MLB repack? I've had.
whatever you call that sandwich.
Yeah, I mean they're okay. I prefer the muffin, English muffin.
But I'm saying is that, have you ever had it with the syrup?
Not with I never put syrup on it.
Okay, but I just found out something that's just that I always like to tell people so they don't experience the same problem.
Wow.
That is such a mess, syrupy mess.
That's why I said I
Every
didn't
time
want
you dip
any.
it in there, syrup's going everywhere on my countertop. There's no way you ever want to eat that in your car with the syrup. You're dipping that
Oh,
syrup.
dude, no way.
You'd have syrup all over your steering wheel and everything. I'm telling you, and you wouldn't ever want to do it in there with your cards or anything.
No.
When you eat that with syrup, you need to eat it on your kitchen table and make sure the wrap that your sandwich is in is laying there, and lay the syrup on top of the wrap so the syrup drips on the wrap
Yeah.
instead of your table.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes everywhere. And I could not prevent it. I mean, every time I dipped it, it's just syrup dripping everywhere. So, if you ever get that in your car, and you'll get it and get syrup, do not eat it in your car. And because you'll just have a syrupy mess everywhere on your steering wheel and everything. Your hands will be so sticky, and you'll have no way to clean your hands.
Yeah, I've tried to dip chicken fingers, and it's even doing that. It's
Yeah, so I mean, don't ever do it in your car,
Yeah.
ever. And if you do it at home, you want to make sure that wrap's sitting there, and then you lay that dip on top of the wrap so that sticky whatever goes on the wrap of the sandwich
You need a
instead of
bit.
on your table. 'Cause
Yeah.
I mean, like I would have ate that there. It'd been all over the floor, all over your tables. Oh my God! I just let you know. Don't ever do it. It is a sticky mess.
Alright. Let's see. Hey, good morning, guys. Alright, we got 4 ghosties in here now. Let's see if we can't break this 11 box retro baseball break. Should be a lot of fun. 87 to 91. If you guys, if you're up for doing a box repack, got NFL and MLB repack boxes that I guarantee you'll minimum double your money. Some of them are triple your money, quadruple your money. And then we got some mystery bags left over from when I was breaking before. This is the Series 8 of the baseball mystery bags. We went through 8 series of bags last year of baseball, basketball, and football. And there's like, I think 4 or 5 of those mystery bags left over. So I'm going to be on for a while here. I got to make some phone calls, grab some spots in this 11 box mixer. Let's see if we can't break that and get the morning started off good here, guys. I will be back shortly.